So for the morning session, we have Dr. Prashant Sadashivamurthy, Dean of Academics, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research. So Deputy Dean of Academics, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru. So without any delay, I call Dr. Shishma Bevi, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to introduce our first speaker and cordially welcome sir with a bouquet. Greetings to everyone. Good morning. While seeking the blessings of His Holiness, I offer my humble pronounce to the lotus fetus of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Maharaj Swamiji on behalf of Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. Accordingly, invite for the second day of National Symposium on Revisiting Millets for Food and Nutrition Security. And I take an immense pleasure to invite our today's speaker, dynamic speaker and very inspirational speaker, Dr. Prashant Sadashivamurthy, who is by profession pediatric dental surgeon, and to his credit, he has established assisted breastfeeding center for cleft lip and palate for affected infants through support of ICMR research grant. He is a nodal officer for WHO projects, including web training series on blood components and pilot online training program for establishing of national pharmacovigilance systems in SAR countries. The coordinating the Sparkle City Foundation, a section for each companies for development of entrepreneurship and to nurture the startup ecosystem, and has coordinated establishment of 3 technologically enabled academic resource creation centers with innovative design, implementation of technology for creation of engaging virtual education modules for medical and allied fields. Established a Center of Excellence in Entrepreneurship Development in association with TechSoft, Department of Industries and Commerce, Government of Karnataka, and is currently coordinating
Thank you so much, madam. Thanks. So, and for the backbenchers visible also, out of my short picture, it should not be inside the podium. So I prefer to use the smaller mic so that I can interact with you. And how is Andaman Nicobar doing? Islands of Indian subcontinent. Are you enjoying it? Okay. Okay, good. India is also populated like this, so that we have got abundant resources. Even if they don't turn on the AC, we don't feel the heat of the moment. Correct? So, Harsha, so ambient temperature, take care of that, please. So, is this the first slide? Yes, of course, this is the first slide. This is second actually. So, let me go back to the first slide. Have you heard of a song, Anil Kapoor's song, I think? कुछ ना कहो कुछ भी ना कहो क्या कहना है क्या सुनना है तुमको पता है मुझको पता है सबको पता है so Dr. Shweta told sir you know what to speak I told I know what to speak sir you know what we want to read yes you know what to speak sir I know yes I know what to speak sir you know what you need entrepreneurship yes I know what you need so she did not give me title only. So I thought let me make use of this opportunity and welcome to the first slide. This is the first slide. And the title is, I leave it to you to guess it. Okay? It is up to you to guess. It is like, who keeps changing and coming to the second slide? So it is like this particular, I will do the job, don't worry. Relax, sit back, enjoy the AC, balcony. Balcony or Gandhi class? So these people are enjoying the balcony, I think, for that matter. All right. So have you seen this poster from Yajana Kannada? Ella nammore Budanga Kannada. ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ? Okay, all those people, please recognize those hands which are going up, whatever I can translate. Okay. So this is a poster from the cinema star Upendra. Anybody can guess the movie name? Kabza. Illa Kabza aaytalla, release aaytu ella aaytu. Guess the name. Guess the title. Release ಆಯ್ತು ಹೋಯ್ತು ಮುಗೀತು ನೀನುನಾ you it is our presentation talk is today's like this. So we will release the poster like this. Hero is all of them, hero is among them, and so we'll go ahead. But one thing I will tell you, battery is low. Okay, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಾನು ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಲ್ಲಿ presentation. Okay, so let us come. One thing is for sure, though the title of the presentation is this, with the courtesy of our Shweta ma'am. So one thing is sure, that in this presentation, I will not be discussing anything about your subject. Okay, see, the curriculum wants to stay with you, so I may have to subject. And when I'm speaking about your subject, I'm not the expert about your subject. Okay, I'm a pediatric dentist. And I, as the introduction was given, which I'm sure not many of you would have understood, the Assisted Breastfeeding Center is a center of activity for cleft lip and palate affected patients. Have you, heard of? Like the children don't have this part of lip, the face doesn't grow completely. The arch is there, right? The upper arch, the mouth, the roof of the mouth is open. So now I give you an activity. Try to swallow without touching the tongue to the roof of the mouth. Try to swallow without touching the tongue to the roof of the mouth. Anybody could do? Raise your hand. We'll get you Nobel Prize definitely. Anybody was able to do? Not possible, right? Not possible, right? So if you have to swallow, the first activity of the tongue is to take it to the top and then roll back, so that the saliva or food or whatever drink or whatever you have put in your mouth, it goes behind to the throat, the larynx, and then into the food pipe, esophagus. So what happens in these children is that the top part of the mouth is not developed. So it is open. The moment the child tries to swallow milk, infant, just newborn baby, right? So the moment the mother tries to feed, the child tries to swallow, the milk is going to come out from the nose, because roof is not there, right? The only thing which separates the nose and the mouth is the roof. The moment the tongue goes up, the milk comes out. The only thing that goes into our body that belongs to only we on this earth, since human beings and animals have existed, is food. Do you agree? If I have a bit of land, or a great bit of land, it is till the documents are there with me. If I have a house, it is until I own it or I transfer. If I have big, great buildings, again, it doesn't belong to me. It is subjected to my possession, that's all. The only thing that belongs to me and makes me is the food that I take. Now you understand the importance of the particular course in which you are pursuing your studies. That means, what is the population of the world? So many, many, yes. So everybody in that population requires something that is food, which is very essential. So you have to be very serious that everybody in the world requires you. Correct? Do you agree everybody in the world requires you? You don't agree? You agree. Very good. So when that is the case, when that is a scenario, how serious you should be with your studies and how dedicated you should be, and what is the output that you want to give. What is the output that you want to give? Disclaimer is, when I'm talking about the outputs, that means the way further in your life. Basically, I'm going to show you the pathway where you can walk your future, feed into your future, drive into your future. But what is required is right attitude. To only advocate what it requires, there is no guarantee here for that. Neither will I take any controversy for that, because the facts are facts, whether you like it or don't like it. So that's a disclaimer, and I'll be using some politics. I thought only Modi had two mics. I also have two now. So I might be using some pictures of some political leaders, political parties, and so on. That doesn't mean that I belong to any party which has lost or won, though I have voted. How many of you have not voted? Better luck next time. Okay. So this is the disclaimer. With that disclaimer, I will move on. Let us enter the journey of your life. Journey of your life through all these things. And I'm sure this journey is starting point is here from your education. And the ending point might be many. But one among the many ending point is, Arsha, allow me to do it. One of the many ending points is, if it happens right, journey towards startup. Okay. So what is this startup? Before we understand what is this startup, why do we even have to think about this startup? Are you taking down notes or are you writing Close it. Don't worry. Close it. You don't require to take down notes. You have everything. This can be given to them. Even if you give it to them, no, it will all be pictures. It will be like entertainment. Listen to me. What you have to put is in here. All right. So journey towards startup and Harsha. So the journey towards a startup, is this the next slide which I wanted? Yes, this is the next slide which I wanted. And yes, after your education, most of you will be in a very happy mode to have your degree. So once you have your degree, you'll be surfing on the degree and assuming that people will be waiting for you, you know, graduate, postgraduate, PhD, postdoctoral. Now my company is going to grow. Let me recruit. Correct? Dream it like that only, no? What is the reality? The reality is you change pattern. The reality is now you change. Go back one slide. The reality is this. Once you have your internship, it is not just a training modality for you. People don't just train you in internship to make you better. People don't feel that, she's come from JSS to industry. She's doing internship. I should give the best of my knowledge to her. Sorry. I don't even disclaimer. Facts. Don't feel bad. Take it. They feel if this person is doing well, possibly my job is going to be given to that him or her, and I will recruit her for what? For my growth. I will recruit her for my growth. Believe, if you have a big industry, would you believe that now I'm going to open Rashtriya Swayamseva Sangha? I'm going to tell people to come in, I'm going to give salary. Will you do that as an industrialist? Your industrialist also does that with you. So if you are getting training, that means to say that you are getting prepared for salary of how much ever you are ready for, how much ever inputs or outputs you are getting. And many a times, you know, that's why I started with the talk telling that I hope my country was so sparsely populated. Because with this amount of growth what we have, a sparse population is going to ensure that every one of us is going to get employed. That is not true. That is not true. First of all, universities are not industries that churn out manpower that you go and hold your degree and tell, I want a job. Universities are not like that. And second thing is, not every job in the market is there offered for you. You may not get. Good that if you get salary, very good. If you don't get, is that the end of it?
Then what? You know what? That is the beginning of it. There is where exciting part of life starts. You're getting salary, that is why you're satisfied. We're just keeping you there. But the rocket launch happens only after the rocket is ignited. All right. So if you don't happen to get that, what are the opportunities? Next. Okay. So this is a scenario which we have just talked, and you just click once on the slide. I will be able to resonate with you now. Yeah. So you are fishing out for a job. You are fishing out for a job with your education, but nevertheless, you may get employment, you may not get employment, it may be unemployment, you never know what it is after the show is over. But don't be disheartened. If you have this particular pathway, what I'm talking to you, if you take this pathway, you are assured that not only you are having a job, but you are able to give job to many who are there around, who are really wanting to make impact. Next slide. So every university promises you all these things. We are global, we are diverse, we are innovative, we are experiential learning we are going to give to you. That is why madam has made you to register for these workshops. And we have got, sort of all these millets. You're talking about millets. We are having millets, small facts, so I'll be able to only go, not give. And then entrepreneurial. Entrepreneurial is a word which everybody now uses, Nevertheless, what is the spelling of entrepreneurship? That's a different story. Let us not talk about it. Let us not offend each other. Disclaimer is there, no? Okay, next. So that is what is all about the journey of education to startup. Next slide. So the startup, what I mean by a startup is you should understand what it requires for you to have a startup. What it requires for you to have a startup, and then what you need to do to sustain a startup. And let us see stories. I'm not just going to talk over here. I showed you the movie poster, right? So I am not the only hero, you are not the only hero here. We have got supporting actors also. So we will be making them talk to you, all right, with technology. Then going further, when this question struck the government, now we have whatever said and done. I have told the disclaimer, no? So I am not supporting any particular party. Whatever said and done, the government that we have today is a very proactive government. That is why in the year 2019, they came up with a unique scheme. What is a unique scheme? First of all, what was the problem before which the unique scheme came? The problem was, see, madam is employed, you are all students. I am employed, correct? So, can I have my own business? Can I have my own venture? Can I have my own startup? Now somebody tell yes, somebody tell no. In 2019, everybody said no. If they found out that I am having one more venture apart from having a faculty position in dental college in the university, they would call me. The person will be sitting, I will be standing, and he would tell, what do you think of yourself? Only you know to make money? Huh? What are we sitting here and doing? Then tomorrow I want you to either leave the job or wind up your business, correct? Very much expected. But the government recognized that. What is the government recognizing that? Government recognized that students like you all, when you are studying, now at this point of time, you have got a lot of potential. After 18, you can vote. Why can't you lead a good life? When after 18, you can vote, why can't you lead a good life and why can't you have financial liberation for yourself? America, when they reach teenage, they will not know what is the conversion rate for dollars to whatever the international currency, but they would want freedom. Our children are very good. See, even if you leave them, they will not go from here. Right? So that they thought about and they released National Innovation and Startup Policy. NIS, National Innovation and Startup Policy. For whom? Targeted exactly at students and faculty. And what does it say? It says that, see, you are all into higher education. You know how many people enter into higher education degree? In the world, just 7 to 10% of the population enter into higher education. How many? 7 to 10% enter into higher education. That is masters. In the world scenario. Don't think other people are much ahead of us. This is the scenario. Google. Open your smartphones, Google. Alright? And out of that, if you enter into PhD, you know what? You are in the top 1% of the highest degree in any country. Top 1%. And after that, you think about what? I did my master's, if you pay me 50,000. I did my PhD, if you pay me 1 lakh. That means you're wanting to go and put your degree to save with monthly royalty. This is a scenario, sad scenario, and that is exactly why unemployment is at a fast track rate. That is why our government came out with this wonderful policy, National Innovation and Startup Policy for students and the faculty, where they say, if you are doing some project, all of you, if you are doing some project, and that project has some innovation, and this innovation can bring about some solution to whom? To the most common man on earth. Solution for ecological balance of the earth, of the globe. Problem solution for government schemes to be deployed. So whatever be the problem solution, if your project has got an answer to this problem, that means you are sitting on a multi-million, I don't tell dollar, multi-million rupee, multi-crore rupee, right? Why should you not tell dollar? If you see the blogs properly now, the international people are telling there is no conversion rate when you visit India. Just download the UPI app and without conversion you can scan. And the video what they take is the tender coconut vendor is having a QR code. This is my India, ladies and gentlemen. This is our India. At one point of time in the parliament, this should be very each one of you. At one time in the parliament, when this UPI code was introduced, the then finance minister told these people don't have common sense. Where will they get this internet for these people to do payment? Today, even a tender coconut vendor in the roadside has got UPI payment. And India, rupee is going to be world currency if we all align to each other. And the alignment starts with NISP next year. Let us come to tea. All of you had tea? You have had tea. A lot of customers. So any startup related to tea is going to mint money. Okay, let us mint money. One more thing. Now from here onwards, you click once, see, slide will not change, color will change. Okay, watch out. Okay, from here onwards starts the exciting part of the journey. Don't click one clicking. See there. And now this tea became colorful. Anyway, let us go next now. So we have got a vendor, whatever you name him, Ramu Kaka, Krishna Kaka, whatever. So this fellow is there, one more click. So when this fellow is there vending tea and he's selling tea and making a lot of money with a lot of customers, can we call this as startup? Yes, very good. Count the number of people. How many? Raise your hand. What counting will happen now? Very good. Okay, hands down. We will start the class from basics now. All of you don't know the definition. Very good. Next. That means to say, according to you, if a small vendor by the roadside is having chai wala, his venture is called as a startup. Next click. That means go back. That means a building like this in a mall, market, every shop, every proprietary shop where you go and purchase whatever you want is a startup. Just I told the definition, they don't know. That is why only small people in the roadside is startup. That means if you want to do startup, you should go to the website. That is okay. Let us now try to identify the difference between what is a startup and what is a business. Right? You got married, huh? No. Okay. So let us go to startup. You have to sync with me now. I'm losing track. Next slide. Okay. So startup is not a rocket science, but then what is a startup? By the end of this presentation, you will understand what a real startup is. And by this, we will come back to our example of the tea. And taking this example of tea itself, from where we started our question, we will try to understand what exactly is a startup. Listen, volume. Rajesh, volume.
Which tea bag in your daily is made using plastic? Or that it releases 11.6 billion microplastic particles while brewing. All of that can stop now thanks to an Assam startup 100% biodegradable tea bag. Plastic tea bags harm the environment as well as our health. In order to tackle this problem, Upamani Borkakoti and Anshuman Bharali of Assam-based tea company, the Tea Leaf Theory, TTLT, decided to create one-of-a-kind eco-friendly dips under their brand Rula.
So when we started the tea leaf theory initiative in 2016, the main idea was to create a market for the small artisanal tea farmers and also develop specialty teas from Northeast region.
What makes these tea bags unique is that they are made of tea leaves themselves, completely natural and toxin-free.
Basically, the leaves are tied to a string just like a tea bag and then compressed to the shape of a cylindrical tea tablet. So then you can just put it in a cup, pour in hot water, leave it for 5 minutes, and your tea is ready. Moreover, you can do multiple cups from just one true dip.
Though this packing process is tedious, it has generated additional employment for 40 women. The best part is that unlike other tea bag processors, their entire process is completed at one place, reducing the carbon footprint while retaining the quality. Today, the incomes of every farmer with TTLT has increased substantially, scripting a success story from the hinterlands of the Northeast. Their next target? Ramping up retail distribution to help their eco-friendly innovation reach a wider market. For more stories of startups innovating for a greener and cleaner India, check out other episodes of Sustainable Startups only on the Better India.
So this Better India is for you to explore further. All of you have got smartphones. Use it wisely in the days to come. The Better India is what we all are here to make. And if we make a better India, our life will be better. You can rest assured of this promise. All right. So this is something which you have just seen, and what you have just observed is that there was a problem. What was the problem? Microplastics. Correct. So these microplastics were causing cancer for us. Now we are investing huge amounts of money and research on cancer genetics, cancer therapeutics, cancer pharmacokinetics, cancer pharmacodynamics. But what exactly are we doing? We are basically sipping our cancer every day in the morning with microplastics in the tea bag. And then after a few years, we are going to the doctor and telling, okay, come on now, cure me. Correct? Rightly identified problem statement by the innovators. I do not call them entrepreneurs. I call them innovators. So basically, what differentiates a business and startup is problem statement and a heart to innovate. So he's basically an innovator first. He saw the problem statement and then he did a research. There was a theory behind it. What was the theory behind it? The theory, yes? Yes, correct. What was the theory behind it? Yes, the tea bag and microplastics theory. And the outcome was no tea bags, no microplastics, no carcinogens, no cancer, only healthy tea. Right? And so he came up with the solution. It's a wonderful solution. And today he's got 40 women employed under this particular startup, and he's expanding to 100 more. Right? So this exactly, ladies and gentlemen, is what is called as a startup, where you have the problem statement of the society identified. You are not earning, you are not putting up your industry for earning. Money follows. Trust me, I put the disclaimer again. Trust me, money, with all due respect, is like a dog's tail. The more the dog tries to catch it, it will just keep swirling around. Right? If it just holds its head high and starts walking its path, the tail is going to follow. With 15 years of experience in many sectors of practice, many sectors of business, many sectors of administration, and sectors of translational research, I'm going to tell you, believe this in my word when I tell, when you start concentrating on quality, excellence, knowledge, foundations of humanity, which concerns translation of your knowledge, what you're learning here, to solve the problems of the society, solve the problems of co-human beings, you are going to really become rich. Trust me when I say this. All right. So moving further, we will see that what is it that we are doing at JCS Academy of Higher Education Research to provide you with these facilities. Are you just going to get your degree and then go and stand in the queue for your job? Is that what JCS is all about? Definitely not. So what is JCS all about? JCS is going to provide you with sufficient harsha modulation, we call it as a new word in the dictionary. Right? Yeah, harsha modulation. Okay. No worries. I just invented a new word, thanks to you, innovation. So basically, we are going to give you three platforms for this particular process, what we just saw in the video. We are going to give you three platforms. First is Institution Innovation Council. That means you are free to think and ideate. We do not tell any of your ideas is weird. Tomorrow morning, if you come and tell, if Harsha comes and tells, sir, I'm totally overwhelmed with the Harsha modulation word, sir. Now I'm going to invent a cycle to Mars. I'm going to tell, come Harsha, come, welcome, come inside. Let us have tea. I'm not going to scold him for any of his ideas. Why? Because this is exactly what Institution Innovation Council does. What it does? It takes your ideas and converts your ideas to feasible models. He wants to cycle to Mars. So basically, we are going to tell him, okay, come on, sit down, let us have your basics right. You cannot cycle to Mars, but you can use the same circular motion to bring in a catapulting effect and then project yourself to Mars. Quite similar, starts everything from the cyclic point of view and goes ahead with the feasibility model. Basically, what you come out with, we help you to fine tune, we help you to put right principles to it, we help you to put right concepts from the education, that is journey from education to startup, right from your textbooks, and then we will devise a solution for you. And not only that, we have got a format to record this for you. We have got a set of papers in which you can write down your problem statement, you can write down your ideas, whatever, however mad they are, and then you can list down the innovations. We have got our mentors over here. One of the persons from the team is here. I'm going to introduce him at the end. And from there, you can start ideating. Okay, fine. Idea fill. Proposal is ready. Next what? Next, we have got something called as Sparkle Cine. Sparkle Cine has got to do with something cinematic. Poster also cinema, opened cinematic, hero. Yes, it is an acronym for Science Promotion and Advancement of Research and Knowledge for life through entrepreneurship. That is Sparkle. Cine stands for Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So this particular entrepreneurship, Center of Excellence in Entrepreneurship Development, he is going to take that idea and he is going to help you to go further. How is going to help you further? It is going to help you with networking. It is going to help you with funding. Now, it is a very thin line of difference between Sparkle Cine Center of Excellence and Sparkle Cine Incubator. An incubator is not that particular device which holds babies in the NICU. With the medical background, what we come, and I first heard as a pediatric dentist, and I first heard about incubator, the cloud of imagination came to me. What? Incubator, ICU, NICU, box, oxygen, temperature, baby inside. No. Though this incubator is called the same incubator, it does the same job what that incubator is doing for this baby. This particular incubator, technology business incubator, TBI is written there. This TBI does the job, the same thing for you. That means for your ideas. So once you have come out with an idea, you have fine-tuned it into some proposal format at this Sparkle Cine. It will translate that into funds. How are you going to get the funds? They told that he has developed so many centers, he has developed that, he has developed this with that ICMR, for Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR. So these granting agencies are there, and these granting agencies, they are going to offer funds for ideas which can be translatable. That means it should go to a common man, and tomorrow what your idea is there as a project should be used in the hospital as a device, should be used in the market as a product. Can you see that product on the table? That is one of the outcomes of some person like you who did her MSc and then she is doing her PhD now, and she has got this company and her name is Sukanya, right? So you should come over to Sparkle Cine once and meet this team, a wonderful team, which used to be sitting like you, what you people are sitting just few years before, 3 years, 4 years before, sitting like this. And today they have got various products. These are just two basic beginning products. From here, they have diversified into many. So this technology business incubator does this for you. And go to the next slide, Harsha modulation. Who is an entrepreneur now? The entrepreneur now is the person next who can think big. And if you want to grow, we are there at your service to make you think bigger. And an entrepreneur becomes an entrepreneur not when you start a company, not when you start your business, not when you hire a shop, not when you hire your team, not when you get funds, not when you are able to sort of get success stories behind you, not exactly when you have got tickets in first class and never when people call you CEO. It is when your product is being utilized by a common man at an affordable cost, when it is better for the world, when it is better for humans, when it is eco-friendly, and it is making people's life better. And the word given to this is disruptive technologies. Have you heard of this word, disruptive technologies? It turns very negative terminology, disruptive. But basically what it does, it stops all your miseries or shortcomings of the previously existing thing and then brings over positivity of change and betterment, just like what that fellow did with the tea bag. Moving further, this is all about being entrepreneurship, all about being entrepreneur and entrepreneurship. Now, talking to you about entrepreneurship in your field. Talking to you about entrepreneurship in your field. We have got a set of videos over here, and I'll be sharing a few bit of videos with you. And more after that, we are going to come into some conclusion. And before that, just to make sure there is some blood circulation to the fingertips. How much does a burger cost? Starts from 80. What is the cost of 1 kg of beef? Okay, very good. Congratulations. Not because you told the rate correctly. You told maybe. Give a good round of applause for her. What's your good name? Very good. Big round of applause. Big round of applause. Here. The rates were wrong. Wanted blood circulation, that is very good. Okay. So blood circulation is up. Everybody is up and running. Good morning, everybody. Once again, welcome to this program. Talk on no title. Okay. So basically, did you see the difference now? Where she gave a range. How much does the burger cost? Sir, from starting 50 was 123, my one is 400. You see that? She's got a range of burgers. There 1 kg of beef maybe 40, 60. If you go to the extension 70. Alright. So basically, here is where we are, ladies and gentlemen. Basically, here is where we are in this today's modern world, where how many of us bring vegetables to the house alone, not with mama, papa? Yeah, I don't believe. I really don't believe. I don't believe. I also recently started going because my wife's car broke down, so I only have to go again. That's all. I can't believe so many people are doing so many good work for their parents. But anyway, I should have asked the other person then rather. What is the one that who you rose the hand up? You purchase vegetables. You purchase vegetables. 1 kg dragon fruit. 167, 172. She really purchases. I think you live alone, right? She has to purchase for herself. Fine. So, what I wanted to show here is there is a gap between what we read and what we practice. We do read, all of us, including our kindergarten kids, they read that there is no requirement for junk food. Don't eat junk food. These are all junk food. Eat greens. Eat raw vegetables. That that thing is there. I never understood what is greens at that point of time. Eat greens and raw vegetables. That's all we understood. Let the background music come. This one was missing. Shall I start climbing the stairs? No. Start now. Alright. So I'm sure she's not going to have it in the alert state now. She'll mute it. Don't worry. At the end, I will tell you while closing, you can play. Salam Rocky Bhai. I like it. Hope all of you also like it. Okay. So coming back, the generation divide, go to the next slide now. So there is a big divide in India. Now, why am I showing this big divide? See, there is a big divide right among yourself here. When there is a big divide right among yourself, don't you think there is going to be a bigger divide in the society out there between the rich and the poor? So this is going to be our first problem statement there. Okay, this is going to be our first problem statement. Let us see. I want you to think about the problem statement. I'm just showing you the way. As I told, I'm just starting the journey for you, showing you the way, and you will have to do the rest of the journey for that matter. This will be one of the most important starting points for thinking about your projects, the projects which can translate to devices, processes, or products, which can really put foundations to your startup. Next slide. So this is what exactly is the divide all about. You have to give them the, instant nature of these foods, but you have to carry the content of these foods. If that divide can be combined with this concept, that means you give them what is required out of this, but not what is detrimental, and then you give them the nutrition from here, you are there. Next slide. And then moving further, let us see about some of the people who really did this and made this happen. For this, I would want all of you to wake up. Wake up, wake up, good morning, wake up. Yesterday, what movie you saw? Tomorrow we'll discuss about the story. This is exactly what those people did, What we told about is take the problem, use the concept, come out with a product. Okay? Genie is a Canadian company, and Genie came out with a particular product which is about genetics and nutrition. Have you heard about the personalized nutrition? This is it. Are you reading it now, or are you just hearing it in the news or articles? You are reading it now. So these people went into implementing it. And Genie, what they have done is they take the one-time blood samples of the customers. They do the genetic mapping. Anyway, genetics does not change. I cannot become something else tomorrow. So one-time genetic test is sufficient. With that one-time genetic profiling, they are going to identify the enzymatic activity and the protein nature of a particular composition of that particular person, the body composition of that particular person. And then, depending on that, they are going to recommend what exactly can you digest well, what you can't digest well, so what you should be eating and what you should not be. Excellent. Now, when it is made for me, my blood, my test, my report, my recommendation for me, what do I feel? That the entire big company is working for only me. That is what happened with the customer, and when the customer feels that much of aliveness, the company becomes a unicorn. Unicorn is what? 100 crore company. Unicorn is a startup which has started newly, less than 7 to 10 years of incorporation. That means within 7 to 10 years of incorporation, first few years of incorporation, they have got an innovation, they have got a problem statement, they are having a solution for that, and they have implemented that with customers to get money. One cycle of financial revenue, more than 100 crores. How many zeros are there in that? I also don't know. But this is, this is the magnitude of what service can get you. This is the magnitude of what service can do. Let us go to the next, Pinto. Pinto has got nothing to do with Pinto, don't worry. Pinto has got to do with the personalized app. I'm standing here more because, it is more heavy, so they just tend to do up like this. Correct? Am I right? If that is Andaman and Nicobar, this has to be Manipur, Nagaland. All right. So basically, what Pinto did was they had a personalized app. Now, if Genie made my personalized report, genetic report, and then they balanced the report for me for my nutrition, Pinto, what it did, it released an app, and that app, all required parameters it captured, the data it captured, and from that data, it started giving advice in a day-to-day manner. That means if I open the app and I tell today is going to be a holiday for me, it tells, boss, you're not going to walk as much as you used to walk. Other days you walk 6,000 steps. Today you might usually walk 3,000 steps. With my experience of your past week, you have walked only 2,500 steps. So eat only half a laddu, keep the other half for tomorrow. You see that? And the fellow feels, yeah, today is Sunday. How did you know that it is holiday? I did not walk that much. I slept on Sunday. Today also I am planning to sleep. This app knows about me. And it is. So this personalization today is catching up in your innovation in your business. So if you make customer feel that he's connected, whether it is business or your innovation or your startup, you are going to excel in that. Yet another unicorn, yet another 100 crore Pinto. Just technology, and possibly one of your kind must have been the mentor for them. Right? He cannot develop this technology without the knowledge what you are having. Right? So you, the people like you would have been behind this particular but the person who has developed it is a hit. So see, in the first instance, you are the people who made the startup happen. In the second instance, you are the people who guided the other people to make the startup happen. Have you seen the roles, what you can play? Standalone, your own idea, hard work. Next, associate, your idea, his hard work, startup. The third one is even more interesting. Third one is very, very interesting. What is the third one? Can you read the third one from there? Last but not least, stand and shine. Stand. You know Malayalam, na? What do you know? Which language you know? Kannada, Hindi, English? Okay. See, it is gutsy. Gutsy means what? Gutsy is got to do with gut microbiome. What is gut microbiome? See, there is organisms, microorganisms in the stomach. Now your digestion has got to do maximum with the gut microorganism. If you are, when you have, if you take antibiotics, you end up with loose stools, right? When you take a lot of antibiotics, are you catching me? Are you able to hear me? Last, if you catch up a lot of antibiotics, you start getting loose stools. Why is that? That is because your balance of microorganisms in the gut is changed. So this gutsy is going to, start sort of take samples from the gastric secretions, and they're going to analyze the content of the gastric secretions, and then based on that, they are going to customize what food, if you have, is going to give you maximum nutrition value. Like for example, there are some imbalances of the protein enzymes which is required for digestion of starch for me, digestion of fats for me. So they say you are prone to cholesterol buildup if you start taking more fatty foods. So go for more protein diet. That is again personalization, right? So here you are associating with yet another profession. And what is that profession? That profession has got to do with microbiology. That profession has got to do with gastroenterology. So this is all possibilities that you have got, and again another unicorn, Gutsy plus 100 crores within a year of its startup. The next one is even more interesting. The next one is even more fascinating. How many of you have got caught with the drink and drive? No, I'm not. Okay, playing safe. A disclaimer is there. We are not focusing anywhere. These people, when we are driving late in the night, even though we don't have any alcohol breath, they are going to ask us to, blow into that device, and they're going to analyze the alcohol content. Correct? These people have used the same technology to analyze the breath, the nano contents of the breath, and from the nano contents of the breath, like for example, if you have had onions, your breath will be different. And one of my colleagues, I had a little bit of feverish feeling one day, so I popped up a paracetamol, and I was just talking to him. He asked me, "Did you take paracetamol?" Yes, we took. How do you know? Your breath. You must have been a dog in the past life. You see, the sensitivity is there. So that means what? That means every breath of yours is giving a lot of information which we are not utilizing. Bingo. This food marble is utilizing the same breath. And with the breath analysis, these people are able to tell you customization of the diet. Customization of the diet. 100 crore within 1 year. Next, LC. LC, again, it's a drop of blood. It is not about genetics, but it is about the proteomics. It is about proteins of the blood. And from there, they have tried to come out with customization of diet chart for you on a day-to-day scale. So all these things have utilized one thing in common. What is that one thing in common? What you are correct. What you are studying today in your books, that is the one thing in common. The next thing in common is innovation. The next thing in common is innovation. They are bringing in technology, they are bringing in process, they are bringing in supply chain changes. So let us now from here move on very fast. Can I take another 10 minutes more? I have 10 minutes, so I'll be able to wrapping it up in another 15 minutes. So now, let's go to the next slide, Harsha. This is a snapshot for you to use your technology at your hand, at your fingertips. Now, please use this to search what are all the taglines are there, where you can find innovation. You can find innovation in various fields of yours. You can find innovation with startups in advancing sustainability of food. You can find it in personalized nutrition. You can find impact of startups on nutrition, plant-based nutrition. One more interesting thing I'll tell right here because I'll forget otherwise. We have got one of the startups. He is a CFTRI scientist. He came to Sparkle City and he told, I've got a unique product and I want your help to launch the product. Now come in. He's there. Dr. Ravindra. You should meet him once. You know what he has done? Nuge soppu kelidira. Drumstick leaves. Either a lot of leaves he has got. I don't know the names of leaves. What I could understand was drumstick. That's all. But 2-3 type of leaves he has got, which has got value of prebiotic and probiotic. So what is probiotic? Probiotic is organisms. What is prebiotic? Absolutely correct. So he's getting food for prebiotics thing, and he's telling, I'm going to make dog biscuits and veterinary nutrition. He's a scientist. He's doing veterinary nutrition, and he says, don't give your pets chemicals, medicine, pharmaceuticals. Give this. It is going to help them to naturally. You know what is the concept behind that? The concept is when is an upset with the animal, it goes and eats grass. Notice that? Look at from where he took his idea. He has taken that idea and he's brought out into a startup and he has released the product. He has released the product now. He is yet to release the product. So I welcome you all to come over to Sparkle City. Possibly in a week or two, we are going to release this product into the market. And this product has got to do with natural leaves and fibers, which will become food for microorganisms. And if you feed it to the pet, it will not have side effects. Rather, it will grow its natural microflora. When it grows its natural microflora, health is restored. What a beautiful way of getting a startup into activity, right? So this kind of things are happening there. That is about plant-based nutrition, child nutrition. Child nutrition, this Ceflipin palette, what I told you, is all got to do with child nutrition. We also have a patent in this where we have a device, because the roof is missing, we have devised an artificial palate for the baby. So the mother can just slide in and the muscles of the cheek will be very strong for a child, for an infant, because it has to suckle, right? So this will be the buccinator muscle. This is the buccinator muscle. The buccinator muscle will be very, very strong. So we have put in butterfly kind of a things here, like a butterfly. The muscle will hold the appliance. It is very difficult to make the appliance inside the mouth, right? And if the baby swallows that, it is dead. So we have put in some devices over here, parts, where the muscle, activity of the muscle holds the palate, the appliance in the palate. So that is also a part of child nutrition. We have developed some infant formula. And I think you are going to speak more about infant formula when you connect with them. Because when we went to Guwahati, one team is developed, banana, we have seen banana, all of us have seen banana, okay. 1 kg banana means how many banana will be there? 4 to 5 will be there. Little bit more than that sometimes. 4 to 5 will be very high. In her place, Guwahati and Northeast, 1 kg will be 1 banana. And it is called as bean kela. Not chota bean kela, only bean kela. Have you shown that to them? Have you told it to them? Interesting, right? One banana, just 1 banana. So 1 kg. And you know what? Have you ever seen seeds in banana? Seeds. Small, it will be like, we'll eat it up, right? These seeds will be like this, big. You cannot eat it. You'll have to take it out, right? Dry it and take it out. So look at that diversity within India, and the team from Naipur Guwahati is utilizing the same seeds to make infant formula because it is immunomodulatory. That means it is developing the immune system of the baby with which the infant food is being given. Look at that, what is happening here. In the world, there is no infant formula which has got fat. There is no infant formula which has got fat. Only thing which is differentiating between mother's milk and infant formula is fat. I record this, right? But now this Navadhanya will be there, right? Navagraha puja dhanya. See, we have tried to misunderstand our culture. Basically, what they were telling is these Navadhanyas actually are a balanced diet in itself. When we combine these Navadhanyas and use it for puja, basically after puja we only eat, the gods never eat, right? So what it used to give is balanced nutrition for us. Now, utilizing the same thing and combining this particular thing, our team is now developing an infant formula which is getting, what are seeds? Seeds are nothing but contents of oil, Correct? If you grind the seeds, you get oil. If you use the same seeds and process them and put it into infant formula, you are going to get. So did you connect? In the world, there is not even a single infant formula which has got fat. But utilizing our age-old puja techniques and whatever techniques, whatever you call, into modern science, we are able to make a infant formula which is exactly like human milk. What a wonderful concept our ancestors had, and what ugly interpretation we did. I will tell you a story and end up with another two more stories. There was once one old lady, and she had a son. And he was at age of getting married, so she got good bride for the bridegroom, got them married, and the son told, my mother is very intelligent. She knows everything, so many things which has passed on to ages together from many generations together. Observe whatever she does and learn it. She also told me, newly married, no, I will listen in the beginning. And she also told, okay, I will do it. With experience and beginning. Correct, no, Brian? I will not look at this. All ladies in the department. No gentlemen here. No, he has to be very good. No, he has to be very good. All are very good. So like this, anyway, experience, yes, I also did that, yes. And that lady agreed. And then one festival came. In the festival, what she had to do, early in the morning, she would get up, that old lady, she would catch that cat. She would put a butti anta kartarappa. English nalli ಏನಂತ ನನಗೆ basket. Okay. She would put that cat in the basket. She would place a stone. And then she would feed the hen. And then she would start cleaning. After cleaning, she would take bath. And then Guruji would come. She used to do puja to Guruji and give food to Guruji. After Guruji blesses everybody and goes, everybody used to have food. Like this lady observed, that's okay. And written down everything, sealed, notes. You are writing notes over. After that, one more year. Same thing, same notes, no change, over, finished. Handed over to the next generation, next class, junior. That lady, years passed, that lady finally died. Old lady died. Next to responsible now. Now she has become the owner of the house. 2,000 rupees she can from the government now. Okay. What she did now? Disclaimer I put, So what she did now? She opened the list from the trunk. Okay. Tomorrow is a festival. Now she saw, okay, first you have to catch the cat and put the cat in the basket. Now that lady only could not live long. Cat will live long. Lady also gone, cat also is gone. So there is no cat in the house. So she made a list of all the items to be bought for the festival. Achha, you have to go and get. First thing is cat. In the list, purchase a cat, purchase a basket, get a big stone. Harsha does not know. Actually, what is this? Purchase a cat, basket, a stone. What is this? So, hey, you only told whatever your mother told I have to do now. Yes. But go and get. What Harsha can do? He's a good man, no? Like Madam told, he has to be a good man. So he went and bought one cat, one basket, one stone. So first in the morning, she got up, she put the cat into the basket and then placed the stone on that. Then hen, she went to the neighbors, got some hen from there, took the dana to the hen, and then she did the puja, everything. Guruji came. Luckily, Guruji was not dead. No, somebody was there. So Guruji came and he asked, what is that? That is basket, stone. What have you kept in a cat? As of my knowledge, you don't have a cat in your house. No, Guruji. Our mother used to do like that. So that is why we got a new cat. We put it there. We put a basket. We put a stone. And Guruji started studying. He told, Arey Baba, that is not a part of the religion and festival. He had a cat. And cats, they are very notorious. They'll come and start smelling everything. And we have to keep everything clean. So just to avoid the cat coming and sniffing all the good food, we used to put it in a basket. And cats are a little stronger than that basket. So she used to put a stone so that it doesn't go in there. And you people had hen. So she used to feed that because it is a egg laying hen, Papa. Why we are staying only, why should they stay? And after that, she used to do the ritual. So like this, in today's day, whatever requirements have become blind beliefs. They are using Navadanya for puja. Possibly now we also have small packets we will put. Every card, but puja manmata ella as the God will come in Navadanya is there or not is there. If it is not there, no blessing. If it is there, blessing. No, it is not like that. Basically, they were using Navadanya because it was a complete nutrition. So we try to think apart from this. Now this is a story where monotony breaks. So you have to come out of this traditional monotony, think what is the scientific application, why the ancestors did what they did, what was the scientific logical reason behind that, and then apply it. Okay, don't start buying cash. Don't start buying cash. Start using scientific knowledge as to why that particular thing was applied for that, and then that's what we did the same. And now we have possibly in few more months or years maybe first infant formula, which is about fat content equivalent to mother's milk. That is all about using concepts for with the right mindset. Next slide. So this next slide. These are some more things where I wanted you to think about baby nutrition, weight loss, nutrition of weight loss, and clinical nutrition. So the psychology, clinical psychology, so nutrition should become clinical nutrition now. Sugar-free diet, and then all those things you can start working on that. You have to start diversifying and start choosing a niche area. So first thing for you to do is identify a niche area, identify a problem statement. From there starts the life. Next slide. And now to show you something further, I'm going to sit down and watch little movies with you people. Anybody who was wanting the background music can make it started now. Next.
ये है गर्मी के फ्रूट्स का कि हालांकि इस बेचारे को दर्जा नहीं मिला
Dalit guy. This is Dalit guy.
When we think of summer, we think of mango and lychee. But the hot season also showcases an indigenous fruit. This is not as popular, but those who are aware of its existence love it with their whole heart. The bale or the wood apple. In many parts of India, it is still a ritual.
How many people have seen this
Dalit guy? See vendors with two-wheeled carts.
I got it, no? Identified it.
Displaying
See
the
this Dalit guy.
urging you to buy a
Who will purchase this? Nobody will purchase this, no? They will give you free of cost. House of now, this is become a startup.
Right bean pulp.
Dalit guy is become a startup.
Odisha's Belpona has the pulp mix.
Odisha person has come out with extracting the nutrient values from this bale to make
not only aids in digestion,
unique
it protects the body from sunstrokes and dehydration. It is also a wonderful detox drink that
should we continue or go to the next one?
And nourishes the body with its
Next, go to the next one now. So this is all about using the indigenous things. See, there are many indigenous things, like for example, Nuvia Sopu, like Beladkai. Indigenous cannot be more than this Beladkai. Beladkai it would have been fallen on the streets, floors, everywhere, and we would just pick it if it is good, eat it up. You see, that has become a startup, means you can make anything a startup for that matter. You have to just know the values of that. So think about indigenous solutions. So once you have identified the niche area, once you have identified the problem solution, don't think international. Think simple. Think indigenous. Next. Click on that person. Now this is a very exciting story from Kerala, where one employee, he was employed. He saw that in one of the hotels, the greens, microgreens, if greens go microgreens, difference of east build the greens, east build the microgreens. You know, they say that when the microgreens are in that stage of growth, their nutrition potential is 100 times more than what a fully grown leaves would have had. So that is why this person came out with a startup where in one room, 80 square feet, in one room of 80 square feet, he's able to grow 25 to 30 different kinds of microgreens and supply around 5 kgs, just 5 kgs, not big, 5 kgs of microgreens, and is able to make lakhs of rupees of profit because there is demand for organically grown microgreens. Simple, but very, very effective, right? If somebody rejects your degree and you don't end up with a job, you can earn more than what the salary or maybe his own salary or maybe his own turnover if you have got a good heart and identifying the problem statement of a co-human, a good eye where you can see indigenous solutions, and a good brain which gives you innovative outcomes, right? Next. So you can innovate the process also. Not just you have to get a product, you can also innovate process of growing. Where he has grown is different. Next. This is unique. This uniqueness lies in nothing to do with, you give volume to this.
Freshest organic fruits, vegetables, and groceries to your doorsteps just 15 hours after harvesting. Organic Tap puts you in direct touch with farmers dedicated to sustainable farming practices.
Okay. So what basically this guy has done is, see, we don't see freshness in the vegetables, right? Sometimes we feel fresh. So how this fellow has solved it? He has solved it with simple basic problem. Connect the houses to the farmers. So he provides the farm produce to everybody in the house in the city within 15 hours. What is this model mimicking? Is it not mimicking your milk supply chain? Correct? Milk supply chain has to be within that time, right? You can't store so much of milk. Storage is going to be very, very costly for you. So you have to generate, you have to supply. That's exactly what is doing with vegetables. Did you see that innovation? Innovation has not got to do with process. Innovation has not got to do with anything with a product. Innovation has got to do with just supply chain and resources, which is available resources. Okay, so that also next. So reinvent the supply chain can also be one of the innovations. So going further, next. Coming to millets, we are going to end up with this millets next. We are going to talk about Man Ki Baat, the 100th episode. How many of you heard the 100th episode of Man Ki Baat? Finish part 4. When they are not listening to more, only what they listen to. No, ma'am? It was worthwhile. It was really worthwhile because Man Ki Baat is not about making the people make this person's presence fade. No. Man Ki Baat is about making them realize the potential and connecting people. I will get you a clip. I was very sure that none of them would have heard, true to the expectation. So I've got the clip. Can you play the clip? Next slide. He used a word called as milletpreneur. Listen to this. Listen to this. There is no shortcut in this. Listen to this. It's worthwhile listening to this.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, अगर आपको छत्तीसगढ़ के रायगढ़ जाने का मौका मिले तो यहाँ के मिलेट्स कैफे जरूर जाइए। कुछ ही महीने पहले शुरू हुए इस मिलेट्स कैफे में चीला, डोसा, मोमोज, पिज्जा और मंचूरियन जैसे आइटम खूब पॉपुलर हो रहे हैं। मैं आपसे एक और बात पूछ लूं, आपने एंटरप्रेन्योर शब्द सुना हो, लेकिन क्या आपने मिलेटप्रेन्योर सुना है क्या? ओडिशा की मिलेटप्रेन्योर्स आजकल खूब सुर्खियों में। आदिवासी जिले सुंदरगढ़ की करीब 1500 महिलाओं का सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप ओडिशा मिलेट्स मिशन से जुड़ा हुआ। यहाँ महिलाएं मिलेट से कुकीज, रसगुल्ला, गुलाब जामुन और केक तक बना रही है। बाजार में इनकी खूब डिमांड होने से महिलाओं की आमदनी भी बढ़ रही है। कर्नाटका के कलबुर्गी में अनंत भुताई मिलेट्स फार्मर्स प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी ने पिछले साल इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मिलेट्स रिसर्च की देखरेख में काम शुरू किया। यहाँ के खाकरा, बिस्कुट और लड्डू लोगों को भा रहे थे। कर्नाटका के ही बीदर जिले में फुलसूर मिलेट प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी से जुड़ी महिलाएं मिलेट की खेती के साथ ही उसका आटा भी तैयार कर रही है। इससे इसकी कमाई भी काफी बढ़ रही है। प्राकृतिक खेती से जुड़े छत्तीसगढ़ के संदीप शर्मा जी के एफपीओ से आज 12 राज्यों के किसान जुड़े। बिलासपुर का यह एफपीओ 8 प्रकार के मिलेट्स का आटा और उसके व्यंजन बना रहा है।
So, did you hear about remote places? Karnataka, remote place where there is no rainfall. Bidar, Kalburgi, there these millets are being grown. There milletpreneurs are sustaining themselves, and this is going in a real large way. And if this is the International Year of Millets 2023, You have got a lot of projects that the government is funding. Go further and we will see what are all the products. Harsha, go further. Now we will see what are all startup success stories we have seen next. I will leave behind these links to you so you can see these links with Millets, because we are having another 5 more minutes which we have to end up with next. So this is IIMR Milletpreneur, a person who has done the millet work. Using the millets, they have developed all the products what the Prime Minister just spoke about now. So you can go ahead and look into the IIM Millet startups. Next. Next. Our experience. So this is where uniqueness lies here. So on what capacity am I coming and talking to you? I'm basically a pediatric dentist. And on what capacity am I coming and talking to you about International Year of Millets and nutrition active entrepreneurship? Well, it is about our experience with Sparkle Cine, and this particular company which is incubated at Sparkle Cine is named Nutri Sukan. Sukan stands for Sukanya. Nutri, I don't have to tell you. So this particular lady who was just like you, graduates, finished her graduates and masters, and then came into joining her PhD. But her passion was about with millets. She is now working with Cordyceps mushroom. Cordyceps mushroom, which is a unique, costliest mushroom in the world, and she is working on immunomodulatory capacities and psychological, behavioral, sort of it cools you down and brings you in a calm state. Food. So that really, emphasizes if you take food as medicine, that means regulated dose, time. It will avoid the need to take medicine as food. You don't have to, sort of swallow tons of medicines. So if you take food as medicine, it will avoid you taking medicine as food. So basically, the millets have got a lot of good health quotient, and using these health quotients, our startup has bought in at least 5 different ranges of products. I'll keep just these 2, which is just for you to have a trailer look at. And the rest of the things you can come over to Sparkle Cine, which is there at the Pharmacy College campus. It is just when you walk down the gate straight, you will see the board Sparkle Cine. It does not have any lock. It is when you go and stand, it opens for you. There is no lock there. We want everybody to come over there. So it's a sensor door. Go stand, it will open and people will be working there. Nobody is employed there. You don't find, unlike your offices here, you don't find anybody's name, table, chair. You don't find it there. I myself don't have a table and chair and my nameplate is not there. I go there and I work. That's all. Everybody does the same thing. So when you come over there, you do not have any other thing rather than working. And people are so enthusiastic that they found a problem statement that one of the conference rooms did not have any window because everything was glass. So what they did, they felt that it was little congested. You know what they have done? They have developed an indoor vertical farm. Interesting. Indoor vertical farm. It is not a big space. It is a conference room, so I cannot grow all trees over there, right? And it has to be self-modulated and self-sustainable. That is why they have made a vertical arrangement, and they have started growing this thing there. And everybody, like I told you, nobody is employed there, right? So nobody goes there, sits there with their name tag and does the bureaucracy there. So that's what they have done. They have put a mobile app in everybody's mobile, Sparkle Green. Sparkle Green is an app which is there in everybody's mobile. So what they do, anybody for that matter, they will just turn on water, sitting in the house, sitting in their office, sitting in wherever, sitting here, he can water the plants. Sitting here, he can control the temperature of the room. Sitting here, he can control the external lightings that is required for the plant. And ozonated is also there. Ozonated version is also there. Ozone is being produced by yet another startup. So 2-3 startups have come together and made that conference room happen. So this is what you will find at Sparkle Cine, and possibly if you come next month, you will get strawberries also, I think, right? Strawberries also you will get. So I welcome you to come next month when the strawberries are fruiting. And let us just quickly run about. This is about our experience, Nutri Sukan. And there is a video about this. This is a very, very short video, just around 1 minute, wherein Nirmala Sitharaman has spoken about schemes that you require. So listen to this.
Consumption furthers nutrition, food security, and welfare of farmers, said the Honorable Prime Minister. We are the largest producer and second largest exporter of Sri Anna in the world. Types of Sri Anna, such as Sri Anna Jowar, Sri Anna Ragi, Sri Anna Bajra, Sri Anna Kutu, Ramdana, Kangani, Kutni, Kutti, Kodo, Chira, and Sama. These are the number of health benefits.
Let me just go to the schemes now. She's going to explain all those schemes to make your job faster. I'll go to these schemes first. Go into mygov.in, mygov.in, and once you get this, this is a scroller there, and you get that something called as culinary. See, there are a lot of options for open for youth like you at mygov.in. You just have to register. Even if you don't want to register, there are many schemes. If you register, there will be personalized schemes. Personalized is becoming very sort of a startup mantra nowadays. So next slide. So once you go into this, there is an international layer of millet competition for you where you can get a startup grant and support also from the government. Next. So this is about these are all closed. I think go back. Next. These are about the details what you will get next. Go into MyGov Innovations. Go into MyGov Innovations in the last of the page. Next. You will get something called as culinary talent hunt. Next. So in which they are going to next. They are going to utilize the International Year of Millets 2023 for developing unique applied dishes. You teach them to make this with scientific listening background. So possibly your team should participate here in good numbers. There is a 4-stage competition here. First stage, you just go through the website mygov.in. And you are going to get that first is you are going to give a proposal, then it's going to be an introduction, then about their team coming over and discussing with you online, and then you going there with all expenses paid. Believe me, these people, when we went for ICMR project, in the morning I could not have much because I had to put forward my proposal in front of big shots. Salar hospital head, the neonatal ward head of AIMS, and Indian Council of Medical Statistics head. So these big people were sitting for the proposal, which they had already told. So I couldn't eat much. I had only one banana. You know what? They took the bill of that banana and even funded me for that banana. So that much government is really taking care of people who are interested to go for application of money. Make use of that. It is really very good, and this is the right age for you to get all these grants, and this is the portal for you to go into it. Next, go into this competition, read the timelines, stick to the timelines, prepare a proposal, prepare a game plan. Next, and after you have discussed with your mentor, you can come over to Sparkle City, which is a Center for Excellence in Entrepreneurship Development, which is your center, and you can utilize the facilities there. These are all the startups which are currently working over there. One of the other startups will be working 24/7. That's what I have seen. Next, and we have competitions like pitching days where you can really come and connect with Mr. Praveen. Praveen, please come over here. It's right time to introduce you. Come on the stage. Praveen is a person who is really interested and really taking care of that center, and he's also pursuing his PhD in entrepreneurship. Totally entrepreneurship. He is a big shot actually. He was working as a recruitment officer, a big kind of work in ANZ. ANZ company is Australian and New Zealand cricket recruitment team. So ANZ, right? So he was working there, and from there to his journey back to India, back to his motherland, and now he is doing his PhD. He is taking care of Sparkle City and helping us out with a lot of activities there. You can take his number. He can connect you to all the startups. He's got a huge network nationally as well as internationally, and your ideas will be supported by his help. Sorry, they definitely do help them when they connect. Okay, thank you. Next is look out for this unique opportunity called as Blaze. Once you have made your streamlined innovation proposal, you can pitch in there. In Blaze, what happens is many industries will come. This was the same place where we had Blaze. Many industry people will be sitting over here, and you will be pitching your ideas because you want funds, right? Because your market, you want your product to be taken by, you can't manufacture it. You are a brilliant fellow or fellow, but you want the industry to take it up. So industries will come, they will bid for your idea. No, anybody bidding for brains happens here in Millets. Okay, so they will take up, and we had 8 pre-incubations. That means 8 ideas right here on this stage were accepted by 8 industries. 8 or 4 industries? 4. 4 industries. 8 ideas were picked up by 4 industries, and 2 startups were supported by these industries. They told that we are going to provide this, you provide us with this. Business grew for 2 of our startups. And not only that, these are all our products. This is a dental chair which is indigenously made. Being a pediatric dentist, I used to have problems. Children don't come to dental chair. They run away from the door. So we made a toy kind of a dental chair with a cracked, thrown away chassis of a old chair. And that was done by whom, you know? A mechatronic technician. And now he has got a startup of his own, and Dubai Aiga. He flies around to Dubai. His name is Mr. Jayachandran. Okay, so that's all about it. And he is the 2 of our faculty who have come out with ingredients from curcumin, ashna, curcumin, adrinda. They have come out with luxury products. Our Jesus, these people have done from our Jesus, and they are developing the products. It is there in the market. That is our Roots Medical Devices, and he has developed this unique ozone-based dental and medical instrument sterilizer. That means whatever instrument sterilization you use, there is a byproduct. Here, it will take oxygen, it will convert to ozone. After doing the sterilization, it will convert it back to oxygen and send it to the environment. Total eco-friendliness. And you know what they have come? A range of products from there. He has devised a robot which you can control with mobile. You put it on, and in the house you leave it and come. By the time you go back, it will have cleaned all your clothes, the curtain linen, the sofa linen, everything, and take the oxygen, convert to ozone, clean and sterilize. Disinfect is there in the house, clean is there in the house. Anytime you have felt sterilization? No, right? For the first time you are hearing sterilization of all your household items, and how that too with only one what technology, ozone technology. And by the time you come, this ozone is converted back into oxygen. That means you are entering into a oxygen spa, your own house. Look at the beauty of this concept. And this was the Maharaj of Mysore who came and inspected us at the Mysore Startup Pavilion along with our Swamiji, and also this is the Maharani of Mysore who interacted with one mad entrepreneur. You should meet that guy, the last guy with the specs behind Modi. No? He's a mad entrepreneur, Vikram Singh. You know what he does? He takes snails. Snails, when it rains, they will be going around. You just jump around and go. He takes those snails and he extracts an active ingredient from the slime which causes anti-aging. And he has prepared a powder, like in the war zone, people get cut, bullet shot. The first aid is what? Soap and water. So where to carry water? Only hand. If you are washing, at least it will take 3 liters of water, right? So where will the soldier carry so much of water? So he's made powder, and he's impregnated that powder with snail slime active ingredient. So the moment he takes the powder like vibhuti and just puts it around like this, 4 drops of water, it will start softening. It will become like your hand sanitizer with a froth. So you just clean it, all right? So your hands are totally clean. Your body is totally clean, and just wipe it off with one small tissue paper. No water required, only 4 drops of water. Everything, first aid is done, and it is incorporated with snail slime active ingredients. So there is already collagenesis happening there. Collagenesis means what? Wound healing is happening. The moment a person gets shot or inflicted by a wound without water, with 4 drops of water, it is clean, first aid is done, and the wound is already started. Look at the mad technology that has come out. Meet this guy, very interesting. Praveen, if you can have a field visit, it will be very nice. We'll arrange that. So these are the technologies. This is done by our Srinivas Murthy sir of medical hospital. Wonderful innovation specialist. Neonatology ward. If you get time, go and meet Srinivas Murthy sir. You talk to him, scratching 2 times. One innovation is going to follow up. Such wonderful people are there in JSS. Okay, next. Then this is dental innovation hackathon. Like that, we do the life science innovation hackathon also. Go fast from here. These are all the activities that happens there. People, innovation hackathon people, eminent people visiting us. Immersion and field visits. We can plan for immersion and field visits. You can come over there. These are all the activities that happens. 3D print is there. We can, if you come out with an idea, we can print and give it to you. If you want a dragon, You tell, we design there only, we print it and we'll give the dragon to you. If you want you to be sitting on the dragon, that also is possible. Next. So these are the products which are developed. Nice, fine. Next. Activities, startups, discussions, all innovations happen there. And this is the award what we have won for that startup pitching. The last slide, slow down. Next, enough. Thank you also, Yukola. So what do you require for all these things is zero talent. You require just these things. And I'm not going to talk to you about it because you know, everybody has talked to you about it. Anybody whose family has not told you this, everybody has told. Develop that sufficient. Listen to them. This is all what it takes to become an entrepreneur. This is all what it takes to be your own. Never mind if the person does not give a job for your degree. Don't even wait it. Make up your own startup and then start with salary, put it up. Thank you. One more slide. All the best. On the next step only. To take it on Rajesh. Anybody has got questions? Your teacher is asking anybody has got questions? Highly unlikely, but I'll still take any questions if they are there. Any questions are there?
You at least take sir's number.
35007.
Contact him.
35007. You know the story of 35007? Write it down. Read it ulta. Read it. Somebody do it. Do it. Hands on. Loose. That is innovation. Okay. You have to be like this. If you are not like this, if you don't have passion and if you start thinking what other person will think about me, it is never possible. You have that passion and you should feel it is possible, right? Just do it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving a best start for the second day. And I'm sure students will agree for that. And thank you, sir, for making students understand what startup is and introducing them to the National Innovation and Startup Policy 2019, personalized schemes, and Yuva Pratibha, the Culinary Talent, Institute Innovation Council, and startups in nutrition. And also, thank you for opening the platform, the Sparkle City, which is in association with JSS AHER, to incubate the innovative ideas of the students. Students make use of the opportunity. And if you have any genuine innovative ideas, you can, contact sir, or you can contact the Sparkle City manager, Mr. Praveen. Think bigger. And as a token of gratitude, I request Dr. Catherine, OPI DST Purse, and Department of Microbiology. And also I request Dr. Vanita Reddy, Coordinator, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to give a small memento to sir. Organizers, please come on the stage. Thank you, sir. Students, there is an announcement. When we wait for the tea session, please do sign in the registration form as well as in the attendance sheet. And also, if you have not get the lunch coupons, please do collect from the registration desk. So before we move on to the next session, we'll break for tea. Refreshments are arranged outside the auditorium, so you can go have the refreshments and come back by 10 minutes.
to introduce our today's eminent speaker, Dr. S. Kausalya, Professor and Registrar, Avinash Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Her educational achievements includes she has completed her PhD in the field of food science and nutrition. She has earned gold medals in UG as well as PG programs and received ICAR Junior Fellowship for her PG program. She entered her lecturer at academia in 1991 and emerged as a professor in 2009 in the Department of Food Science and Nutrition. Alongside, currently she is the Joint Secretary at Nutrition Society of India and she has member of NFHS 6 Technical Advisory Committee. She is also a member of Technical Expert Group in National Group on Climate Change and Human Health, Government of India. She has also been actively involved in PI as well as co-PI in various research projects sponsored by Government of India, like particularly agencies and statutory bodies, specifically UGC, DST and all those. She is the consortium PI for DST grant challenge program on biomedical devices for anemia in 2021, sanctioned with a 5.85 crore. She mentored more than 60 MSc projects, 22 MPhil theses, and guided for 9 PhD students. And at present also, ma'am is guiding for 8 PhD scholars. She has 3 patents and has 86 research publications in both national as well as international journals. And ma'am has published 13 books. She has also received around 15 awards for her excellence in teaching and research area. To name few, Best Teacher Award by CII. She has also received the Tamil Nadu Scientist Award in the field of social sciences from Honorable CM of Tamil Nadu on December 2018. And she has also received Dr. Dasamal P. Devdas Memorial Award at 51st NSI Annual National Conference. The list goes on. She has served as core committee expert of UGC Learning Outcome-Based Curriculum Framework for Home Science in 2020. In September 2022, Dear University has feathered the Best University Award for Education and Research Excellence on Millets during National Convention. And they have received this award from Agriculture Minister Telangana at Hyderabad. She has visited various countries like Sweden, Canada, South Korea, and other countries for academic purpose and as part of research collaboration with worldwide expertization. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. With this brief introduction, I cordially invite ma'am and welcome the ma'am to the National Symposium. Welcome you, ma'am. Now, session to over to you, ma'am. Please over to you. Yes, Parliament. Good afternoon, everyone. I feel it's an honor and an opportunity given by Jagat Guru Swamiji to once again enter to JSS fraternity, especially when we say nutrition, which is along with medical field that we advocate, because it is always the physiology which we talk about and then the metabolism and the absorption.
So it is the right path that we have joined here to talk about millets and how we should take forward our life and lifestyle pattern. Respected HOD and Dean, Dr. Ravi Shah, respected Chairperson, Dr. Vanita Reddy, Co-Organizing Secretary, and my own mentor, not directly but indirectly, the former IDA President, Dr. Dharani Krishnan. Let's give a big hand to Madam. Because she is known to even more than students, the public for the cause of taking nutritional sciences and dietetics to the community at large. And we have the delegates who have registered, and we have a large number of student delegates for which I have come all the way from Coimbatore. And I happen to see two of our students enrolled in PhD. Like that, you should come for even a visit, and I envisage that we should sign an MOU and explore and really exchange our knowledge in the field of nutritional sciences and take it forward to the community. Our institute was founded in 1957 by the first education minister of the then Madras Providence before independence, covering Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Dr. T.S. Avinash Lingamaya, and his name only our institute is named after. He was a congressperson elected MP, and he became the minister, first education minister of the Providence, including Karnataka. Then he wanted to start an education institution for boys. It was known as Ramakrishna Vidyalaya. It's attached to the Bengal Mutt now. And he wanted to start a home science college for women to empower women in science and technology. But now we have 8 schools with not only home science, but we have bioinformatics, engineering, AI, data science, and whatnot. So we have more than 8,700 students, and still home science is very special. The 2 branches of food science and nutrition and food service management and dietetics. This institute was started by a young but mentored by Dr. Rajamal P. Devdas, the first vice chancellor and then the chancellor, an international home scientist and nutritionist. We call her Amma. We all know her, but the present generation so she was an inspiring personality to all of us. So both our founder and our Amma worked only for the community. They always say the findings of the lab should reach the community, and that is why we work. And even in our MSCs, we go to the camp. We go for a community nutrition camp for 10 days. We stay in the village for 10 days, assess the nutritional status, and based on the deficiencies, we develop the education materials, and still it is a practice which is going on, except for our, during the period of COVID, we could not go. We could do only by using the other types of surveys. So the title that they have given me, the organizing chairperson and the committee had given me the freedom to choose. So right from yesterday, I've heard a lot, and especially from the Millet Man of India. He used to, I think, lecture for even hours and days together. But the approach by which this takes us, all the audience is really amazing. I've heard him at Bombay. But here, I've just taken the title as Millet Revolution, Traditional and Modern Era. Why traditional? Because it's not a new crop or new, millet is not very new to us. It is quoted in Sanskrit Vedas, and it is dated as 5,000 years before. And it is also in Tamil Sangam, in Tamil literature, it is quoted in many, right from Thiruvalluvar to Sanga Ilakkiyam. We say in Lord Murugal, Vaigasi Masam is also this month very special because it's Lord Muruga's birthday. So whenever you go to the temple of Lord Muruga, you get a prasad with a millet and the sugar, and you can add jaggery. We say as penum tinai mavu. So we will see that later. So that is very special. It's not only in Tamil, but all over India, we have these, especially in Karnataka. I know people who come to Coimbatore will not even have idli or dosa, but they would like to have the millet roti. So I used to prepare from millet flour, the ones who came from Karnataka. So this is what I said. We have the legends in food science and nutrition, and your title of the symposium is taking millets in terms of food security, food and nutrition security. So we had the legend Dr. C. Gopalan, Kulatur Gopalan, who hailed from Tamil Nadu, and he was a medical director of ICMR and is a medical person, director of NFI. He started his career at Kunnur, where the National Research Laboratories dates back 1950 started there. Our Amma also got trained at Kunnur, and they were really great friends. And you know, this legend, Dr. C. Gopalan, the father of nutritional sciences for the cause of students, I'm just telling that he lived more than 100 years. It's because of the nutrition and the message that he gave to the community and he followed per se. And the right side, we have another legend who is a living legend now for the green revolution and also for agriculture production. And now he was the father of, we can even call as food and nutrition. He defined the food and nutrition security, and he was a cause for many crops, the different levels at which it is produced now. And he also, I'm saying proudly, that an alumni of the Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore. Center is our own Dr. Rajamal Devdas. I said we called Amma. She is no more, but she worked for the community and she is living with us. As in Sharadalaya, we call in our own university based on her principles. We are all working in the lab and taking the findings to the laboratory. And all of us know this definition and all that for the past 2 days you have heard. Nothing new. But what I want to say, diversification in food production as well as consumption. I don't know what you understand from diversification. If, for example, in summer, whatever locally grown fruits, vegetables, crops you get, you have to eat. That is a cycle. So whether it is summer or winter or autumn or whatever it is, we have to go by diversification. We can't depend on one food throughout the year or based on that. So what we say, all of us know UNGA has formed this and we are following. But it is actually our Prime Minister has really gave us the insight, and our Finance Minister called this in the recent budget as Shri Anna. Is it not, for the Sirudanya? So it is Shri Anna means Anna, Shri Anna. For all the Annas, it is the Talayaya Anna. So that is the Sirudanya, and you have named it in your symposium. And where we are going to take this globally, positive step in recognizing millets and to reduce the problems of malnutrition and other health problems. You need to underline these words and take it up. Let us see, maybe next year after this lecture, I'm going to meet the same one. If not invited, I'll come to the same. I'll tell ma'am, Vanita ma'am, and tell how many of you are following, but is millets or diet diversification. Whether my lecture has given at least 2 pointers for you to take it up. To you and your family and a larger family, community. If the community is not good, we cannot be as an individual. We live for students in the institution, and as a whole, we live for the community around us. That's why very, very special is a nutrition subject or dietetics per se. So we have this, it's the oldest crop, as I said, evolving civilizations, and it's part of the traditional diets. I'm going to, you yourself, you will know how much, the many nutri-hubs have come out in your Mysore, where recently the new millet recipes are introduced in the way you like, isn't it? Though it is the idli or dosa or your kodakatai, modagam or whatever is a traditional food. Now how we can incorporate this into a feast as you want is the challenge of the days that you are going to develop and demonstrate to us. So we know we call hostile millet as kinel and proso millet as panimaragu and banyan millet as kudrivali. This has been quoted in the Sanskrit. And as I said, it is so many thousands of years. But if you know, if you ask us like 3 generations in your family or 4 generations, definitely in the village, they would have consumed, and they are still consuming ragi porridge. Even yesterday, the morning breakfast was ragi porridge in our family. Even if someone likes dosa, only one dosa, and ragi porridge with salt, or depending on the age of the member, it is with milk and jaggery or something like that. So because this is my mother-in-law comes from the rural village, she is so fond of ragi, that ragi mudda we say, with the greens, kutu and all. She likes that, and she likes to say each time, so difficult to prepare without lumps. I said, lumps, nobody is going to eat that mudda, but if we can prepare as porridge and give either with buttermilk or with sugar or with salt or whatever they like, because you just by 2 minutes you want to drink or eat, isn't it, and go to the college or school. That is why the entry of a food, you can remember, a quiz, 2 minutes came into existence because of our lifestyle pattern, and they have become crore million as startups, and now the business has gone. So this is down is very, very important. And the second point is it's a rain-fed crop and physiologically very efficient, wide adaptation, and I think the previous speaker from GKVK has given really an insight where how this is grown and production and all that. And really, if you think of, we all talk in all our conferences, right from commerce to bioinformatics about the Sustainable Development Goal 70. But where food and nutrition and millets are related, health, as you can see per se, here I have just given the 6 ones which are very, very important for climate, food security, health, poverty, hunger, and how we can take it as nutrition scholars or students for no hunger. I mean, from yesterday, this would have been talked about, isn't it? It's a smarter crop. So if you say you are smart, you should eat a smarter crop. Otherwise, you cannot say you are smart or smarter enough than anyone, because you have volume of nutrition, nutrients in it, than the comparison. I don't know whether you have ever taken the food composition data. I talked about Dr. Gopalan, the blue color nutritive value older was, and later the scientific group evolved the food composition through a 23 crore project, isn't it, with Diostale and all the others. So it is for the planet. We are talking everywhere. And I see when I travel, no plastics, no this thing, no, all about planet. Because if we live, we have to live longer, and we have to remain healthy and pass on whatever we know. We have to go along with the environment. Then farmers, then for human health. And this is what, if you are a nutritionist or if you are a physiologist or a medical student, more micronutrients, high in dietary fiber, low glycemic index, many papers, even Dr. Anita from ICRISAT and our group from NIN and others, we have given very, 5-6 papers in 21 review paper in Frontiers in Nutrition and Sustainability. You can read Anita Sita et al. Very good papers on all the angles, growth, hemoglobin, glycosylated and all that. So high in protein and vitamin B, and of course rich in phytochemicals, which we are talking about as nutraceuticals or functional. So whatever I have given is already there. So India is the largest producer of millets in the world. I think yesterday you would have heard about this. 17.6 million metric tons in 22, globally contributing to 19%. So what are the uses we are going to see here? Right from animal, if you are living in a flat, even this millets, people just give, and you have so many pigeons around, isn't it? It's not so good, but it is given as an animal feed and fodder. And of course, we have ready to eat beverages, ready to eat foods and all that which you are interested in. So this is what from yesterday. Again, for my talk anyway, I just wanted to show whether you have seen in the field. If not, Sami means it is little millet. Whether you have seen the size and color, I think there will be an exhibition or here the recipes in the nutrition lab. But still, as a nutrition student or a medical student, when we are in the international year, you should know as a crop, as a grain. So you should know even when you are traveling. I don't know, I'm interested. whether I travel to even Mantralaya, whether sunflower seeds are there, I used to be so fascinated seeing the flower and think about the seeds and oil and, reheating and again coming to nutrition. But, you should know to identify the crops and the major millets and minor millets, and of course, amaranthus. In tribal areas, amaranthus seeds, which are rich, they used to prepare balls, the tribal people, and it's also quite very, very popular and rich in iron too. So these are the millets that we are talking about as major and minor millets. And once again, I'm gluten-free. That is why we talk about celiac disease. Ma'am may talk about it's very, very rare. The percentage is very less. But continuously, if a community or a population eats wheat products or rye or oats or something like, not oats, rye, and they have a tendency to develop this because it's related to gastrointestinal chronic diarrhea, and you have to identify by serological tests and compensate. Millets are gluten-free. Everyone you take, just say gluten-free biscuits, okay. No allergy, you buy that. For 40 rupees, 60 rupees, you buy. But you don't see, why don't you develop? That is what I'm going to tell. As an incubation center you have, and I heard from your Dean Academics that there are many, many products which are released. So next time when I come, 50 people should have just embarked into millets, and you say that there are government schemes where you get even right now 2 lakhs to 25 lakhs. Why not you get even 1 crore? Our own student who's from biomedical has patented a wheelchair with a refecation, this thing, but she has gone into an international patent and she is getting even from NDTV and other panel forum, the 2 crores she has got as an investment. Can you imagine? She is just 21. Okay, just finished her BMI only. So we have AIDS. I mean, it helps in weight loss, packed with nutrition. But weight loss, just like that, don't say, I don't recommend weight loss, just millets. So all your lack of, energy expenditure should be there. Your vigorous walking, your dancing, whatever you like, the way that you have to give out your energy. Do a dance or an intensive walking as you sweat, or don't say it is just going to a gym or something. I've gone into a gym when I wanted to, but I thought when I do a horse riding, I always think it is related to amikal. Amikal means a grinding stone, no? Traditional stone. I like that, and I used to do in my college and this thing, even if my parents say no, because I wanted my hands some exercise, selfish mode. That is like a horse riding is like that. And if you do something like that, this is some other exercise. And if you grind a stone again, so I actually wanted to do a project which relates to gym machines and our traditional activities which are involved in the kitchen. I like even grinding in a flour for idli or dosa, but using. I don't have a stone now. So that is the way I like it, because even in my school days, a maid will be there on the opposite side and I will sit on the opposite side. I will not know the end point of the urad dal becoming. So I'll ask my mother, but I know the process. I've never been a major cook chef, but I've been only an assistant chef, but I've mastered. If you give a millet flour, I'll make 10 recipes now because it is my passion. And even I demonstrate millet products during Sundays in my, in my association that, I live in a flat. So whenever I have time that I just talk about millets, wherever I meet people, I talk about nutrition, because people think if they are, in adolescent age, they can put on weight and reduce when they become adult. That is not so. And being not in an overweight or an obese condition will help you when you become an adult or when you just bring up your children. So improve bone health. That's why people who worked in villages and agriculture, they used to have ragi porridge. They used to take curd rice and all that in their tiffin box. Prevent anemia, fights diabetes. In fact, they talked about a project which we received that is actually a biomedical instrumentation where we are going to develop, that oxygen meter. We are going to do a hemoglobin meter, and it is 10 institutions involved with Anna University, VIT, SICRI and all that. But still our role, I'm the consortium PA. Finally, coming down a comprehensive approach for nutrition. So we are going to develop laddus or other with biofortified millets as the base. So that is the crux that we have just got the project and we are going to do that. So why, in spite of all this, why you think it is not being taken up by the common man? It is only the people who are in 60s or 50s who think it is poor man's diet still consumed. But it has become expensive also. We are writing to the government to make it, and in Tamil Nadu, in Nilgiris and Theni district, they have already given free of cost ragi in the public distribution system. Even when I was ICMR long back along with Madhavan Nayak, we were talking about this and giving freely to the public distribution system alone will help in order to, in order to combat the purchasing power of the people. In a sense, many of them have this millet. So why not so likable flavor in all these things? Ragi is one taste and bajra is one taste and all that. And poor branding, coarse grains. We think all these are poor man's diet and we think only oats and rolled oats and how many brands, and something now has come in multi-grain in the form of a puffed one or a flake, which you put it up in the morning in a cup and have and run. You think it is weight loss. What about nutrients? You just calculate yourself, make it as an assignment yourself, not given by your teacher, but by me. But that will help you to say what you have to choose and advise as a dietitian. And of course, lifestyles, lack of awareness, attraction of the exotic food, blind following of the Western foods, isn't it? When my son wants pizza, what I do, I don't buy. Rarely I buy when people come. But I buy the base, just have it, and put lots of vegetables into it, tomatoes, and of course cheese into it. Nowadays, I sprinkle millet powder and others also and give. They don't know what I have put inside. But as long as the cheese little comes, they say after taste, oh wow, like that. I wouldn't say unless they finish and eat and go. Even the guest, I said, I have added millets because it's International Year of Millets, and you should also. If I have in my kitchen box some millet flour, because I always roast and prepare mixed millet flour and separately also. Whichever they want, I just give them at least 100 grams packet, because they can go. If I ask them to buy, they will not. Even my own sister-in-law or someone. If I give them compulsorily, they will use because I'll be behind them. What I do is, even along with the idli flour or dosa flour or chapati flour, I add these flours and prepare. And for younger children with the vegetables and all that, you have to go. The accompaniments, the chutneys will make your main dish more interesting, isn't it? If your chutneys are really good, then you will have 4 dosas. If not, you will have only 2 dosas, isn't it? So that is also one secret. And lower shelf life also, where technology plays an important role. Tanjavur and IAMR, they are working on how to increase the shelf life of their products. So just I thought, what is the traditional processing and the new processing? Traditionally, you know, the important seed, they are the important cereals. But you know, the problem is that the milling tragedy, the outer wall sticks very, very thickly to the endoscope. All of you have studied cereal grain structure, isn't it? From ma'am's book or from the other Lakshmi ma'am's book or others in food science, the first chapter, isn't it? Second chapter. Also, we have talked about the outer, this thing, endosperm and all that. So this is the structure where for finger millet and for kodo millet I have given. You can even take up the slides and read through how the traditional processing, even when you pass villages, the paddy and all you have seen, isn't it? Throwing and crushing on the street, and they used to clean like that. Finger millet and kodo I have given with all the steps, and finally it is coming out as flour after grinding. So you can see the one in which they used to do pounding. Even in my grandmother's house it was there. My duty during Vinayak Chaturthi was always all that gingerly seed, everything will be given. My work is to do this and bring it. I will ask the endpoint always, because as a school child I will not know. But I know it is somewhat coarse. So only gingerly seed, after that jaggery, and then together and all that. Then we didn't have that along, we call that as a oral in Tamil. And then we had this grinding stone. Even before I entered this medical college, I saw this stone on the road. They were selling. I thought it was a very small size. I can just show my younger generation in the family. It was a bigger one. We used to put cloth and we used to grind. Not for ragi, but I have done means my grandmother used to do. I just go and technically see, but the stone used to be so heavy rather than the center, the handle. So we used to do that during Diwali for green gram flour. Roasted green gram flour laddu we used to prepare for that. But now, earlier it was used for all that. And you can see here, this is the older method of processing, still followed in villages and all that. But now we have the primary processing data and secondary processing line. If you visit Indian Institute of Millet Research, Hyderabad, you will have a separate units. I wish you go there and see and meet Dr. Dayakar Rao in the Nutri Hub, the principal scientist, and we have signed MOU with IAMR, and we are working with many projects, and we have got the Best Institute Award along with NIN and CFTRA at the National Convention held at Hyderabad. So you can see millet cleaning, de-hulling, washing, drying, milling, sieving, and millet farm. And you can see the grain and how the decorticated the grain, with this and with mechanical hullers, and this is ground. Like all of you are familiar, if you're a nutrition student, mainly with wheat milling, isn't it? We have a very big diagram we show you in undergraduate class, isn't it? And we take also to the milling units. But you can even see wherever there are millets processing centers, you can visit. That's also traditional processing, different from primary and secondary processing. As you see here, primary processing is mainly the de-hulling and all that, and washing and grinding and into flour. But here we have, I have just classified as, de-hulling, then you have other major roasting, either popping. You had the girls at Bombay, they had prepared a ragi popped grains. They also sold because they have a startup. So I thought I'll buy some 5 or something, and it was a boom to the students. So really wonderful, tasty. Otherwise, you can prepare flakes also. We had a DST project where our Dr. Radha and Dr. Kalaichal recently, they developed a machine for flaking and they have patented. Now we are selling all those flakes in our university also. So this is the processing, and you can see it is the grits, semolina and powder like wheats. And you have RT, ready to eat millets, and you have ready to consume beverages, which the industries also have taken up. I don't know whether you have seen, I should not tell the brand, but even Horlicks, because all industries have to produce some millet-based products. Horlicks has come out with talked about, my family member got one, they said it contains millet, and to have it, I didn't know. It had 3 millets in it, and Horlicks also has introduced many. All industries are compelled to give a product so that it is for the benefit of the community and it should persist. So while we are talking about a study which has compared during different traditional and modern milling processing methods, where we see it is a cheaper food source, disease protectant, source of bioactive compounds and reduce malnutrition. Here, de-hulling, soaking, all the processing is given. And on the right side, what is the impact of processing? These are based on research studies which are in international and national journals. So it is the functional changes, enhancement in functional changes physically, bioactively, and then major micronutrients enhance and also reduce the antioxidants. That's why you can even do studies. People are working at TNAU on anti-nutritional factors. And this is the acceptability data. I talked about why it is not eaten much or considered. We have to conduct seminars and tell the youngsters about a millet or conduct competition. All that we have to do. But this ICRISAT, it is in Hyderabad. It is an International Institute for Semi-Arid Crops. It conducted a survey among 15,500 respondents. And based on that, it says that 30% prevalence of health problem. Second major reason was 15% weight loss and taste. and 40% they prepared and it was eaten, not eaten at home. You can underline that. 40% respondents said was not consumed at all at home, so they are not aware of millets at all. If any family is sticking on to the older traditional diet pattern, definitely they will not be a respondent in this life. And 22% did not like the taste. So what we have to do, the center one in yellow mark, we have to prepare delicious food products, we have to provide knowledge, and we have to improve the acceptability. See, whatever you do with food, only it is acceptable you're going to eat, whether you are youngsters than you are older. Isn't it? That's the first point. First point, acceptability. So in many ways, it is how acceptable to the consumer. So in one meal, at least you include a millet. That will help you to grow gradually how it is. What I do is I just put the flour in the idli or dosa batter. If somebody doesn't like, I put lots of onion and things like that, and I just put mustard seeds and all that with oil, curry leaves, and then coriander leaves on taste, and put some cumin seeds. All that for the generation who does not like it, that makes a taste. But it will be very, very tasty with all the chutneys. Evening, what you do, you know, modagam. Modagam is filled in. We call as modagam. But the kolkata is the flour that you just put it, and you just, the tight flour, you just make it like a ball, the lengthy one. It's called kolkata, and you can just put it in the steamer and have it. Evening, you can prepare. Even for children, even for you, what I am saying, you prepare the dough in the morning, keep it and come, either in the fridge or outside. Tell your mother to scrape carrots and other items you want for pani puri or bel puri. Like that, you have it. Then put it and mix it and have it. Or you can use the millet flakes for pani puri, bel puri instead. Isn't it? You use rice flakes there or rice popped one. Instead, you use millet one. I always tell my students, for morning, always bring a salad. They will say, why, ma'am, like that. So when you're hungry, why you go to the canteen have. But if you're hungry, traveling in the train or bus, bring something, a vegetable salad or something. Whatever you want, add in the flakes or popped rice or whatever is that you want, or a millet maker or something like that. You just add it and bring it. It is the habit. You can educate a community, but to educate yourself is very, very difficult. Education is easy. Adapting, isn't it? You have done KAP's course, how you will get? It's very difficult, isn't it? Variety of ways. Whole grains processed into flour, boiled, roasted, then poha, porridge is a desi way. Even alcoholic beverages they are preparing. And breakfast cereals now. Every big company in the market has come out with millet flakes and mixed millet flakes with almonds and this thing. One packet costs around 375 rupees, isn't it? So coming to research studies, what I said, you can go through these research studies where the GI, we have compiled many different 25, 30 studies and we have done the statistical data. 35% is lower than mill rice and wheat, 14 to 37. But of course, you cannot just say immediately your glycosylated hemoglobin will come down. It should be for 3 months or long-term consumption only will help along with others. You cannot just say GI alone will bring down glycosylated hemoglobin. So what is that I have given? I talked about processing, traditional and modern. You can see here the ragi idli with other, like along with suji also you can add. Suji you can add like khichdi and all that, the traditional one. And you can have it as, along with the barnyard millet goes very well with the dosa and all. So you can even 60% you can substitute or even fully. And in the right side, I happen to see this in Hyderabad airport, the millet basket. What ready to eat cook? Again, it is ready to eat dosa, then porridge, then you have chickpeas and others. Interesting for all the people. But the basket price is very, very high. So you have to, your purchasing power also should be high. So become an entrepreneur very quickly. You can write to me also. So these are the millet products I have been talking, even halwa, all that vadai pakoda. Whenever you have this flour and you put your pakoda or bhaji or flour, you add some 20%, 30%, that's all. Gradually, whenever you do, you are adding something into your meal, isn't it, vermicelli? See, rava, barnyard millet idli, pearl millet rice. This is very, very common. Pearl is called, kambu. This is even in weddings in Tamil Nadu. The millet kambu rice is there for along with curd. Instead of curd rice, they give kambu rice. And it's also sold on the street during summer along with your pickle. Okay, it is kept in a pot, mud pot, and it is sold on the street because it gives a cooling effect. It's a traditional, food. And finger millet noodles nowadays, all millet noodles are in the market. And banya millet dosa, finger millet brownies, very interesting, isn't it? Next competition, all this you should prepare and win a prize from your madam. Okay, ma'am is going to conduct competitions. This is under first. The pearl millet sorghum chocolate balls. Nothing very secret. If you give flour, you'll prepare a ball now. So add choco, pearl millet sorghum. You see a recipe, but you prepare your own recipe to be a new product. You can even market that. Remember, having a very good, a cover and edible packaging like that, you will have a new innovation in that. And you will have folks, the diamond cuts we used to prepare with wheat flour maida. Why not with millet? I have tried and it has come out well. Buckwheat cake, ragi cake has come out well, and it is there even in IAMR as developed a product. This is what is in the market. I don't look at the name of the brand, but look at the name. I'm not here to popularize the brands, but you see here, each puff ragi, then you have flakes, you have ghee, you have other products, many different products. Why not you prepare a product like laddu, which will stay for 3 months? Put it in a product like that. Ask your packaging man, food packaging specialist for this, or go to IAMR, give you an idea, make the product. They will even license your product and give you. Okay. So this is what is training incubation, where many business incubators are there. Don't think only 5 I have given. One is Indian Institute of Millet Research, incubation services, processing facilities, value addition, then cooking with millets. Technology is licensed. That is the best part in that. You can even sign MOU, NIFTA, which comes under Ministry of Food Processing. Their workshops are conducted in technology development. NIFTA is everywhere. Tanjavur is very famous. Earlier called Paddy Research Processing Unit. And CFTRA, capacity building, training, mentoring. They also prefer incubators. You can write to them, go for your summer internship, develop a product, incubate, start up, and then popularize, or even you can transfer the technology to an industry. They'll also help you. CFTRA. And KVK, many KVKs, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, which comes under ICAR, and they are farmer interested. So they train the local farmers and value-added products. And Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, like this, because I'm saying Tamil Nadu, you have agricultural universities everywhere. So they have released the best varieties of millets, and they have also released the biofortified millets. And funding initiatives, we have many different funding initiatives. You can even take the slides. We have the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. This is released by the Prime Minister, which supports 2 lakhs to 25 lakhs. And here you have again the National Food Security Mission. You can go to the website and write proposals. It's all available for students at all the time throughout the year. For big projects only, it is relatively strict. But it is available for students. You can just back up, and you can also touch upon Agri-Business Incubator because it comes under Agri Products. And this is the Millet Business book, which is released by the Odisha Millet Mission, which is also a large sector. And the 7 sutras that you have to remember as a theme of international year: enhancement of production and productivity, which depends on agricultural sector; value addition, processing, recipe development is ours; nutrition and health benefits, we have to do research, take it to the community at large; policy intervention for mainstreaming, whoever is on the top line at medical or nutrition or otherwise have to see that it goes as a policy and comes back to the common man. Entrepreneurship and startup, just now I told you, in all colleges, the innovation and the idea goes to the incubation center. You can have a startup. I really tell you, even our student has won this for 25 lakhs and she is working food processing and preservation technology we have in engineering. So she has backed the startup incubation and international outreach. Wherever you have, try to sign MOU, just talk about what they are talking about, knowledge sharing, partnership, research, extension, outreach, all that. Awareness creation, branding, labeling, and promotion. This is also, we are here in awareness creation. Branding, labeling, you say whether it is gluten-free or you say a designer food for cancer or it is for diabetes. You talk about it, but before it goes to the community, do a clinical trial, Pakka with human ethical clearance. Label, your label should say the findings of your clinical trial. Then this is what is the finding solution. Improvement in de-hulling efficiency and separation. Enhancement of shelf life of the millet-based product. New innovative product development, formulations and stuff. See, by the time you will have an idea, but by the time you come out of your idea after 6 months and 8 months, somebody would have released that product. That is the weakness of our student community in academia. Whereas it is industry, if they come to our university, they catch up, take up one point, they develop, and next month itself they release the product. Is it not? Because they want money. Like that, our students should not be depending on job, but you should become entrepreneurs and give. You should give jobs to 20 people, 30 people of your own or from outside. Innovation, packaging also. We just finished a project in DST on edible packaging, where even starch and even the waste products of the millets are used as edible packaging. One Dr. Rajeshwari is doing this and she is also based on the outcome. She is also getting another project of 70 lakhs from DST also. So can you imagine that innovation and idea takes to wherever you want? Right now, she has gone to UK for a edible food packaging international exhibition to give her ideas. So application of AI, ML and blockchain. What is this? Everyone is talking about, mad about engineering, about artificial intelligence. We have a big project in DST and we have 24 projects given even to nutrition department, Tamil, music on AI. So artificial intelligence, you know, the ICRISAT produced the farmer-wise machine for even seedling the crop and growing the crop and fertilizer, soil fertility. All this AI helps in sensor and all that. So even in food, also you can even develop machines also. Like, you know, the machines which detect the ripening and all that. So AI, not only in this, but agriculture, total blockchain. You can do even a diploma in AI online and you can bring it to your discipline and you can develop, really become a master. If you go, you can have an experience in an industry for some time. So our experience is that though we are 65 years old institution, we are 57 years old in our research on millets. When Dr. Gopalan, I told you in the first slide, when he was the Director General of ICMR at New Delhi, he gave projects to different institutions of home science. One NIN got it, another Gandhigram and many other institutes. We got one under which Dr. Rajamal Devdas developed Kudandai Amudu. It is like a weaning food, infant weaning food. We can give from 6 months. Even though we have not patented, but we are producing and supplying to all medical shops. It contains 3 millets. I studied this in my undergraduate course. 3 millets. One is ragi, bajra, cholam. All the 3 sorghum. 3:2:2 pulses. One is green gram, roasted Bengal gram. Then 2 portions jaggery, 1 portion groundnut. All this you prepare a flour and keep it. You can prepare a vadai, you can prepare an adai, you can prepare a roasted, you can prepare a weaning food, you can prepare laddu with milk instant. If not, with little ghee, you can keep it for some time, 1 week, 2 weeks and all that. So this we started with, then we turned out with different distinct we worked on growth, pregnancy, lactation, performance, diabetes mellitus and all that. Right now we are working with gluten-free, that is with celiac children, qualitative study, and I told about the millet flakes, a DXT project and edible packaging and our anemia project also. The best part of is that Dr. Rajamal Devadas in 1970s, she did one long-term feeding trial for pregnant women on rice diet and ragi diet based on protein quality. And ragi diet happened to give good outcomes in pregnant women. And she followed the children, and she followed up to 15 years in adolescent stage, during which later in 90s, I joined the project as research associate. In that project, it's called long-term feeding trial, sponsored by USDA. I joined as a research associate when the children were 16 and 17. I mean, the ragi diet, rice diet given to pregnant mothers, then lactation followed from infancy to adolescence. So the longest feeding trial, though we say as a clinical trial, was conducted in the village itself called Govanu. So this is what we are doing in our university. So we do millet delicacies competitions and food for millennium poster competitions. We do convention and we are trying to do a conclave in August. We will invite you all, you can come. It will be of a big sort along with IAMR, Millet a Day. So that is also once in a month we are conducting in villages also. Popularization in villages and urban areas, workshops on mighty millets to lifespan, and publishing a book. We are collecting recipes and publishing. And you can just recall this left side, Global Hub for Millets, India Global Hub, Sri Anna, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Hyderabad should be supported as Center of Excellence. So what we do, it's not only the IAMR, what we nutritionists or agriculturalists or dietitians, we should share the knowledge through our research or the media like this, and we should come forward and share knowledge so that our knowledge also expands. So thanks a lot. Thank you for the opportunity given by the organization. I'll be happy to take the questions. If not, if time is one or two questions, if time is not there, you can always, my mail ID is there. You can write to me anytime, I will respond. Thank you. Thank you, organizing chairman, for this wonderful opportunity.
Participants, the session is open for question and answer. Any questions from the participant side? Hello, ma'am. That was a very wonderful presentation. I have a very basic question in terms of because we are celebrating the International Year of Millets, and we are in the course of developing so many products and making it more appealing for the consumers, especially the younger generation. And we say that it should, we make pizza bases or products which are already present in the market, which represent the Western food diets. But my question is that when we subject the millets or incorporate them into foods like this to make it more westernized, appealing kind of foods, what happens to the nutrient content during the processing methods that we use for these?
I think I'm audible. Thank you, ma'am, for that interesting question. I just told an as an example that even somebody wanted the pizza, I just incorporated some millets into it. In fact, I have not studied the nutrient content. That will be our department's future course of time. And one of the students have taken up different proportions of incorporating right from 20 even to 100% and in the traditional diets and studying the nutritional value. One is that definitely, as I said, the phytonutrients are there and your anti-nutrients are destroyed. When anti-nutrients are destroyed, the availability of iron, zinc, and other micronutrients which are needed not only for anemia, but also for absorption in terms of providing immunity to the people. so that when you just check the morbidity in terms of getting cold or fever, all that will be reduced. It is in turn, and it is also available in the books also. There are some, I showed an example of the research one. You can try the reference, I don't remember by heart. Even Anita Sita each all, you can just give. I am one of the co-authors, where we have done in a 4.0 impact factor, 5 review articles subjected to really the outliers we have taken and done. Now we have many different papers on nutrient content. What I said was the present generation is not able to accept even the ragi ordinary porridge, but it depends on a mother who trains the children, who grows the children by that. So it is actually that also is dependent on, because in our home, I always try the traditional recipes. Many of the sweets and other things I prepare, I try to put, somebody in our family, extended family said they are allergic. Since we are vegetarians, what I did was I added flax seeds as a source of omega-3 and omega-6. We say as gingery balls, isn't it, ordinarily for iron? But I try to have, and even I'm trying to develop food and nutrient into it. So somewhere it will be little coarse, but omega-6 and omega-3 is there because it's there only in fish, and fish eaters will get it quickly. And Madam is also here to highlight in the next session. I'm is going to talk about how the traditional system of cuisine itself is the millet-based cuisine, isn't it? It's not new even in Andhra or Tamil Nadu or Karnataka. It is there. It was existing, it is existing. It is in the sense that we all have migrated to an urban area because of our education or nothing. So I have not done nutritional impact studies, but our group are trying. Once I get it, I will definitely, when we publish, we will share it with your group.
But my question is also this, that if it's good if the nutritional factors are removed.
Definitely.
But we carry out, if it is steaming or
Yes.
other kinds of like making a porridge, then it is good. But if we are subjecting it to high heat conditions, processing ways, where we are frying it or baking it, where the required nutrients that we have, the nutrients that we have, are they getting damaged?
Definitely, it may be not deleted, it may be reduced.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about the nutrient content, we say per se for RDA, which have been there in the main 3-course meals. I mean, all of us like bhaji or vada, when we go to a beach or somewhere, we just try because it's a different taste. Or in an exhibition, a very big appalam with the spices. That is all inevitable. But my question is that there will be reduction in nutrient content, but anyone should know how to balance that nutrient loss by taking some raw vegetables and fruits. Even what I do nowadays is that even drumstick leaves during summer, I mean, I prepare powders. When people didn't have at home, what I do is after making sambar, I just sprinkle that powder and just keep it, nobody knows. And after curry or sabji, I just sprinkle. Like that, even your course, this thing you can, the millets, you can soak it very well. And then you can make it into a powder. Like, black rice is becoming popular. People just grind and keep it. Yesterday we did in our home, even black rice. But I gave it like a porridge. Because it's the taste that everyone wants, something new. It should be acceptable. Even there may be nutrient retention in some foods very well. Like 80% and reduction in anti-nutrients. In some, there may be loss, which we should know as nutrition, how to balance that. It is not always. Sometimes we also want tasty something. I gave an as an example that this thing is that how to make it. Even the pizza, what you get from the store, pizza store doesn't contain vegetable. It contains only the sauce and extended amount of cheese only. Cheese is good for vitamin D, but it becomes a habit for a school child to differentiate. Having tasted that product, they don't come to any other product. So I make it a point to add vegetables and even tell the children whenever you take, even Maggi, if you want, add. In our home, we give only with vegetables. I boil vegetables and keep it. If somebody wants a school child also, they can prepare Maggi only with vegetables and they are used to it. by adding little sauce or something. They are used to that. That's what I said. When you do a knowledge, aptitude, and practice, practice is very, very different. We have all the knowledge, whether we follow or not. So there may be retention 100%. There may be loss also. We should know how to compensate in a meal as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So kind of you. Thank you, ma'am. Participants, any more questions? Okay. So thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the benefits and the processing of millets and millet production, and also mentioning about dietary diversification, which is need of an hour. And ma'am, as part of the national symposium, we have also conducted a millet recipe competition for UG students, and also a brochure was made out of it. Maybe Sushma ma'am, she will be giving you the brochure. Ma'am, can you kindly give the brochure to the ma'am? Thank you, ma'am. As a token of gratitude, I request Dr. Vanitha Reddy, Coordinator, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, and also Dr. Shushma B.V., Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to present ma'am with the memento. Participant, now let's break for the lunch. The next session will start by 1:40, so be here by sharp 1:30 p.m. The lunch is arranged in Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, ground floor. Please go have your lunch and come back on time by 1:30 sharp. Thank you. And also, please, give the coupons. Only if you give the coupons, the lunch should be provided.
It is hyperglycemia. So I think I have to keep you awake. It's a challenge to me, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not going to go through the slides. It's basically to say that millets, you've heard enough from yesterday, are small grains which are not old. They've been there for thousands of years. India is the largest grower. But what role does it play in your life? Can you tell me, anybody? Do any of you take millets regularly? Or it's just a conference here? You all belong to the nutrition department, isn't it? Have you heard about millets before? Yeah, you don't use it in your diet? Not as much as maida and corn flour and fructose syrup, right? So let's start by saying that in India, 30% of anemia persists, and it's iron deficiency anemia. If I take this group and take a blood test for hemoglobin right now, there will be 30% of you who are going to be low in hemoglobin. We are not talking off our hat because we've done this research in many colleges and worked with them to make the hemoglobin go up. And one way of making that go up is using millets, right? Now, when you go back to iron metabolism, iron cannot be absorbed very well in any diet and definitely in a vegetarian diet. And do you know India? Can we put up hands? How many of you take non-vegetarian foods? Okay. How many of you have non-vegetarian foods every day? 365 days. No. In a 7-day week, how many of you take 5 days? One hand. How many of you take 3 days? Few more hands. How many of you take only 1 day in a week? Right? So what happens in a non-vegetarian home? On day, it is not a non-vegetarian meal today. What do you have? Mixed rice? Yes? Mixed rice? Is there dal there? Yes? How many of you have just mixed rice with raita? Put up hands. Or with fried stuff with it. Right? And if that is more than 2 days a week, can we put up hands? So what happens in a vegetarian home is the amount of milk that is used is 400 ml per person per day, either as milk or curd. Whereas in a non-vegetarian home, it's 100 ml per person per day. So the bioavailable protein is not available on those days you are vegetarian, and the non-veg is not there, so you're not getting your iron and calcium. And calcium also comes from milk and curd, right? So this is the big difference in our country, where only pockets of the population take non-vegetarian foods 5 days a week, whereas most of the population who call themselves non-vegetarian take non-veg foods once or twice a week, which means 5 days they're deficient in protein, iron, calcium for sure. Whereas what does the data tell you? What does the internet tell you? What does the research tell you? That vegetarian homes do not have enough protein. India is very different, right? There may be vegetarian homes where there is not enough protein, but non-vegetarian homes also do not have enough protein, right? So you as dietitians tomorrow, the future dietitians of this country, need to think about all this. Let's just take a use case scenario. Before I tell you, in a therapeutic scenario, okay, in a hospital, you're handling patients, or you have your own clinic where you're going to consult with patients. Every case is different. Okay, that's the first thing. Second, when you see millets, little research only has been done. Your ma'am had said, please talk about therapeutics and millets. I can literally show you 3 slides. Please, you can share the slides with them so that they can see it at their will whenever they want, right? But the thing is, hypertension, it has proved that definitely it helps by taking millets in your diet. Diabetes, it definitely plays a role, even Prasanna ma'am was talking about it.
where your HbA1c, which is the 3-month average, does drop if you take millets regularly, and in obesity and overweight, definitely it helps. Like yesterday, I had a patient who was 120 kilos. He was a school headmaster who, till he was in school, was 85 kilos. After he retired, he's at home and he has put on all this weight in an average of 4 to 5 years. Now, what has happened? In this college, I was surprised that the students and professors are taking lifts. I was in a college where the nutrition department was in the 7th floor and we had to walk up. Students and professors, right? So, physical activity. Where do you get physical activity? Today, you have to take that effort to do the physical activity, right? So it's very important that you do the physical activity. That's the first thing to control your weight, which this particular person was lying down between 12 and 4 every day and watching either social media or screen time. If you ask him, no, I don't sleep. I don't sleep. But what are you doing? You're horizontal, right? On the same note, in this country, there are people who are above 85 years old. You may not have that generation very soon. They are the ones who are living 100, 102. In my own family, we've had 103 and 96. They did their work till the last day. No obesity. The lady who lived 96 would pull 100 buckets of water from the well. So, no osteoporosis. Even if she had falls, very mild hairline fractures, till the last day, mental faculty is good, and walked and did everything herself. The 103-year-old person, he had a hip replacement with a very bad fall because he was very lean. He hardly had any muscle or fat in his body, and he had to go for a hip replacement at the age of 99. Doctors were scared to do it for him, but a young ortho doctor did it for him. He lived 4 more years. He walked, he sat down, he did his prayers sitting down 3 times a day. The doctor said, don't sit down, it's very bad. He said, I can't do it. He did exercises to get it done. So here is that generation. The other generation is, I get 10-year-old children. What should their weight be? I'm sure you've done the life cycle. What should the weight of a 10-year-old child be like? 25 to 30. If I take 10 children who come to my clinic, 8 of them are above 80 kilos. They are only 10 years. They still haven't attained teenage. We cannot put them on strict diets to say low calorie. They still have to attain their height. They have to attain their organ growth. They have to attain their densities. And who's scolding them? The parents. And who's responsible for that? Right. So you're the future parents of this country. Please wake up. Please wake up for your younger siblings, nieces, nephews. I know at this time you're going to say, I'm not going to get married. I said that too. Right? So that's fine. It's perfectly all right. Okay? So coming to this 10-year-old kid, are you going to give millets?
Yes.
Yes? But the kid is used to maida and corn flour and fructose syrup, bakery products, buying anything, the millions of, bring in food apps that you have has been given freely. The parents have attached their credit card to that so they can buy what they want. As I tell, even as adults, you walk into a wedding buffet. If they serve 12 sweets, we have all the 12 sweets. Is that meant for us? It's meant to pick up what you like, not all 12. Right? So when you give a kid Eat what you want. Here's the credit card. Call whatever you want. I don't give brand names. So call whatever you want. So what is the kid going to eat? A 3-layered pastry with cream everywhere, right? Is it going to eat almonds? Is it going to eat walnuts? Right? So these are the mistakes. You need to identify the mistakes. And this child is not used to even having semi-polished rice, and you're going to prescribe millets to this child? You have to start slow. Right? Ma'am was talking about processed millets, right? She was talking about, flakes. She was talking about noodles. She was talking about millions of products. You even get instant upma with millets, instant pongal with millets for those who are living in hostels and who are living alone, not even a hostel attached, right? You pick up this packet and you say, wow, it's millets, right? Do you think a non-processed product, like I have samai or varaga or kudravali or ragi or bajra, as is made in a home, and if I buy this packet and eat, does it give the same nutrients? Why? It's processed. What does processing mean? What are the first 2 nutrients which are sacrificed? Fiber, all the vitamins and minerals are reduced, not gone, but reduced, right? There are so many millet save, as we call vermicelli, which is available. It is glassy in color and it cooks faster than your vermicelli. Is that real millet? No. So processed millets are a big problem. So you have to educate yourself, your family, and the community that processed millets cannot take the role of real millets. But for this 80 kg child, you can start with the processed flakes and, sevai or noodles, so that they move step by step to ragi bajra as they move on. So why do I love ragi, bajra and thenai as against samai, varaga, kudravali and the N million millets that ma'am showed on her slide? Do you know what's the difference? Anybody? Bajra, ragi and foxtail millet or thenai are unprocessed. They are a grain as it is, like your red rice or your wheat. So if you take broken bajra, you soak it, you make it like rice, it is equal to having the grain itself. But if you take samai, varaga, kudravali, the outer, this thing is so hard that human beings can't eat it like that. It is hulled. It is like, not completely like white rice, it's like semi-polished rice. So in the diabetic scenario, it is only these 3 you can give. Bajra, ragi or thenai. But ragi is out because the GI of ragi is very high. What is GI? Glycemic index of ragi is very high. So we cannot give. So they end up with 2, which is thenai or foxtail millet and bajra, which is whatever one, the other, I don't know the English name. Okay, bajra. You can see for the English name, right? So in a diabetic scenario, these 2. Then immediately the diabetics will come and say, for morning breakfast, I had porridge. Diabetics cannot have porridge in the morning. Even if it's porridge, it should be like your cornflakes, thick and spoonable. It should not be drinkable, because it will easily digest and raise your sugar. Definitely, it's better than having a cornflakes or something else which is processed. It is better to have it as a porridge, but the best for diabetes is make a dosa out of it or make idli out of it. I make from all these millets, but basically more of ragi, thenai and bajra. I make idli batter at home, dosa batter at home, adai batter at home, and normally when I take a vessel and I put the idli batter with white rice, the amount it goes up these millet batters rise up double of that. So if you eat your idli hot, it is very nice because it has risen much higher. And once it gets that effect only, it is fermented. Millets have goitrogenic problems. So you need to either roast them or sprout them or ferment them. You can only sprout these three, Tene, Bajra and Ragi, because the outer skin is there. You cannot sprout Samai Varga Kudravali because the outer hull is removed. Okay, so those, even if they are making rice, they have to roast it and make rice. They cannot make rice as is because it does have goitrogenic effect, and lot of people, not children, even newborns, even your age, even adults have hypothyroidism, and hence we have to be careful. So to overcome, because there are a lot of doctors who say, don't give millets to your patients because they'll get hypothyroidism or they already have hypothyroidism. But to overcome that, these three things, sprouting, roasting or fermenting, depending on what millet you use. That is why if my dosa batter, I make it myself, 4:1 or 2 millets, 2 rice and 1 urad dal, or 4 millets and 1 urad dal, I ferment it so I can use it like that. Or I have to sprout only these three, or I have to roast it. So a lot of people say, oh, we have ragi dosa. What do? You buy the ragi flour, you put onion and all of that and you make it. That's not the right way of making, because millets have to be one of these three. It's not fermented. So if you really want to use the ragi flour or the bajra flour, then you have to put little buttermilk and leave it out for at least 1.5 to 2 hours for it in this weather to get fermented. These are very, very important points, because just giving millets, or you suddenly one day this morning you decide, okay, we had a millet seminar, so I'm going to have millets from tomorrow, but do these things. Okay, we'll take one more case before I finish. Let's take a diabetic patient. Okay, he has GERD. What is GERD? Gastric esophageal reflux disease. Okay. Next morning in your diet chart, have millet dosa, have millet idli, make millet upma from bajra and have. Is it right? Can the patient digest it? So, if you are prescribing or you are taking millets, your digestive system has to be in order. Whether you're taking bajra, tene or ragi, which has with skin, or you're taking varaga, samai, all of this without skin, it is definitely more difficult to digest these millets than your white rice, which you are used to. So you should slowly bring it in. And this patient, first you have to correct the GERD. Then only you can give them millets, because otherwise you will aggravate the GERD and you will have deeper trouble trying to handle their diabetes. Any questions? You have a chance last 5 minutes. Anybody interested in any questions? If you're quiet, you're going to listen to me. Very sorry for you. Yeah.
Is there any classes that we can provide the millets to hypothyroid patients?
I told you, either roast, ferment or sprout. Yeah. Once you do that, you can use it for hypothyroid patients also.
Okay, thank you. Now I have another one question. Like many of the people were thinking consumption of millet will be enough for the fiber requirement for the diabetic patients. Will you be okay with that point, or they have to consume any other fiber-rich food along with the millets?
First, you have to use the right millets, which is only 2, bajra or tene. Second, unfortunately, in our country, millets is not standardized. Though I'm saying these 2 have skin, they do remove sometimes and give, so you don't know, so you have to check that. So the best way is check their sugars after eating this. Does it not raise the sugar? Is it controlling their sugars? Then it's fine. And always any grain should be had with protein, which is dal in a vegetarian thing, where it equalizes the missing amino acids, which I'm sure both are incomplete proteins. Once you put them together, they become complete proteins. So you can add a sambar or a plain dal or a sundal or something like that. But if you're looking at the fiber point, I can get enough fiber by eating millets, vegetables, all the 5 food groups.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am, you said sprouting, roasting, and fermenting has to be done before consuming the millets. But especially in Karnataka, we have been consuming ragi wheat there. It's been our staple food. So where we don't undergo, ragi doesn't undergo any of these 3 processes. So
how do you do it? You tell me.
We just take it to flour, milk flour, and then directly use the flour. Put it in the boiling water, and then
you add buttermilk to it. No,
nothing. We eat it with sambar.
We eat it with sambar. So maybe people then were more healthier than now. But now, because hypothyroid is very rampant, even newborn babies have it. The reason we still don't know. So it's better that, you roast the ragi and then make the flour. That would be better, specifically in families which have hypothyroid in them. Yeah?
Heating doesn't have any effect on this like generalization.
It could be, I'm not sure, because they always say roasting. So if you directly make the flour, it's like making dosa too, right? Then it may not really do what it has to do. Because roasting is different from directly boiling. Yeah, maybe you can do a study, you have enough students for that, and you can give me the answer. That'll be wonderful.
Thank you.
Right. You can do the sprouted ragi flour, which is easy, no? You get sprouted ragi flour, or you can get the ragi sprouted and make your flour. It's very simple. Then it doesn't change your traditional recipe also. It helps in the goitrogenic part. Yeah.
Mom, as you told, millets are not recommended for thyroid patients, hypothyroidism. How about the patient with both diabetic and hypothyroidism? Is it okay to give with the proper cooking method, or it should be avoided?
Nobody needs to avoid unless they have a poor digestion and they can't take it. And you can work with them to improve their digestion and then give millets.
Digestion, no?
Yeah. So hypothyroid, diabetes, everybody can take millets. Follow the right process.
No, but you told they have goitrogenic effect in millets.
I think you're listening half, you're sleeping.
No.
Because the same question again you're asking, I thought she slept, now you also slept. Hypothyroid patients, if they do one of these 3 things, roasting, sprouting, or fermenting, can very well have. The goitrogenic effect is overcome. Got it?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
No, thank you.
Depends on how old your baby is. Then you can slowly start, because you know by 1 year, you're giving all adult food to the baby. But it depends on what you have given so far to the baby. Have you given beans? Have you given avarika? Have you been given all these high fiber foods? Then slowly you can start. But if you've only given, prepared formula boxes, then tomorrow morning you start ragi, it's trouble. It doesn't matter. One of the 3 you have to do. It doesn't matter. But initially you have to make it well cooked. That is very important. Because today with the biryani culture, nothing is cooked properly. But with babies, it's very important to cook everything properly because their digestive system is very, very tender. Okay? And you know that if the baby's fist, they hold that is the size of their stomach. So you don't want to put, too much of anything which the baby cannot have. because all 5 food groups has to be given. And if you're feeding your baby, that is also equally important to do. First, always when you start something, you start it single. Then only you know whether the child is taking to it, not taking to it. After 3 days, what you have already added, you can combine. That's the rule of babies. Because we start after 6 months and till 18 months, you have to introduce all taste, textures, everything. So you have very little time. But you need to do it. But don't do like get a sattamawa and give, which has almost 16 ingredients. You won't know what is happening and what is worrying the baby. You will end up with diarrhea and go back to white rice. So that's the thing. Go slow. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Right? Yeah.
As the ragi is an eating millet, so if you consume it in a seasonal weather, you can go with an
yeah. Ayurveda says that in the colder season, you have colder millets. In the hotter season, I do integrated dietetics. I work with an Ayurveda doctor. Both of us do integrated dietetics. So there is systems there. But if I talk in an allopathic hospital like that, they'll throw me out. But the truth is there. Because according to Ayurveda, they say, because in Ayurveda, digestion is the most important thing. If you don't digest your food, you're not assimilating your nutrients and it's no use, right? So they say millets have to be used very rightly according to the digestive power of every individual. Yeah.
Does it affect any metabolism?
Nothing, no problem. It's very individualistic. That is the thing.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Ma'am, I have one question. I don't know whether it is a myth or not. Usually when we consume millet, they say it is thermogenic. It increases the body heat. For that reason, many people are not able to, they're not ready to consume it. So how is it true, or if it is true, how it can be motivated? Because most of the old age people, if you want to go for geriatric, even all ages, want to go for more of fiber, now we are recommending that as well.
Correct. See, this heat is
sure. And if so, what is the portion sizes which you would suggest?
Right. See, basically, this heat food is very dangerous word. Because everything they'll call heat, what they don't like to eat. Okay, like papaya. It's a wonderful fruit. And I think it's the cheapest fruit. And it's available 12 months a year. They'll call it heat. Then that kind of heat doesn't make sense. Whereas ragi is thermogenic. That's why I agreed with what she said. But a general word heat, you cannot take it. You need to work with the person. But it's like basically if you see the north, they use bajra in winter because it is a thermogenic food. They will not use bajra in summer season. Right? But it is thermogenic. There is that. But again, I told you in this, if I tell you these things, you'll get more confused. You need to work on integrated dietetics. When you'll understand this. Like today, not recently, I think about 6-7 years ago, this genetic testing came. I have even opened 3-4 companies for genetic testing to say, hey, we can use this in people where you really need it. Right? Only after that I came to know, when I personally used it in 3-4 people, the panels they have is so microscopic. It is not macroscopic. And genes are huge. So to understand your genetic makeup and to put nutrigenomics into it is a tough job. Whereas if you do Ayurgenomics, it makes a big difference where Ayurveda takes your Prakriti. Prakriti is your body type. And from that, they will tell you these foods agree. And then you do a genetic test, both do wonders. So I think when you have such a big hospital, such fantastic students, fantastic lecturers, I think you guys should be doing this. Because this is the future of this country, where Ayurgenomics plays Are you the homeopathy doctor? So she's going to talk to you a lot of things like that, where Ayush, Ayurveda, Unani, homeopathy, all of them, Siddha, have fantastic answers. We need to combine. You will be so surprised. You look up these words, Akil Palanisamy. Okay, this is an MD from the US who came to Ramanathapuram and did a diploma in Ayurveda, and he writes a book, Paleo-Vedic Diet. I think we as nutritionists need to wake up. I'm glad you have a homeopathy person here. We need to wake up. We have everything in this country. We need to integrate and bring wonderful answers to simple things, and that will sort out a lot of problems like basic digestion. How many of you people have acidity here? Then the answer will be stress, ma'am. Who doesn't have stress? A newborn baby before it is born is stressed. Will a mother stressed? So you have to handle the stress. Okay. So acidity, you won't be digesting your food properly. Ulcerative colitis, that starts with constipation and diarrhea alternatively. We didn't have these problems in our country, but today it's there. Sorry, I took extra time. Thank you very much. Because if I was the speaker after, I'll get angry. So that is why I'm asking you. Is it okay? Thank you so much. You're too good. See, cancer is a word which is very loose. You need to go individualistic. You need to know which part of the stomach has a problem, how much of the stomach is removed before I answer your question, right? But if it is very minimal, they can digest it, why not? That is the answer, okay? Now coming to mixing millets, please mix it yourself, make the flour yourself, make the product yourself, no problem. I don't believe in any products which are sold out of the packet, and FSSAI is coming out again and again with guidelines that processed products out of packets, you have to be very careful. They may claim huge nutritive benefit, but is it really there? The best example is a multi-grain flour or a multi-grain bread. How much of multi-grain is there? Unfortunately, in this country where millets is grown and we are giving it to the world, millets are more expensive than rice and wheat. Right? So if I make a product, I will look at economy. I'm not going to look at, oh, let the health be all right. Right? So the amount of grains they put is much less. So just the word multi-grain or mixed millets, people get that. It's not worth it. Make it yourself. That's what it is. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful session. I think everybody will agree with me that how time passed, like one session, we never knew. Ma'am was telling, okay, I'm out of time or running out of time. And with her expertise, I think one session is not enough for us to cover everything. So maybe in future, we request ma'am in advance so that she can come and guide us with a lot of knowledge, few drops from her knowledge. I heartily thank from everyone. Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Sushma to please come and hand over the token of appreciation to ma'am. We'll just take 1 minute break because with ma'am, all the faculty, I request all the faculties to please come up on the stage so that we can have a few. Ma'am, please you also join. Let us come back with that nostalgic talk from ma'am. So, which actually we were waiting, maybe ma'am will start the presentation now, but it got over. Okay, so ma'am had touched upon various aspects, Ayurveda, nutrigenomics, and many more top subjects. I think it is part of your syllabus. You will understand more now why it is important for you all to study as budding nutritionists. So to add on to that, we have our next speaker, Dr. Sarala, she's from homeopathic background, homeopathic medical practitioner from our own Mysore. So we are looking forward to hear you, ma'am. I please request you to come on dais. Her topic will be on how hormone imbalance and microbial imbalance and the role of millets to tackle it. So I now request Ms. Pallavi to please come and introduce the speaker.
Dr. Sarala has completed her BHMS in 2014 from Government Homeopathic College. Ma'am won a gold medal from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, and currently she is practicing homeopathic medicine at Mysuru, and she is a trained Bharatanatyam dancer and a certified yoga teacher. Ma'am has embodied the knowledge about Siddhanya, and now she is going to grace us with her knowledge. I welcome you, ma'am. Do you have a hand mic? This is all quite new to me. I don't usually give such formal lectures. Mine is usually just moving about, walking about and talking. That's what I usually do. I'm not used to the podium and the PPTs, but yeah, I'll try my best to connect with all of you. So can someone just revise what you learned from yesterday's lecture from my dad? I would like to pick up from there and continue. That's why I asked. Nothing? Didn't understand anything yesterday? I think 1.5 hours you were with him. Everything just bounced over your head? No? Understood something, right? Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. What about EMF and PMF? Okay, this is difficult. If I don't know where to start from, it's gonna get difficult. Just help me. What did you pick up from that 1 hour? What were the takeaway points? Okay, so let me ask questions in the other way. what would be the classification of grains from neutral and positive? What would be the difference? Grains, neutral and positive. Neutral and positive grains, yes. Okay, please name the type of basic. Tail, yes. Little millet, yes. Brown top millet, yes. Photo millet. Okay. So these are the 5 positive grains. So why are we classifying them as positive grains? Yes. Okay. Yes. So these grains, these 5 grains, which are called the positive millets or siridhanya, these have fiber percentage more than 8 to 12.5% of fiber, and that is why we are classifying them as positive grains, whereas ragi, jowar, bajra, and few other grains which are called as mota anaj, these are also millets, but these we are classifying as neutral grains. They have a fiber percentage somewhere between 2 to 4%. Okay. So this first classification, please understand clearly. Millets itself, there are positive and neutral. So those which have a fiber percentage above 8 to 12% of fiber, these are classified as positive grains, whereas those which have a fiber percentage less than that, 2 to 4%, are classified as neutral grains. Clear? This much everyone understood? Okay. And yesterday, I think he spoke about the glucose imbalance, which is being created by consuming rice, wheat, and sugar. These 3 products, I would say, as the food industry has forced upon us. Yes? Clear? Yesterday, I think he spoke about that as well. That in the name of the Green Revolution, we started consuming these 3 products of the food industry, which was rice, wheat, and sugar, as our staple food. That is what we eat 365 days of a year. I'm not saying they did not exist before. Yes, they surely existed. Rice and wheat were consumed, but they were used occasionally, once in a while, like when some guest was coming home or like when there was some kind of celebration happening at home. That was when rice and wheat were used. The staple food used to be these neutral grains, and the positive grains were the main grains which were used 365 days of a year, 3 meals in a day. So he spoke about the first type of imbalance yesterday, which is the glucose imbalance, which happens in our body because of consuming these processed foods, because of consuming rice and wheat, which are not having fiber in them, and because of having sugar, which is supposed to be what the last step formed in our body after carbohydrate digestion. We need to absorb what? We need to absorb glucose, correct? So before glucose, one step, one precursor to that is sugar or sucrose. So he spoke about the glucose imbalance and its effect in our body and the role of millets in correcting the glucose imbalance. So picking up from there, there are 2 more types of imbalances which happen in our body, which we see in our everyday life, which has become very, very common. The first one being hormone imbalance, and the next is the microbial imbalance. So basically, if we correct these 3 imbalances, glucose imbalance, hormone imbalance, and the microbial imbalance, we can be healthy. So that's what we are trying to speak about. Okay. So usually, whenever I start speaking, one of the most common questions I get is how did Dr. Khadar's journey start in this field of be it millets or be it food or nutrition, etc. So basically, he was a PhD student who worked on steroid biochemistry. He did his PhD in steroid biochemistry, and he moved to US. This is 1980s, late 1980s, okay, before I was born. So in that time, when he joined his company, they asked for checkup, entire body checkup, like most companies do now. It's become a trend that get yearly entire body, full body checkup. So when he went to his company, they asked him for his entire body checkup. So what he went, he got all the tests done and he needed medical fitness certificate from the doctor. So he was waiting outside the doctor's office. And when he was waiting, there was another lady sitting next to him. And he likes to talk a lot. You must have seen that yesterday. It's non-stop. So when he was sitting next to her, he asked her, I'm here from my company. Why are you here? What are you here for? So that lady pointed to her daughter who was sitting next to her, looked somewhere around 6 to 8 year old girl. And she said, this is my daughter. I'm here to have a consultation for her. This young girl is bleeding continuously and her bleeding has not stopped from 1 month. And for that, we have given her a lot of steroids, a lot of tablets and injections. Yet her bleeding is not stopping. So for that, I am here today for a consultation. We have had to do blood transfusion because she has lost so much blood and become anemic. And now the doctors are considering a surgery needs to be done. And if the blood flow does not stop in spite of DNC is the procedure which is first done. If DNC also does not stop the bleeding, then we are going to have to remove the uterus of this young kid. So this is what hit him hard at that time. It was 1980s. He had just shifted from India to America. And that time in India, the average age when girls would start menstruating was around 14, 15 years old. And imagine an 8-year-old girl has already attained menarche. That itself is such a shocking issue. And on top of that, she is bleeding continuously for a month. And they are even thinking that they might need to remove the uterus of this young girl. So imagine the situation. So this hit him hard that there is something wrong going on here, which has caused this kind of hormone imbalance. He had already studied steroids, so he understood that this was happening because of some kind of hormone imbalance, that the average age at which girls start menstruating has receded. Unfortunately, fast forward 20 years, 30 years later, we used to start menstruating at 14, 15, but now even in India, the age has slowly and steadily come down to average is now 10 to 11 years of age. Such an unnatural thing is happening, and yet we are all just sitting quiet and not even asking the question as to why is this happening. So what he understood is that it is happening mainly because of the artificially introduced injection steroids into our body through milk and through meat. So like yesterday, he spoke about the green revolution, where lots of fertilizers were being pushed into the agriculture system to grow more and more rice and wheat. Similarly, lot of injections are used. First, what happened? In the name of the white revolution, our desi A2 cows got pushed aside. Now you can't even see them on the road. If you go walking, you mostly find what? Black and white Jersey cows. So a desi cow usually produces around 4 to 5 liters of milk in a day, whereas a Jersey cow would produce 12 to 15 liters of milk in a day. So as I said, it's all in industry. Ma'am was saying, when it's a product, when someone needs to process something and sell it, their main target is to make more money. So they are going to try to get more and more production of milk. So what do you do to get more production of milk? Introduce some kind of hormones like growth hormone, like oxytocin hormone, not just as injections, even the fodder which is given to the animals is laced with these kind of steroids. So knowingly or unknowingly, we are introducing these hormones into our body indirectly. And hormones are something which are already in our body present in a delicate balance. There's such a delicate balance, like each one has a positive and negative feedback on the other hormone. So even one place you try to disturb it by small amounts also, the whole cycle goes haywire. So in this way, in the early stages of life, we have the problem of early menarche happening in girls, followed by another major issue. What is that? PCOD, polycystic ovarian disease. 35% of girls are facing the issue of PCOD. So what are the symptoms of PCOD? Irregular periods, yes. Obesity, yes. Obesity leads to PCOD. PCOD in turn leads to obesity. It's a vicious cycle. What else? Acne, unwanted hair growth, yes. Skin thickening, skin darkening, pigmentation. You also have flow. Like, it's not just that the periods are irregular. You cannot predict a date when you will get the periods. It's also that the bleeding can either be scanty, just few drops, or over bleeding, like 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. Usually it should stop by a week, but then going on continuously bleeding for 21 days, 25 days, a month, unless you take tablet, flow does not stop. Or getting periods once in 15 days, even that is abnormal. So here, one of the major concerns in the reproductive age group being PCOD, and later on in life of women, you have the menopausal issues. So menopause, first of all, it's a time where the hormones are in an imbalanced state. Add to that the external imbalance which we are creating. So everything together, women are ending up in issues like fibroids in the uterus, or getting breast lumps, breast tumors, having to go in for hysterectomy, etc. because of these issues. And of course, menopause comes with so many more problems. When the age of menarche is receding, we are also seeing the trend that the age of menopause is receding. Earlier, it would stop in the late 40s or 50s. Of late, women are attaining menopause in their early 40s itself. You'll be thinking, it's a good thing, no? Why struggle with this monthly headache of having periods? But something which we forget is having these regular cycles is giving our bone strength, is protecting our heart. Just 50 years back, if you compare the statistics, women dying of heart attack within 60 was almost not seen compared to men. Men had a much higher percentage of heart attack within the age of 60. That was because the hormone cycles in the monthly periods would protect us from having heart diseases. But now, age receding to the early 40s, this means that women have become equally prone to heart disease as men as soon as they reach their 40s. And of course, bone health, I don't need to tell all of you. I think that would be one of the most common suggestions people ask you for. Menopausal women asking you, how do we get enough calcium in our diet? Our bones are becoming weaker as and when they are nearing the menopausal age. So when we say that the hormone injections which we are giving to the cows and the milk which we are consuming, which is again in turn laced with these steroids, causing all this kind of hormone imbalance. We tell the patients, don't drink tea, don't drink milk, don't drink coffee. So what do the men say? All these problems are happening for you women, no? They tell the wife, Dekho, kal se don't drink tea, coffee, milk, you. But for me, you make and give me, because I am not facing any of these issues. No, I don't have menopause problem. I don't have PCOD problem. But what we are forgetting here, all these are female hormones, the oxytocin, etc., which is usually given to the cows, the prolactin. These are female hormones. If they are creating so much havoc within the female body itself, imagine what introducing female hormones into the male body can do. So if you see the statistics, it says that any boy you take now, any man in his reproductive age, healthy reproductive age group, has half the number of sperms as his grandfather used to. Just 2 generations and the sperm count has half. So imagine that is how severe the effect is being seen on the current generation. In India, we are still not feeling the effect because our population is so huge. Imagine now, one side, PCOD, egg release not happening correctly. On the other side, men's sperm count has fallen so much. Put these together, what do you get? Infertility. You have infertility clinics popping up in each city like mushrooms growing in the rainy season. So what happens? Any of you considered going to Germany for your studies before joining here? No? No one? Okay, probably not in your field, but lots of engineering students, your friends, rushing to Germany to study. So this trend has started because Germany as a country, as a whole, their population, if you consider, there are more people who are aged above 60 and no people in the working age group. Why has this happened? Because on a whole, their fertility has reduced, fallen to such a great level that the entire generation of youngsters is not being seen. So what did Germany do? It has taken a policy decision. We will make education free. So let all foreign students come to our country. Young generation comes, gets attracted to this kind of lifestyle which we can provide for them. So let them, half of them at least settle down here. So we'll have people to work for us. As a country, they have had to make this decision. That is how severe the effects of infertility has happened in such countries. We are not far behind. We are all 10-20 years behind these developed countries. We are developing country, right? So we are around 10 to 20 years behind. So 20 years later, similar effects are going to be seen that because of infertility, the number of a population, instead of growing, is going to start dropping. So if you go and check the lab results, we all have the normal range, correct? So 10 years back, you go and check the sperm count, normal range used to be written 80 to 100 million. But now what happened? You keep going to the doctor, 100 people keep getting tested. No one is reaching that normal range. Very few, 1 or 2 people are getting 100 million or above sperm count. Then people start asking the doctor, why is my sperm count not reaching the normal range? Give me some medicine for it. But there is no actual medicine to increase the sperm count as per the normal medical route. So what do? Sit together, take a decision. If the normal range is so high, then people will think they are abnormal. So let's bring down the normal range itself. Easy solution, right? Now you go and check the lab report. It will say somewhere around 60 million is normal. Anything above 60 million is normal. You go to foreign countries, check the lab reports. As I told you, they're 10 years ahead of us. They will write 40 million is normal. So see, even the normal range has been brought down because of the effect. That is how severe the effect of the hormone imbalance is happening inside our body. So what is the solution? I think I spoke enough about the problem. So let us concentrate on the solution. So as yesterday, I think my father mentioned, in these 5 positive millets, while defining the correct food, he said that our food needs to provide us with energy. Yes, that is the first step. Second thing, it needs to be rich in fiber so that it does not release this glucose all at once. We should not shock our blood with glucose, create a glucose imbalance, and then have to deal with it. That is again going to lead to many more problems. So the correct food needs to give us the glucose which we require, but this glucose needs to reach our blood in a slow and steady manner. And it is the fiber which has this regulation. When it is bound with the carbohydrate, the fiber slows down the release of glucose so that you do not have a glucose imbalance. Along with this slowing down effect, there is one more important thing which our food needs to do. What is that? It needs to help to detox our body. It shouldn't be like we allow all the toxins to accumulate in our body, and after 1 year we go for a detox therapy, or after 6 months we go on a liquid diet to have a detox of our body. No, that shouldn't be the way. It should be that what we consume every single day, our food, helps to detox our body on a day-to-day basis. And how does this happen? This happens because of the fiber-rich food in the millets. The fibers have a capacity to detox our body on a day-to-day basis as well. So when I say this, there are 2 types of fiber. What? Exactly, soluble and insoluble fiber. So what does this soluble fiber of the 5 positive millets do? Each one has its own affinity to clean the organs in our body. So we were speaking about hormone imbalance. Little millet is the best suited to correct hormone imbalances in your body, be it thyroid gland, be it the reproductive glands, be it PCOD, be it infertility, or be it sperm count related problems. Which millet? Little millet, or Sama, or Same, or Sava, with different names in different parts of the country. So little millet's fiber has an affinity to clean up all your endocrine glands in the body. So if you're suffering from hormonal imbalance, we suggest that you have more of little millet. I'm being very specific. Note the word more of. Does not mean you have only little millet and forget about the rest, correct? So in our body, as I was saying, each positive millet has an affinity to clean up certain parts of the body. Foxtail millet has the capacity to clean your nerves. So any disease connected to the nerves, like people having convulsions, people having Parkinson's disease, people having conditions which affect the nerves, degenerative changes in the nerves, foxtail millet has a role to play. Foxtail millet also helps to clean up the lungs. Like, for example, post-COVID, lot of people started having weakness in their lungs. And when you climb the steps, you feel breathless. You've recovered from COVID, but the lung capacity has not become the same as before. So for lung-related issues, for nerve-related issues, foxtail millet is very good, and also for joint problems. If you have arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, etc., foxtail millet is very good. And I already told you, little millet has a role to play for all endocrine glands. Moving on to kodo millet. What does kodo millet do? Kodo millet is good to clean up the blood and the bone marrow. Where is the blood formed? Blood is formed inside the bone marrow. So to clean up your blood and the bone marrow, kodo millet is very good. So what kind of conditions would we suggest kodo millet for? Diseases related to blood. Anemia. First of all, starting from the RBC part of the blood, anemic condition, Kodo millet is very good. Next, moving on to the WBC of the blood. So what role do WBC have? Immunity. Yes. So children, especially of late, one day, now just the schools have reopened. One day they went to school, 2 days they went to school, third day, half the class attendance is not there. Why? All of them have developed cough, cold and fever. One student has, everyone is getting. This has become such a common problem. So to boost immunity, Kodo millet is very, very useful. Also, Kodo millet, good in allergic conditions. Now, what's the relation between allergies and WBC? What's an allergy? Yes. So a hyper response to a stimulant is an allergy. So now there is dust in the atmosphere. Sneezing twice is a normal response. Your body is trying to prevent the dust from entering your lungs. But if for a small amount of dust, you're going to sneeze 50, 60, 70 times, that's an allergy, a hyper response to a stimulus. So where is this response coming from? From your immune system. So Kodo millet is very good for all types of allergies, be it in the skin, be it in asthma, any kind of allergic reactions. Also good for high cholesterol and for weight loss. So I think one of the main things which all of you would be concentrating on would be obesity and weight loss. So amongst the 5 positive grains, yes, all of them are good for weight loss. Amongst that, Kodo millet would be the best and the fastest to lose weight. So moving on to barnyard millet. Barnyard millet or udlu as we call it in Kannada is good for cleaning up of the liver. So any condition related to the liver, barnyard millet is very good, like alcoholic liver disease, like cirrhosis of liver, like typhoid infecting the liver, causing jaundice, etc. So all such liver-related problems, barnyard millet is good. Moving on to the last one of the positive millets or brown top millet. So brown top millet is good for cleaning the skin. So any disease related to the skin and the GIT, the gastrointestinal tract, brown top millet is highly recommended. So now, since I told you about each millet having a different affinity for cleaning your organs, what happens? Most of us think, let's mix all of them together. Why don't I have a little bit of kodo, little bit of foxtail, little bit of wheat also, ragi also, etc. Mix everything and have it. But then what happens in your body? You do not get enough threshold of any of the fibers to clean any of these organs which I mentioned. So you asked a question, what do you think about mixing millets? Millets should not be mixed. The reason being, if you mix the millet, you will not get the intended benefit of using the millet. Yes, all the 5 positive millets do help in regulating diabetes and controlling your glucose levels. But that's not it, right? We want the detox of each and every system in our body to happen. And that happens when you use them individually. So one meal, if I have kodo millet, like now, before coming here, I had Mavinkai Chitranal, my mango rice made from kodo millet. So now I know I have had enough kodo millet fiber has reached my body so that it can help to clean my blood vessels and bone marrow. If I had a little bit of foxtail, a little bit of kodo and a little bit of ragi, none of my organs will get purified because sufficient threshold fiber has not entered my body to do that work. Okay. So very simple. Why is multigrain not recommended? Because the cleaning up of the organs happens when you get individual fibers working in your body at a time. Mix them, effect gets diluted. It's not going to harm you. It's not like, oh, if it is mixed, I ate it, something bad will happen. No, nothing bad is going to happen. But at the end of the day, most of us are eating millets for some or the other health benefit. We want to reverse some disease process in our body. So that happens correctly when you use them individually. So to correct the hormone imbalance, more of little millet in proportion. So we would say probably if you have thyroid related issues, you can have 3 days of little millet and 1 day of the other 4 positive millets. In that way, more proportion of whichever millet is specific for your disease condition would be advisable. But then not like, okay, I like kodo millet, so I eat only kodo millet. No, my blood needs to get purified, but along with that, I don't want to end up with a nerve disease, or I don't want to end up with a liver disease. I need all my organs in the body to get cleaned on a regular basis. So more or less proportion, you can decide based on the condition of the patient, but all the 5 positive millets are necessary to be healthy. And I'm specifying again, why are we calling these the positive millets? The reason they have more fiber, yes. But why positive? Because these grains have the capacity to reverse diseases. So like diabetes, like hypertension, like obesity, like rheumatoid arthritis, like SLE, etc., etc., etc. The list of diseases is endless. So when we are speaking about reversing these diseases, we require the 5 positive millets. So how are these neutral grains? Which are the neutral grains? Bajra, ragi, jowar, etc. They are like putting your car on neutral. What happens when your car is on neutral? It neither goes front nor goes back. Your disease will not increase, but neither will it reverse. So if you're looking to maintain your disease, then you can have the neutral grains as well. But when you want to come out of your disease conditions, you need to stick to the 5 positive millets. I know it's little contradicting from what you might have just heard, but trust me, you'll ask me proof. So studies, show me research details. We have not documented anything yet. We are the first ones who are doing these experiments. So we have clinical data. In terms of research, in terms of papers to be published, that's all left on you to take up and to start and develop and do. So we are starting something new here. I'm not saying millets are new. Millets are old, but research using millets as therapeutic grains to cure diseases has started just now from the past 15-20 years in our clinic, and few other doctors have started it now. So in terms of papers, research, documentation, all of you, it's left on you all to start doing this kind of research and publish them in the future and present it to the rest of the world so that it is accepted by one and all. It's really sad that we have to follow a specific kind of pathway for it to get accepted. But since it is like that, I think it's time now, it's ripe for everyone to start research in the direction and start publishing papers. So we can provide you with the information, we can provide you with the guidelines, but what has to be done is left to people, students like you to take it forward. And lastly, as I said, there is one more important imbalance which has been the most neglected, I can say. We still do speak about diabetes or hypertension or thyroid issues or PCOD, but even doctors as a community neglect this one very specific imbalance, which is the microbial imbalance. So which microbes are we speaking about here? Gut microbes. So somebody give me an example of symbiotic relationship which we see on a day-to-day basis. High school biology. Honeybees and I heard honeybees and flowers. Okay, yes. Honeybees and flowers, one good example. Honeybee is getting nectar from the flower, so the honeybee is benefited, and the flower is getting pollinated, so the plant is also benefited. So two organisms where both of them have some kind of benefit, we call it as a symbiotic relationship. Very good. Any other day-to-day example? Common, what you see every day in your life. You've seen buffalo, cows walking on the street? Yes? Yes. There's always a white bird sitting around the cow or on top of it. Egret we call it. Yes. So what does the egret do? It removes the parasitic insect. See, here we have another relationship. What? Parasitic ticks which were sitting on the cow, sucking the cow's or buffalo's blood, losing its nutrition. So here the relationship between the tick or the insect and the cow is a parasitic relationship where the cow is losing its nutrients and the tick is getting its blood. So what happens? The tick is benefited, cow is harmed. That's a parasitic relationship. But the egret is cleaning the ticks from the buffalo and the egret is getting its food. So both are benefited. It is a symbiotic relationship. So similarly, what we don't see is a symbiotic relationship inside our gut. So who will tell me what are the benefits we get from these bacteria? There are a nice colony of bacteria residing inside our intestines, correct? This is what we call as the symbiotic bacteria. So what benefits do we get from these bacteria? They help in our digestion. Yes. What else? That's all? Only one benefit? Then why are they so important? Yes. They train our immune system. They act as the first line of defense. So the way you have a line of soldiers standing at the India-Pakistan border or India-China border, they are the first line of defense. Similarly, inside our body, the gut microbes are responsible for our immunity. They are the first line of defense in our body. What else do they do? So there are studies of late which are suggesting that even our thinking process is influenced by the gut microbes. There are studies linking the lack of gut microbes. Of late, none of us have a good gut microbial flora, and the lack of this being related to the heavy mood swings which most of us are facing. We are unable to control our emotions. If we are sad, we are so sad, depressed that lots of people committing suicide. If we are angry, we are so angry we can't control our anger. We are harming ourselves or harming others. So you would have heard of the saying like, I have a gut feeling today Chennai is going to win the IPL match. Like that, correct? Okay. RCB is playing tomorrow. Today Chennai is playing. Okay. So you've heard that gut feeling, right? So what is this gut feeling? It's the gut feeling are the microbes sending signals to your brain telling you what to think. So even in your thinking, your gut microbes have a role to play. They stabilize your moods. They help you to think clearly. They reduce your stress levels. So all of us, as ma'am was saying, no one has no stress. Every single person has stress in their own way. But how do you deal with the stress? To even that, your gut microbes have a role to play. So how are we creating this microbial imbalance? Naturally, God has created this link between us and the gut microbes. We are going to get benefited from them. So vitamin B12 synthesis happens naturally in the body because of these gut microbes. Micronutrient deficiencies are happening more and more of late because we lack these gut microbes. You may say, okay, take supplements, take vitamin C capsule, take multivitamin B complex capsule, you take calcium supplement, you take vitamin D shots. But in spite of all that, 9 months of pregnancy, women are given iron tablets. In spite of that, at the end of the pregnancy during delivery, hemoglobin is still 8 or 9. So where did all those iron tablets go? Women are starting to pop calcium tablets from the age of 40. But by 50, all of them have osteoporosis. Where is all that calcium going? Why are we not absorbing these nutrients? So the reason is because we are lacking in gut microbes. These microbes help us to absorb the nutrients which are present in our food. So in spite of giving all kinds of supplements, or forget supplements, we'll take them from natural sources. You will suggest that, okay, iron rich in pomegranate, you take pomegranate juice. But in spite of drinking that, why isn't the hemoglobin improving? Because we are not absorbing the iron from the food. We are not absorbing calcium. We measure very few. We measure iron, calcium, vitamin D, B complex. Few of them we have blood tests for. But there are so many more micronutrients which have such an important role, which we don't test on a routine, regular basis. For example, I think the most common problem all of us are facing is what? Hair fall. So you require a good balance of so many micronutrients to control hair fall. And without the gut bacteria, it is impossible to have a balance of all the micronutrients. So who can tell me the reason for the lack of gut microbes? Why don't we have the good bacteria in our gut? How are we killing these bacteria? Yes, one reason, antibiotics. Which antibiotics are you speaking about? Who answered? I couldn't see. Antibiotics, someone said that's the correct answer. Which antibiotics? Which antibiotic? Okay, yes. So you're speaking about, I got a cold, I got fever, I went to the doctor prescribed antibiotics, or once I had taken antibiotics, so next time I myself took the same antibiotic, that antibiotic you're speaking about, correct? That is direct consumption of antibiotic. That is one major reason. Another is the indirect consumption of antibiotics. So where are these antibiotics coming from? Again, what we spoke about initially, milk and meat. I said they are responsible for our hormone imbalance. They are also responsible for this microbial imbalance. So let me take the example of a poultry farm where you're growing hundreds of chicken, correct? So what did we learn in COVID situation? Social distancing. What is social distancing? If one person has an infection, they are in close contact with someone else, the infection will spread, correct? So have you visited a poultry farm? How are the poultry farms? No ventilation, first thing. Light though bilkul not there at all. And thousands of chicken in a small area. So even if one of them has any infection, it is going to spread amongst all of the chicken. So on a regular basis, even before the infection happens, they are given injections of antibiotics. You'll be surprised to know how much antibiotic can be prescribed to a human in 21 years of their life is given to the chicken within its 4-month lifespan. So 21 years of antibiotic within 4 months. So all that antibiotic is coming into our body and killing the gut microbes. So also when I said milk, same thing. Cows are milked for 365 days of a year, twice a day, thrice a day. So what is happening? They are ending up with infections. So it is permitted by the FDA. How much? 750 million pus cells in 1 liter milk. So you're thinking you're drinking milk. There are 750 million pus cells permitted legally by the FDA itself in 1 liter of milk. So imagine how much antibiotic is going in to the body of the cow to prevent this infection. In spite of all that, so much pus is still leaking in the milk. So through this milk and meat, we are consuming so much of antibiotics at a time that the antibiotic does not know which is good bacteria, which is bad bacteria. So it is killing the good bacteria in our gut, and we are ending up with low immunity, deficiency of these nutrients, vitamin B12 deficiency, and so many other problems. So what's the solution? A prebiotic drink which is ready in the market, coming in plastic bottles, drink that daily. Do you think that is the solution? No, right? As ma'am was saying, again, that is a product which is being sold, will be made for the benefit of the person who is selling it. So how do you have a probiotic drink at home? How do you prepare a probiotic drink at home? You can do that by fermenting a porridge, having fermented millet porridge. Now you may again ask, why not I make fermented porridge from rice or fermented porridge from dalia or rava or wheat and have it? Won't that give the same benefit of having a fermented millet porridge? Who can tell me the difference? What will be the difference between having fermented rice porridge and fermented millet porridge? What would be the difference? Fiber content. Yes. So yes, we want the fiber from millets, correct. But in the view of getting these bacteria, what is the difference? So there's something called a prebiotic condition, correct? So now we feel comfortable in this room because the AC is on. There is some temperature requirement for us. Anywhere between 22 to 28 degrees, we feel comfortable. So similarly, there are conditions which are necessary for the bacteria to grow. So the necessary conditions for the probiotic bacteria are called the prebiotic conditions. So one of the most important prebiotic conditions for these gut microbes, what is that? It is the presence of fiber in the gut. They thrive on fiber. When you have quantities of fiber in your gut. So which fiber are we speaking about here? The insoluble fiber. So millets are rich in both soluble and insoluble fiber. The soluble fiber, we spoke about cleaning the different organs in our body and reversing disease. The insoluble fiber, which remains inside our digestive system in the gut, is going to form the base for these microbes to grow, for these probiotics to grow. So you can easily make fermented millet porridge at home and drink it twice or thrice in a week is more than sufficient to maintain a good microbial balance if you're a healthy person. But if you're already having deficiencies like B12 deficiency, this deficiency, that deficiency, then we advise to have daily 1 glass of fermented millet porridge so that your system gets a boost and you pick up all the nutrients which you require. So being students of this field, one thing you must concentrate on, whatever you advise to the patient to get iron, to get calcium, to get this nutrient, to get that nutrient. Unless they are going to have the gut microbes present in their system, they will not absorb it correctly. So you have to concentrate on first degenerating this microbial flora inside the gut so that whatever nutrient is given to the body can get absorbed. So if these are not there, whatever you do is going to be a waste. So with this, let me end my talk by saying that millets have a role to play in the overall balance in our body by correcting the glucose imbalance, by correcting the hormone imbalance, and by correcting the microbial imbalance in the body. And with these three imbalances corrected, our entire system gets set. And along with this added bonus, they are environmentally also going to help to set right the ecological imbalance which we humans have created, because they do not require much water to be consumed. So we are often forgetting that one part, right? Even environmental discussions, people speak about planting trees, about correcting your taps so that they don't leak, avoiding plastic. All this is one side, but what is it which every human being consumes every single day? Food, correct? Everyone who is alive is having food 3 times a day. So unless we make this biggest consumable product as environmentally friendly, we are not going to reach anywhere in saving our resources for the future generation. So in all these aspects put together, I would like to say millets are the food of the past, food for the present, and the food for the future. So I would, before taking a few questions, I have some more time. Yeah. So before taking a few questions, let me answer a few questions which were already placed. Goitrogenous, no, millets are not goitrogenous at all. Pony millet is the only millet which has been shown to be goitrogenous in its nature. It is not amongst the 5 positive millets which we are talking about. All, I think at least 1,000 cases I myself have seen of hypothyroidism being treated, cured, reversed completely, no medication at all, by eating these 5 positive millets. So I do not accept that they are goitrogenous. They are not. Okay, so that would be the first question I would want to answer. Second thing, ma'am was saying ragi, bajra, and foxtail are eaten with the outer chilka. That is also not correct. I'm sorry, I would want to say it in front of ma'am, but foxtail millet is like rice. It has to be dehusked before it is eaten. It cannot be eaten like ragi, bajra. So there are few factual mistakes in what ma'am said. I had to correct it. I'm sorry. I not to be disrespectful, but the 5 positive millets, foxtail, little kodo, barnyard, and brown top, are similar to rice. They have to be dehusked. Matlab, the first layer of their covering is removed before it is cooked. So one layer is removed even in foxtail. It does not come under the category of ragi, jowar, bajra. These 3 are without making it dehusked. So these are used as flour. So ragi you can make atta, bajra you can make flour, atta, hittu, and jowar you can make hittu and eat. So these 3 are used as in the form of flour or atta or hittu. They are not dehusked. They are used as the entire whole grain. The 5 positive millets are like rice. You have to dehusk them before cooking them. Even if you're going to make flour out of them, they have to first be dehusked. Okay. So foxtail falls on that side, not ragi, jowar, bajra side. But in spite of dehusking them, the percentage of fiber does not reduce. So they are not like rice and wheat, where the outer fiber only is there in the outer layers. You dehusk, fiber is gone. No, that does not happen with millets. So in these positive millets, the fiber is present from the innermost to the outside. So even if you remove the outer one layer, even if you're using it as rice form, they still have 8 to 12% of fiber. Okay. So factual, this is a fact. So please note the difference. They are used as rice form, but they have to be dehusked. Dehusking does not reduce their nutritional properties. Okay. Third question about the heat nature, which people were asking. So anything which is rich in fiber needs to be soaked well before cooking. Okay, that is the most common thing which people say when they don't like to eat it. They say something heat agate, idagate, mandi no barite, vata agate. All those things are common answers. So now, for example, take a gunny bag. Gunny bag is made of fiber, right? How much water you keep pouring, it will keep absorbing that water. So same thing, imagine about the millets. They have that kind of fiber from the innermost of the grain to the outermost of the grain. So when you eat this grain, if you have not soaked it properly, you eat the grain, inside your body, it is going to go on pulling the water from the cells. So that is when you start feeling the feeling of heat inside your body. So the easy solution, the easy answer is to soak the millets well before cooking. So if you have soaked the millets outside before cooking, they will go into your body and start releasing water, and there will be no heat or thermogenic effect happening. Am I clear? So well, that well word is very important. So how much time do you need to soak? We have forgotten soaking. We are in the generation of instant. So we think soaking for 20 minutes is soaking well. No. When you're cooking with the positive grains, positive millets, if you're making rice, 6 hours minimum you need to soak. Very, very important. You have not soaked, don't eat. Very simple. 6 to 8 hours of soaking before cooking millets is essential. If you're using millets in the form of rava, like suji, to make upma, even then you have to soak. Since you have broken the grain, 4 hours of soaking is sufficient. Minimum 4 hours, even that 8 hours is good. If you're using positive millets in the form of atta to make dosa or to make roti or something, chapati like that, 2 hours of soaking is a must. So 2 hours if it's flour, 4 hours if it's rava, 6 to 8 hours if it's in the rice form. When you're using positive millets, soaking is a must. So once you've soaked, there is no question of heat. So there is no question of which season should you eat it. They are our staple grains to be had for 365 days of a year, be it whichever season, be it whichever temperature, whether you're in Rajasthan or whether you're in Kashmir, you can have these grains if you have soaked them well. Okay, so that would be to answer that question. Yes. Any other question? I'll take questions for 5 minutes. 4 o'clock my clinic starts. No question? Any questions? Role of millets in cancer. Okay. So in cancer, all the 5 positive grains have an anti-cancerous effect because of the lignans. Yesterday, I think Dad spoke about the lignans. So because of the lignans, they absorb the free radicals and they are going to help in cancer. So because of that. And second thing, cancer cells multiply when you give them glucose. So if there is glucose rushing in the blood, then the cancer cells take up that glucose and start multiplying more. So that leads to growth of the cancer tumor. So when you eat millets, your glucose is in a balanced state. The cancer cells never get that boost to start over multiplying again. So in that way, it slows down the growth of the tumor because they don't get that glucose burst to reproduce cells. And the lignans play a role in acting as absorbing the free radical so that the tendency in the body to become cancerous is reduced. So in these 2 ways, millets have a role in cancer. Yes. Yes, we have treated lots of different kinds of cancers. I cannot say all of them are cured, But we surely have positive results. We have reversal in some stages. We have people who were given 3 months who are now doing well from 3 years, 4 years. So lots of such cases are there. Published studies I don't have yet. We are please welcome to do the studies in that aspect. All the 5 positive millets. Always use all 5. Don't leave out any one of them. Proportion can be changed based on the organs. In our lung, we know foxtail has an affinity. So if it's lung cancer, more of foxtail, others one day, 3 days foxtail. So now say it's ovarian cancer, little millet is good for reproductive organs. So 3 days of little millet, 1 day each of the other one. So based on the organ, you can vary the proportions. Any other question? Yes.
Ma'am, can people with digestive problems and GERD consume millets?
Yes. So when people having digestive issues and weak digestion approach us, the first thing we suggest is having the fermented millet porridge. So once your system gets adjusted to having fermented millet porridge, then you can have millet in other forms also. Because the digestive process has started outside itself by the bacteria. So it's much more easier to digest. And amongst the 5 positive millets, little millet is the easiest to digest. Okay. So I think someone else asked about the baby, feeding baby. So we suggest after 6 months, start with little millet. For 1 entire month, only little millet. And once your system gets used to little millet, then start adding other things also. So in someone who has a weak digestion or already having too much gastric trouble, etc., you can suggest them to start with little millet and in the form of fermented porridge. Once the body gets used to that, you can start adding the other millets and its other forms like rice form, idli, dosa form. Okay. As I said, proof you need to give. I don't give, you give. I am giving you clinical data. In terms of proof, you need to give. But the initial rumor started because in Africa, there's a specific tribe which uses pony millet as their staple diet. And in that tribe, there were more people having goiter. Okay? And goiter and hypothyroid are absolutely different conditions. Not everyone who has goiter is having hypothyroid. Not everyone who has hypothyroid has goiter. They are 2 different conditions actually. Goiter is swelling of the gland. In spite of working normally, thyroid gland, if it is swollen, it's called goiter. And people not having swelling, the gland may not work. So at present, 35% of the population has thyroid related issues. No one is eating millets. So if you are using millets as the reason to not eat goiter as the reason to not eat millets, it doesn't make sense because already 35% are having thyroid. So why do they have thyroid? No one is eating millets, right? So reverse way, it doesn't make sense. Okay. So not at all. That phony millet, one study regarding one tribe who was eating that one specific millet was published. And that article is being used everywhere to say that all millets are goitrogenous. There is no study which proves that all millets are goitrogenous ever. So you are asking me for proof that they're not goitrogenous. I'll ask you proof which study shows that millets are goitrogenous. Is there a study? No, because no one eats millets. You cannot have a study to prove that it is goitrogenous. There are hardly 1 or 2% of the population now consuming millets as their staple diet in today's generation. So in them, tell me who has studied to say that after eating millets, they got goiter or hypothyroid, though they are different anything. So there is no such study which shows that they are goitrogenous in the first place for me to prove that they are not goitrogenous. Okay? You show me studies which say that they are goitrogenous, then I will try to prove that they are not. Yeah, I was there.
Yes. Yes. But about millets, I can say no one has done enough research to publish, for sure. Ma'am, without any disrespect to her, I can say I have seen more patients eating millets than her, for sure. That one thing I can say with guarantee, without any doubt about that, because it's such a new field. We are the first in this field. There cannot be studies which can show you anything about it. And to answer your question, your textbooks will not have anything about this because textbooks don't have anything about millets in the first place. So this is outside your syllabus for the first point. You might just have mention of millets, one or two names like ragi, jowar, bajra, maximum. Positive millets are not there in your textbooks for me to give reference of it. So this is the beginning. Okay. So this is something new. This is something out of your syllabus. Okay. I understand your confusion. As a student, if I was in your position, I would be confused too. But I can say that from 20 years, it was my father who started research in this direction to use millets as a therapeutic food. And after that, I think after him, it's me who is continuing it. Everyone else is just picking up bits and pieces of it and using it to a limited extent, not completely. So even now, no one else will tell you stop eating rice wheat, other than in our clinic, nowhere else that is done. So what can they say about it causing thyroid or it being goitrogenous when they have not experimented with it before? Okay. Yeah.
Ma'am, I have a question. Actually, the thing is, the people who is having hypothyroid, we need not to avoid this goitrogenic food because if they have goiter, then you have to avoid the goitrogenic food. But on the other hand, because of the iodine blockage, we are suggesting them to avoid this goitrogen, right? So I'll be direct to the question, whether this millet block the iodine with the hypothyroid patient?
No, no. We have reversed people having tablets like 100 mcg, 150 mcg, taking tablets from 10 years, completely stopped thyroid medicine, only on 5 positive millets and walking, not even any other medication, free from thyroid for past 4-5 years, normal levels. Okay, I hope I answered your question. Yes. I think they are stuck up on 1 or 2 points and not looking at the bigger picture because of a few. See, when we are going up against the dairy industry, we're going up against the corporate food culture, we're going up against all processed foods as a whole. So when you're going up against one of the biggest corporations, you are going to have negative propaganda in the form of such myths being created that millets are heat, millets are goitrogenous, millets are this, millets are that, because they don't want to give up their entire corporate food culture. So this is common, this is going to be there. There's going to be lots more negative propaganda coming up, but we need to be able to look beyond those things as just myths being created to misguide people. Okay, so see the opposite side of it, that so many people are reversing their thyroid, reversing their goiter. So surely it's not going to cause disease in someone. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think I'll stop here. This is a thank you. So it's still a new field. There's a lot of research yet to be done. And I think it's been one of the first institutes which has been bold enough to take it up as a topic of a seminar, because I know it's a big step, because the regular mainstream is very difficult to go against the normal path. And I really appreciate the entire team who has worked to bring up such a seminar and introduce all of you. I'm not saying that change happens overnight,
but at least all of you have been introduced to the concept and you have a long future, bright future ahead where you can work with it and find the results yourself. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for bringing up various aspects of millets. I would say yesterday we heard Dr. Kader. He was telling a lot of many positive aspects about millets, which is in practice. Today, ma'am has highlighted the same thing in a more scientific manner. So she has pointed out in what way millets are useful to manage the health and also disease condition, and a lot of things which in classroom also we go for teaching, like go to physiology, understand how and why it is working, why nutrients are important. So with each nutrient as well, how it helps in maintaining the whole overall health and wellness, including gut health and various other aspects ma'am has highlighted. Thank you, ma'am. And I think this is what, as science students, nutrition students, you also understand how and when the nutrients and what are the sources, how they work to maintain our body. Okay. So before we finish with this session, I request now Dr. Vanita Reddy and Dr. Shweta to please come up on stage and felicitate our speaker. Okay, I request Dr. Anne Catherine as well, because we had Dr. Kader and then Dr. Sarla because of our organizing team. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much to come and give your practical experience for all of us. Okay. Okay, students, just before we break up for the tea, because you all had a lot of confusion, like what to follow, what not to follow, because all the speakers who are on dais, they are experts and they have a lot of many years of experience. Okay, can I have your attention, please, this side? Yes, thank you. So, see, millets are one of the areas although we are consuming it from age-old years, still it is not being a very good part of our diet system, because with time, nutrition transition, it is changing. But you don't have to worry much or get confused what to follow, what not to follow, because one speaker is telling like this, one speaker is telling another way. Okay. The whole thing is use your logic. The nutrients, the sources, how it acts in the body. You are studying the subject and you have to use the logic along with the expertise, because they are practicing. They are telling the evidence, what they have observed in each and every person. So when it comes to planning the diet, you go for the balanced nutrition where you are using all the food groups. This first thing I would say this. And when you start practicing, when you go into and interact with person, all these diet plans you can make after looking the response in the persons also. No food is 100% good. No food is 100% bad as well. Okay, so you just have to check the nutrient content of that, whether it is suitable for or not. And most importantly, the processing techniques. I hope you all understand the importance of processing techniques now. So your food science, your nutrition background, your food sources, the whole thing, you have to connect the dots now. Okay, so now we'll take 10 minutes tea break. Come back fast so that we can go for the next session. So 10 minutes, please assemble back soon.
కేసు మిల్ల చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటాం నంబర్ దేశ సంచారం presentation ಏನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಇದು UG ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೇ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ PG ಅವರ
Welcome back to all. Okay, I think the refreshment has worked wonders in you all. You all are in good mood, refreshed and rejuvenated again. Okay, I think this is good for the next session. Okay. So moving on in today's session, the last, but again, one of the important session of the whole symposium is so we have it amongst us in the last session of the whole symposium, Dr. Usha Dharmaraj. She is Senior Technical Officer from Department of Grain Science and Technology, CFTRF, Mysore. And she has got almost 26 years of experience in the area of grain science. And ma'am, to her expertise, she has got a lot of work which she has taken up in the field of millets itself. And she is working on value addition to millets and pseudo cereals by various innovative methods, following both traditional and contemporary techniques. And ma'am also is involved in preparation or designing and execution of a lot of functional foods made out of millets and other grains, especially for diabetes, weaning foods, beverages, functional ingredients from grains. So ma'am also is involved in preparation of new and novel products based on millets, which also can be stated as expanded millets, flakes from composite flour, ragi, rice, a composition, different functional foods, ready-to-eat snack mix, convenience mixes, etc. And most of them are commercialized. And also to mention, ma'am has got 3 international patents in her cap. So published almost 23 articles and written book chapters. And she has guided 38 MSc students. And the list which I just mentioned before, development of different millet-based or grain-based product. So ma'am has almost developed 23 technologies developed in her name. She has presented 24 and above invited talks, and she is heading more than 50 projects as PA and co-PA. And with this experience, I think we are ready to hear from ma'am on today's session and her expertise. I hope you will all make use of it. I welcome you, ma'am, for today's session. And over to you, please.
Thank you very much for that. I don't know how much I can do the justice there. The introduction was slightly high. Thank you. But it is, I feel it is one of the toughest job. After coming here, I thought, okay, why should I agreed for the last session of the last day? Na? That's the thing, and you know, you would have all saturated with hearing millets, so many, in the health benefits and many things. The saturated brain sometimes refuse to absorb anything. That is also another problem. But I can assure you that I don't have more than 20 slides. So that is one thing, you know, when I was a student, or sometimes when we hear some this kind of lectures, you are forced to, then we'll see what is the number of slides. If it's 40, we'll say, Arey, Bapre. So when it will come, you know, cross over 20, 25 and all. So I always make that, I think I have some 20 minutes, 30 minutes time or 25 minutes time. Yeah, sure. So in that, I'll be very brief. Well, let us be very honest, and then I'll show you some of the pictures also. That is fine. But let me take you to some of the things. What is my experience in millets, and what are the current challenges, right? So if you see,
Like, I need not explain you, you know that what are millets. See, one first point before going into this topic, I want to tell you, you know what is the, which was the year, national year of millets? Which year it was? 2018. Yeah. So you have all become master of millets now, right? So 2023 is, of course, International Year of Millets. If you see, have you, all of you will go for sometimes shopping and all? Only you buy clothes or you buy online? You enter some food malls, like, or you go for big shopping malls like, Big Bazaar, Reliance, such kind of things, right? No, you don't do anything. Only your mom or your parents will shop for you all the, groceries and other items. If you've gone, have you ever seen some ready to eat food section wherein whether you can find some millet based products anytime? Yes, that's good. What kind of products you have seen? Millet? Okay, so but still that is now, but I feel that segment is still not complete, right? You go to any food market, ready to eat products or ready to use products, you don't find much products based on millets. That is the truth. And how many of you use millets? I don't know. You may say yes, right? You would have heard millets are so good, so much nutrition, so many things, right? About millets. Still, how many of us use millets? A few, right? And ragi, because of course ragi is our grain, so we use, that is mostly of Mysore's, and Mysore, the people from Mysore, Mandya, Hassan and Bangalore, we use ragi, and others, they may not use much. It is, if you see 2000, that is what I wanted to tell you. 2018 was the year of National Year of Millets. And whenever I used to go for some other, meet others outside CFTRE, they used to say, okay, oh, I can use Kannada in between, and I feel that I can connect to you very, very much. So they say, Nammanili vatu millet bath, millet upma, millet dose. So this I used to hear maybe some 5-6 years back. I thought, I love millet because I work on millets. And millet is my favorite subject. All my 26 years gone with millets only. So I used to think that these grains have come to the top. Now you see so many millet, everybody will use millets. So the economy for millets will increase, because whenever we go and address sometimes, farmer-centric programs or some workshop programs and all, so the farmers used to ask, madam, now yak belibeko? That was the question they used to ask. So I thought there will be market. There should be demand and there should be, production. But that the hype was there. It went like that, By another 5 years, everybody's plate you will find millet. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Okay, and then the hype it went and then it came back. So that was the problem. So why it is? I wanted to draw your attention towards the current problems in millet industry, what industry is facing slightly. And I was asked to speak something with its nutraceutical properties with the other, something with the bioavailability of minerals and other nutrients, how this will affect. So I built a very small story only on that. Okay, with one case study I can explain to you. And I believe that I can skip 100% of my first 2 slides, because by then what are millets, right? What are millets? And then this, the 9th one is brown top. This was not heard 2 years back. Now it is recently, it is gaining prominence. All 9 before
Before sorghum, we never used to classify sorghum as a millet. We used to call it as a coarse cereal. And now Government of India started that, okay, sorghum also we included these 9 grains are millets, right? So what about these 3? Have you ever heard? Fonio, teff and job steers. And teff is the smallest. These 3 are also millets, but not very specific to India. Okay, so they are mostly grown in African countries. And then you see grain amaranthus, buckwheat and quinoa. People wrongly call them as millets. They are not cereals only. They are pseudo cereals, right? They are dicots actually. They resemble in their nutrition content mostly like a cereal, like the carbohydrates are more prominent. So that is why they are some called as pseudo cereals. They are good grains with their own significant nutritional composition. But anyway, our interest is with these 9 grains. And I want to tell you, I work on all these grains, 3 to 9. Those sorghum and pearl millet, I worked, but not much on that. And I think I can skip this. You know why millets are very important. Only I will tell you 2 points here. If you compare with your major cereals, millets contain a lot of dietary fiber. And these non-starchy polysaccharides, it is contributed from cell walls also. Another plus point with millet that you are knowing that millets they also contain a good amount of, the minor nutrients, like maybe it is your minerals. You see calcium in ragi, and then like if you can consider a pearl millet for iron content, little millet also good amount of iron content, a lot of nutraceutical components. Okay, tocopherols, carotene, many, and then you have in phytates, polyphenols, and they are very these nutraceuticals. Because of these nutraceuticals, millets they naturally they exhibit antioxidant properties, right? And why government has to announce the year 2023 the International Year of Millets? Any idea you have? Anybody told? No? Anybody explain to you why this should be 2023 as the International Year of Millets? What made them? See, you would have seen it after Corona. It is not that how the strength depends on, like how much what is your immune system is, right? How effectively your body can fight with the outside disease causing agents, right? Irrespective of the age factor, we have witnessed many things during Corona. So then they realized food is very important, right? Medicine shouldn't be your food. Food should be your medicine, right? So if you eat good, and you can always live good. So that is why the first 1,000 days of a child's life is very, very important, and government has given so much of emphasis on nutrition in first 1,000 days, right? So that is why our all ICDS programs are in. So in such cases, and then you see you have witnessed the change in climate scenario, right? It is so much. Whenever it has to rain, it may not rain. Whenever there should be like sunny, it will be too hot or too cold, and it is all extreme conditions. And which is the cereal which needs more water for cultivation? Rice. Second one, wheat. Very good, right? So these millets, they are very drought resistant, and they can sustain all agroclimatic conditions. And you must be heard this carbon footprint, right? And you must be knowing that millets, their carbon footprint is comparatively lesser than wheat and rice, and they are nutritionally much better. They contain good amount of major nutrition. They contain very good amount of nutraceuticals, which helps to build your immunity, and they are our own crops. And but to say that, you should know that most of the millets, actually the origin is Africa. And most of these millets, they have traveled from Africa to India through sea route. So this is what it happened. Even ragi is also not originally from India. They have become our own crops. Okay. And then, the mention of ragi is there in Ramadan Charita. So there is, and if you see some Purandara Dasa, he has sung that Ragi Tandira Bhikshege, Ragi Tandira. That was one Kirtane they call. So it was such a very old, ancient grain. But what had happened, because of the Green Revolution, there was more emphasis on rice and wheat, and then these, because government gave subsidy, these grains slowly they went. They were sidelined. And there are many other factors also that I will just tell you in my next slide, coming slides. What are all the major problems why you cannot use millets directly? Okay, so for that you have to understand the botanical structure of these grains. If you see sorghum, pearl millet, and finger millet, these three are naked caryopsis. Okay, it doesn't contain any of non-edible portion there. Maybe some blooms, sometimes the blooms will come away during threshing. So this is, you know that this is you can directly use it. It's covered with a seed coat and you consume with the seed coat. Whereas foxtail, little, proso, barnyard, kodo, brown top, they contain husks, just like your paddy. So what you have to do in paddy, what they do, you have to dehusk, and then you get the brown rice, and then that goes for polishing. When I used to go to school, my mom used to use that winnower, one small, gadget was there. In that, she used to winnow rice and then pick all the paddy if it is 1 or 2 are there. Nowadays, you see, if you ever entered kitchen, if you see, you can directly buy rice and add it to your pressure cooker. Even your PDS rice also you never find with contamination with paddy, right? We are not made to digest paddy husk. It is a silica and cellulose. So we cannot do that, and it is not possible for human system. So the paddy contamination shouldn't be there in rice. And right now, but how that they could achieve? Now you see rice milling system, it is mobile operated. We have rice and wheat milling systems so nicely evolved. So there are color sorters. I must tell you, if any grain for such case, you use any kind of dehusking system, no 100 grains will be dehusked at, if you add 100 grains to any mill, not 100% dehusking efficiency. What is dehusking efficiency? When you add any, for example, you are taking paddy, 100 paddy grains you have taken and you have added into dehusking system, and how many paddies have converted into rice? How many grains have converted into rice? So the dehusking efficiency you can calculate. No milling system can do 100% job at a time. In rice milling system, what they do? They dehusk. It is a contamination of husked and dehusked grain. That means you will find paddy and rice, and then it goes to polishers, and then it goes to color sorters. So whatever the paddy is remaining, it comes back. It's such a beautiful system. That is why you don't find any paddy in your public distribution system. They supply rice, no? In that rice also, you will never find any paddy. But unfortunately, such kind of evolution in milling system has not happened in millets. So that is one of the major drawback we are facing everywhere, because you must know color sorters, they are very costly. Like, no
small players can afford color sorters. And you know how color sorters work? They work on not only on color, they work on both color and the density. And millets, you must be now by this time, millets are very small grains. Why the name millets have come? Because 1 million grains you can hold it. Like if you take your palm like this, you can hold 1 million grains. So that is why the name is called millet. It's a very small seeded grain. Forget about sorghum, it is comparatively bigger and recently added to this grain, because we never used to call sorghum as millet. We used to classify it under coarse cereal, under maize. Okay, along with maize. So in such case, this is small millets. There will be, when the color sorter, how it works, the grain comes and there will be, the beam of light, and then it will identify whether the grain is which color it is. So depending on the color, whether it is a rice or paddy, it goes to accordingly to the sides. But what happens? Millet being the small grain, there is an air velocity there. It was the grain cannot withstand that velocity because it was done for rice, and rice is comparatively bigger grain, right? So it was not modified. And people were not growing, farmers were not growing, and not much interest on millets. So nobody thought of developing color sorters for millets. And whoever they grow millets, they are all small farmers. And then, the millers are also not small players. So they cannot afford color sorters. Color sorters varies from 30 lakhs to 50 lakhs. Okay. So then what happens? In such cases, you need a color sorter to separate husked and dehusked grain. That was the major problem everywhere they faced. And then you should know, see, this is the processing flow chart for millets, what I explained. There is here, actually what they do, they go for manual separation. Okay, they clean manually. You know what is the price of millet in market? Somewhere around 55 rupees to 150 rupees, depending upon the package. So it is, if he gives it a wholesale price, your foxtail millet is 55 rupees per kg. That's the cheapest. So 180 rupees, or sometimes they sell it for 200 rupees. You only told me millets need, it needs less water, right? And it doesn't need much of attention on for growing. It needs everything very low. Then why it is costlier than rice? What is the price of rice? Something like 50 to 55. But millets are sold at very higher price, right? Millets should be cheaper, isn't it? It needs very little agricultural input. So still it is, because it is all problem with the processing. You don't find a well-developed machinery for millet processing. So what happens? The raw grains, it goes to dehusking. It is a mixture of husked and dehusked grains, and it goes for manual separation. And then the dehusked brown grains were sold. But what happens? If you can introduce a mechanical separator here, then our problem is solved. So there is, the integrated system wherein you can separate husked and dehusked grain. So that is being looked into. So, throughout India, the different institutions, the work is going on integrating this. This is on, mechanical separation, which reduces the drudgery. Okay. And another important point I have to tell you, in south of India, maybe it is, I don't know why Kerala, they don't use millets at all. Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, we use a lot of millets. Okay. And if you go to North India, that too, if you go like somewhere in Maharashtra, they use millets quite a lot. They call millet as bagar there. They do, I don't know who, somebody from Maharashtra, they are here. Maharashtrians, they fast a lot, right? Every month there will be some more than 1 week, there will be fasting. And during fasting, what they do, they don't take any rice or wheat based items. So they take only millet and Rajgira. Rajgira is your grain amaranth. Okay, but Nasik is the hub for milling millets. If you go there, you will find some 12 cone polishers kept side by side. The millet is added in one place, dehusked, and it is polished, almost 10 to 12% bran is removed. For that, you should remember any grain if you take, the outside is dehusked, that is non-edible, then comes the bran layer. And once you remove the bran layer, you get the polished millet. And most of your nutraceuticals are present in bran layer. Okay, so the degree of removal of this bran is called as degree of polishing. The more you polish, the more the grain is deprived of its nutrients. And the rice, what you eat now, white rice, that is almost more than 10 to 12% polished. You don't get any benefit of the rice bran in the polished rice, because it becomes more and more when you go to the core of the grain, it becomes more starchy. So that is the main thing. And unfortunately, in South, we use only brown rice. And in North, I mean millet, if I say only brown millet we use. And in North, they use only polished millet. It is just like rice. What happens then? You must be saying that we should be more healthier, right? But we don't eat more millet like North. North, they take more millet. That's only because, see, we are ruled by our tongue. Taste is very important. See, we agree, it is very nutritious, but how many of us will like brown rice? Have you ever tasted brown rice, any one of you? Did you like? I think you are lying. See, it is chewy and it is chewy and taste, right? The brown rice is cooked and kept for some time. You feel that chewy taste. You don't like it much, right? So somewhere you have to compromise between the taste and the nutrition. You give it to a consumer only nutrition, he may not come back. And another problem with millets is it's a shelf life. So what happens? You take pearl millet, foxtail, little, and even kodo in such case, all millets they contain almost 3 to 4% of fat, okay? And they readily undergo both oxidative and lipolytic rancidity because lipase acts like anything on this. So shelf life is a major problem. So what they do when I know that you need millet, so I know the farmer who is growing, so I'll take from him. I'm the middleman, I'm the miller. I know how much you need, so that much only it is dehusked and it was given to you. So it is only a round small system of, it's a small circle. So it is unlike wheat or unlike the rice distribution, wherein it is very well established and rice you can store for a longer time. So this is another problem which we are facing mostly with unpolished millet. And then this, I told, most of the nutraceuticals, they are present in the bran layer. Okay, so millets, like if you take many of the millets, they contain mostly more, polyphenols, phytates, and other nutraceuticals in very, very significant amount. And millets also, they are very good source of dietary fiber. And dietary fiber, you must be knowing there are two parts, right? Soluble dietary fiber and insoluble dietary fiber. And unfortunately, millets contain only insoluble dietary fiber more. That is only for oat and other grains. They contain very good amount of soluble fiber. Okay. Always don't think that if we talk about millet, no, I always tell this everywhere, especially for students, no grain is superior, no grain is inferior. All grains, they have their own health benefits. The benefit of oryzanol in rice, you will never find in other grain. Okay, the benefit of polyphenols or other benefits from ragi, you don't find in some other grain. So each grain is unique. So what should be our motto? Your plate should be like, it should be mixture of at least, you should have grains. You shouldn't stick up to like only one like only rice. If you take only rice and rasam, that is a junk. So it should be, you should have the habit of having more grains. At least include in your diet more grains. So that only gives you the more health benefits. So what happens in case of, I told millets, so they contain a lot of phytates. And ragi also contains a good amount of calcium. So what happens because of the presence of these phytochemicals, the absorption of these nutrients will be low. So what happens? Unpolished grain, and sometimes because of the more dietary fiber, that too so insoluble dietary fiber, the digestion is also may not be very much proper. So these are all the problems with unpolished. So what is the solution? You can go for dehusking. You will get husked and dehusked. Mechanical separation. You polish only 2 to 3%. Don't over polish it 10 to 12%. Right? Polish 2 to 3%. So you can use the semi-polished millet. And this holds good for rice also. So that's what we see. So this, I think I explained most of the points here. Here cooking quality is poor. That's what I told. It gives chewy texture and bioavailability of nutrients will be poor, and the shelf life is low because of the presence of bran. Here semi-polished millet, taste improves, cooking quality improves, bioavailability will improve, shelf life also will improve. So, but at the cost of decrease of nutrition content, slightly. You can afford to lose something to gain something, right? No. And I told you, this is with respect to the grains which contains husk as a separate entity. But if you see ragi and pearl millet and even in fact sorghum, they are naked calypsis. And ragi though it has got very typical texture, so it powders. Eventually we use only powder based product in ragi. So you can go for refining. So you can even pearl millet and sorghum, you can polish 2 to 3%. And then ragi, what you can do, there is a process of refining. So you can have refined ragi flour. It improves its nutritional quality also, and it depends whom you are, addressing. So what happens when it all depends, see, if you divide the entire our lifestyle span, like it starts from infancy. So 0 to 6 months the child is only on mother's milk, and 6 months to 2 to 3 years it is the weaning period. Okay, then 2 to 3 years, then after that they go to school, then it comes to supplementary nutrition. Then afterwards it goes up to like that. Maybe you can have some functional food when there is some disease, or for if it is age old, it can be geriatric food, and food for obese, food for diabetes, food for anything you can, food for sportsmen, many things you can think of. But what happens? Processing is required depending upon the end use. If you are making a food for a baby, then your dietary fiber should be very, very less. And you shouldn't have those polyphenols and phytates in. For example, you are taking finger millet. It shouldn't be there. Okay. And if you are using the same finger millet to make a product for any of the, maybe a diabetic population, then you should use it with whole seed coat. So it depends on the end use. The same one grain you can process however you want. Okay, and this is the challenges which I was telling, right? There is no well-defined machinery, and then there is rancidity, shelf life issues, and chewy texture, and then there is not much products, ready-to-eat products based on millets. That is another major problem. Okay, it's not moving. Yeah. Maybe you can give an escape and then. Yes. Yeah, please. It shouldn't be one way.
Change the map. Changes.
It changed, right? Okay, I think I have explained most of the things here. And then one point I can tell that, you know, why you can't, one is millets are gluten free. Okay, so if you have to make some bakery based products, so you have to induce gluten like properties into it, or you have to add any hydrocolloids into it, or with the composite. What is composite? Mixing with some other cereal. So you can make many products based on composite millet. That is one, but there is no definition. You know, in market they say they add 1%, 2%, 3%, and then say it is millet based. That is not correct. So government, FSSAI has decided to set norms. So what should be the minimum percentage of millet to call it as a millet based product? Now I think you have millet based noodles also, right? So I think I have not tasted it yet. I have seen that advertisement. And then even millet Horlicks, I have seen the advertisement. So see, it depends. To convert millet into Horlicks, it is a great challenge. I don't question any of the food industry because in the beverage industry, the first sip to last sip should remain same. And most of the millets are starchy, and the starch is heavier. It always tend to settle. So how much millet they have used? That is one question. That has to be. Now I think the government is looking at on these facts, and then they want to draw, the set standards. What should be the the minimum level of millets to call it as millet-based products? And then these I explained it to you, like it exhibits chewy texture and all this, even the nutraceutical components also. Sometimes ragi, so those people who are not from Karnataka, they don't like, or Odisha also they use ragi, but some of the north states, they don't like ragi because of, eventually when you cook ragi, it becomes dark in color. So the color is one of the criteria. And if you see pearl millet, the pearl millet based product, slightly green color tinge will be there. That is also another, criteria. What happens, we all love color, that is why rice is polished to that extent. Somewhere we feel white is good. So rice is over polished. So that is another problem. So the major problem with finger millet is it's a dark color and chewy texture and may not be liked by the pan India if you think as a whole. And then one case study which I wanted to tell you is about the bioaccessibility of minerals in case of finger millet, which we worked on. If you see, the case may be same for, or maybe if you take little millet and its iron content, because what happens, the bioavailability of any mineral, it depends on the inhibitory factors. So what will be the inhibitory factors? One is phytate, another one is polyphenols, another one is dietary fiber. In that, it is insoluble dietary fiber, it contributes more to it. And then you must be knowing the students, like what happens, even the presence of iron and calcium, one will act as the inhibitory factor for other. So that is also there. That's why doctors always say, they always suggest that you take one tablet, calcium tablet in the morning and iron tablet in the evening. So that is how it is. So what happens if you see finger millet, it contains 370 mg of calcium. And if you see the in vitro bioaccessibility, means how much calcium is available to the body. It always matters how much. It is not that how much you eat, how much your body can absorb. So what happens? Only 40% of the calcium is available if you take the total ragi. Maybe you are making as a ragi mudde or ragi roti or ragi dosa, whatever it is. And then we have a process that is called, decorticated ragi. What we are doing there, we are removing the outside seed pod. So what happens? 372, it drops down to 223 calcium content. And then you see the bioavailability increases to 55% because you are taking away most of the polyphenols and you are taking away most of the dietary fiber. And when this decorticated ragi is converted into expanded product, that is like murmura, puri. Okay, so again, its calcium content dropped down to 207, and even there is not much increase in its bioaccessible calcium. And if you see the ragi huri hittu, they say no, it is there in market, like it is popped ragi. If you take popped ragi, the calcium content is 369 and only 32% is available. Okay, and if you malt ragi, malt means you germinate and prepare a flour from it. When you prepare a flour from it, what happens? You see, it is lost from 372 to 296. Okay, but if you see the bioavailable calcium 42, it jumped to 68%. So that is the benefit. And if you really see what happens in most of the thing, we remove seed coat. And seed coat in ragi, almost 40% of calcium is in seed coat. If you see that, the seed coat contains around 802 mg and only 21% is bioavailable. And the seed coat is removed from even malted millet. That is also, you know, because of the insoluble dietary fiber and phytates. So that is why when you are making product for maybe mothers, okay, or for children, or any other segment of population wherein energy is needed instantly, in that case you have to go for refined. In case of finger millet, you have to go for refined finger millet, or in case of any other millet you are going, or you are using little millet also, then it is better to polish it to some extent. So that is the take home message. Or if you are making a product for example, for any diabetes or obese population, you can use total ragi as such. So this is the changes. I think I can skip this slide. Okay, so what is the need? We have to pre-process as per our requirement. Okay, and there is a need to develop many of the ready-to-eat and ready-to-eat product and ready-to-use products from finger millet, which should be sensorily acceptable. Then only the food industry can withstand. And it can be, you have to make popular product. You shouldn't say you take a ragi dosa. We have to make some, ragi pasta and give it to children. Otherwise, they don't agree, right? So you have to give the products, however, what is the market requirement, that is most important. This I have already explained. You see some of the pictures I can show. I think I have taken more time. Sorry. So this is, like a husk-free flour from small millets. I can see this is a semolina. This can widen the application of millets. Like either you can go for medium rava or chiroti rava. And semolina is one form of grain which can be very well utilized in any of the Indian or even globally in all cuisines. So it can be used, and then you can go for many ready mixes like this. These are all from millets. From all millets it has been prepared, and multi-millet also you have. It is idli mix, upma mix, and kesari bath mix. And this is foxtail millet flakes. So and this is ragi flakes, but they are small in size. So people sometimes they don't like a small size. What we do, we have mixed everything and we made reshaped it. It is a restructured flakes. So these are composite flakes. And this is the decorticated ragi, which I was telling now, the seed coat has been removed. So it can be cooked like rice, and you can make lemon rice, or you can make ragi payasam and many things. And this is expanded ragi. It is like your rice puri, same thing. And if you see malting, when you malt it, it is malted ragi. This is a malted ragi flour cooked, and this is rice flour cooked. Same amount of flour, same amount of water. This thins down. This is thick. This is only because ragi elaborates with amylase enzyme on germination. That is why it is used in weaning foods. Weaning food means food for children. And this is one beverage mix. And there are several such products. And you all enjoy your popcorn, right? When you go to any movies, without popcorn, no movie is complete. Why corn is called that particular variety of corn only it pops.
That is why it is called popcorn, right? Other corns it won't. But millets are not sold by varieties, but from all millets you can make similar kind of product. Okay, but we are not used to the taste. What we have done, we made such kind of product, we powdered it. We powdered it and made it into laddu or burfi, which can be used for children. With this, I think I will complete it. This is one, convenience flour. See, I think mudde is a very popular product, traditional food, which is used everywhere in most of the Karnataka. Making mudde, but nobody can make mudde very easily. What happens, mudde making is an art. You have to take the slurry and you have to make it and you have to knead it very well. Most of you know how to, you eat mudde? Yes, you know how to make mudde? Okay, then that is good. But this is for me, like, I don't know how to make mudde. So we have developed a flour. You can mix it with water and just steam it in idli cooker. And you make it into small balls and add your, sauce and other things and keep stick and you make mudde Manchurian. So that who refuse to eat mudde, you can give them, right? These are all a few things. Sorry. You should have called me time. Thank you, and I'm happy to receive any questions from you.
Any questions? I think ma'am has answered. You had little confusion in last two sessions. How and why millets has to be processed to make it more edible, nutritious, and suitable for all the healthy and disease condition. Ma'am has cleared few of the things. Any questions regarding the processing techniques? Because going into technology of milling, we don't get these experts, because most of you wanted to visit CFTRI also to see all these things. Anything related to that, you can ask ma'am as well. Okay, meanwhile, you think I'll just ask one question. I happen to indirectly work with ma'am because of one of my dissertation student, Miss Ramya. So ma'am is one of the co-head for this. So she has worked on different fractions of milling of millets. So there were different fractions, almost 8 to 12 different fractions. So can you please explain, ma'am, like how these fractions, different fractions, why did you take up these different fractions and how it is different from each fraction?
Actually, government wanted to introduce millets in, ICDS scheme. Then they wanted to mainstream millets. See, one of the major problem is, research institutions like us, we work on developing many of the new products and convenient products. So, for example, now I am working on some product like your instant foods, that is from millets. You just cut open and then add masala, your millet noodles should be ready. It is not like cooking, decanting. Nobody will do. Nobody will do. Even nobody has time. No working wife, no housewife, or none. Everybody wants convenience. So that is one. So that part is one. Another part is government wanted to introduce this. But when they wanted to introduce, there are many problems with other millets. See, introducing ragi is easy. Introducing your pearl millet is also easy, but sorghum is also easy because you have total edible part. But in case of other millets, as I explained, it is a mixture of husked and de-husked grain. So if they introduce it totally, there will be problem. And then in government system, if there is one child falls sick after giving this food, then it is gone. The entire thing, the entire scenario will change. In such case, even government also, CFTRI is being one of the nodal institute for this, the Child Right Commission there. So we have told that you shouldn't introduce the millets directly because it contains a lot of fiber. So you have to go for milling. That is why she was actually optimizing the degree of milling. Means you polish 2%, polish 3%, polish 5%, polish 10%. How much nutrition is lost?
So where, you can, when you have the full data, you can think that which part can be introduced so that it is safe at which segment. So it is for children, maybe I think for us it is 2 to 3%. If it is for children, we can go up to 4%.
Thank you, ma'am. I think this also, okay. Catherine, ma'am.
It's on. See what happens, what you have to do, there are two things. What I have done, I have gone for increasing it is enzyme activity, like by multi. So when you elaborate amylases there, so what happens, you will get more solubles. When there are more solubles and your starch is almost hydrolyzed into dextrins and maybe the disaccharides and then monosaccharides and then soluble sugars, it will stay. Okay. Otherwise, what you can do with other millets, either you have to go for some enzymolysis or you can go for modified starch, wherein you hydrolyze those things, or fermentation. So these kind of, no, as such, no. Simple roasting, no, not possible. It will settle. Yeah, it is there. So it is, that is why in that beverage which we developed and it is almost commercialized, they are going to launch soon. It's not more than 27%. I couldn't go more. They say you introduce, but it settles. That is.
Okay, before we wind up with the session, I just want to add a note. So, ma'am is working in a reputed institute, and also you all being budding nutritionists and dietitians, you have got a lot of roles like ICDS and all ma'am was mentioning. So you can look up for the opportunity for the job by developing these products. So morning and all you heard about the entrepreneurship. So you've got a lot of option scope, not just for the millet based, since we are having theme millet. So millet is also one of the potential candidate now. Apart from that, you can pick up any of the food item which is nutrition rich, and you can plan for any processing technique or go for the product and make use of lot of resource. We have human resource, we have natural resource, mix and then use the opportunity. Okay? So now we have come to end of the session. So as ma'am was mentioning, why did I take up last session? I would like to tell ma'am, last session always will be a showstopper. So with all her knowledge, we got to know different processing techniques, how to enhance and use the millets, degree of milling and all. So with all these knowledge, I thank you, ma'am, for introducing to the technological part of the millet usage and how to process it. Now I request Dr. Radisha to please come up on the stage and then felicitate our session speaker. I also request Dr. Madhu to please come and accompany sir and felicitate ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So with this, we have come to the end of the session, technical sessions of today's symposium. Just couple of minutes for the arrangements. We will start with the valedictory. I request all you to be silent and be patient and be part of the valedictory. 2 days wonderful symposium valedictory function. Thank you.
Participants, let's begin with the valedictory event. I request the dignitaries to occupy the chairs on the dais. I request the organizing secretary and the co-organizing secretary to occupy the chairs in the dais. Seeking the blessings of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, it's my pleasure to moderate the valedictory event for the two-day National Symposium on Revisiting Millets for Food and Nutrition Security, Siridhanya Sukadanya, and which is sponsored by DST Purse. So I request the coordinator for the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Dr. Vanitha Reddy, to welcome the gathering.
Good afternoon, although it is evening nearly, so I can say good evening. So, seeking the blessings of His Holiness Sri Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, I welcome you all for the valedictory of the two-day symposium on the Revisiting Millets for Food and Nutrition Security, Siridhanya Sukadanya, organized by Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSSAHER, funded by the supported by DST Purse project. On this occasion, I would like to welcome, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Madhu CP, Medical Superintendent, JSS Hospital, to the valedictory function. Welcome, sir. In the absence of Dr. Prashant M. Vishwanath, Dean Research, I welcome him and thank him for his support in conducting this symposium. Due to some prior commitment, he couldn't attend. And it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Ravisha K. Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences, JSS CHER, for the valedictory function for support in conducting this symposium. Welcome, sir. And I think I'll take this opportunity to welcome our two main backbones of the symposium, Organizing Secretary and Co-Organizing Secretary, Dr. Shweta and Dr. Anne Catherine, for this immense effort and coordination, cooperation in conducting and making this symposium successful. Welcome. You're welcome. I welcome the faculty of Department of Nutrition Dietetics, students of UG and PG, and JCCHR and other institutes for the symposium, valedictory function. I welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I also welcome our coordinator, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Dr. Vanitha Reddy. Now I request Dr. Ravisha sir, Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences, to address the gathering.
Namaskara. At the outset, I seek the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji and congratulate the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics for the wonderful national symposium that you people have organized. It's a feather in our cap, I can say. Nutrition and Dietetics Department, which started off as a very small unit in the main campus, today is the main attraction, one of the main attractions of School of Life Sciences and Pharmacy. So all because of the faculty and the students and the interactions that has been going on, academic interactions that has been going on for the last few years. There is a lot of potential further for the growth of this department, and I'm sure the young faculty will take it forward. Another important aspect of this is the woman power in nutrition. All the faculty here are women, except one, that is English, right? Nutrition, the real nutrition and energy is supplied in the society per se, if you see, is by the mother, and more so it is true even in nutrition science department. The whole family depends on it because mother chooses what is right and what is wrong and appropriately gives it to the child. And that's how all of us are here, properly well nourished. But unfortunately, once we come out to the hostels, you know what? Nutrition, how it gets changed to all the junk foods. Unfortunate, we talk a lot, but we practice least, particularly the young generations. Friends, it is time that we adopt ourselves to the nutritious foods. All this what we have learned, not only here, even in the classrooms, at least start practicing it. Probably in future, you will lead a very healthy life. This is the message that always comes from the nutrition, food and dietetics department. One request I would like to make to the faculty and the organizing committee at this point is please bring out the proceedings of the symposium. I requested already. It is time that we conduct symposia and also maybe we give a report. That report, more than that, if we can bring out a very clear proceedings wherein the real gist of the symposia is there and the talk by each of these the resource persons are compiled and provided to the students, not only of our department, to the student community at large, it will benefit it. And we will also be recognized in the field of nutrition and dietetics, not only in India, but outside also. So I hope we will do a wonderful job. This resource persons that have been chosen is something wonderful and very carefully chosen to see that all aspects of millets, right from production to processing and probably preparing even the competition for recipes based on millets has been done. I would say that I think some of you might have already won the prizes. Congratulations to the winners. And since, as I told you in the beginning, it is time that we Indians make appropriate, acceptable recipes of millets. And probably the malted millets, what Madam told a few minutes ago, to see that the nutritious contents are increased, acceptability is increased, taste is increased, and the flavors are increased so that we can market even in the world. Like pizza, burgers, or these Chinese foods like Manchurians have invaded our food basket, I think it is time that Indian foods should reach the world. And it is possible only when people like you, particularly the younger generation, join hands with a determined approach to see that such products are developed, and maybe the science behind it is very clearly proven and taken to the market. Again, I thank all the faculty of Department of Nutrition and Dietetics and all the students and all those directly and indirectly involved in this conduct of this national symposium. A very big thank you for all of you, and we all hope we continue to do the same in future. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for your constant support in conducting the National Symposium. Now I request the President of the valedictory event, Dr. Madhu CP, sir, Medical Superintendent, JSS Hospital, to share a few words to the gathering.
Good evening to all of you. At the outset, I seek the blessings of Swamiji. And as told by Dr. Ravisha, such a fantastic program which is organized by the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSAHR. I'm glad to be here for the valedictory event. And, the symposium is revisiting millets for food and nutrition safety. That is Shri Dhanya Sukadanya. Such a beautiful program. I was told that I think almost like 12 sessions were held. Of course, unfortunately, one session could not be held. That's such a beautiful program which was held, which was very meaningful. And as all of you know, millets are cereal crops and called as nutri cereals, which are considered as one of the oldest cultivated crops all over the world, especially in India. And since ages, these small crops were used for human consumption. Not only for human consumption, it was also a fodder for animals. But due to various reasons, like increasing population and advent of newer farming technologies and revolution in the agricultural sector, monocropping, etc., the millets were almost forgotten. However, due to increase in lifestyle-related diseases and other related disorders like obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and various other cardiovascular diseases, people started thinking of millets now, and they become more conscious, more health conscious. Now, now that is the time when we have rediscovered the value of traditional millets. Now, as all of you know, millets are extremely nutritious and they're very good for health, and they also need less water, can be stored effectively for years. They are very rich in fiber and also minerals, various minerals like phosphorus, iron, calcium, etc. And the best part of all these millets is, which is gluten free. You know, that is the one substance which are the protein which is responsible for a lot of celiac diseases. And now, as clinicians, we know how difficult it is to control a lot of celiac diseases. And the climate changes, the water scarcity, the increasing world population, and the rising food prices, and other various socioeconomic factors, we are expected to generate a great threat to the agriculture and food security worldwide. So therefore, millets are here as a solution. In addition, because of various important contribution, it also adds to important contribution to national food security potential health benefits, millet grain is now receiving increasing interest from various parts of the world, especially food scientists, technologists, and nutritionists. For the last almost 1.5 to 2 days, I'm sure all of you have learned and understood various aspects of millets, their role in health, and various other diseases, and its importance, its functional importance, prebiotic aspects, and its major role in the gut health, and the role of millets in women health. I'm sure all of you have a lot to take back home, and I wish and hope that you will be able to utilize and practically incorporate the knowledge that you have gained for the last 2 days in your academic, research, and day-to-day life. I'd like to congratulate the department again for having organized such a beautiful program. I'm glad a lot of youngsters are there. And of course, as I see here, as Dr. Ravish also mentioned, women and women and women and women. That is the best part of it. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. Now I request any 2 members from the participants to give the feedback of the 2-day international symposium. Anyone? Can you please pass on the mic to her?
Good evening, everyone present here. First of all, I would love to thank the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics and also all the delegates present here for giving us such an immense opportunity, which is very rare to get. And also, we students will always be grateful for all of our faculties. And we were able to get such vast information about millets, which we were previously not informed about. And we got so many information that we have so many ideas going around in our head right now that we want to implement as soon as possible. And also meeting these various speakers gave us such a good experience that we have never really seen in any other symposium. And also we would love to impact this in our day-to-day life and also in our future and give a better future to other people around and benefit everyone around us. So thank you so much for this.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So my personal feedback is like very honest. First thing for the people in our field, throughout the symposium, the first thing that I realized is there's a vast universe of knowledge that we can still discover in this field. And the second thing is that this symposium personally inspired me that there'll be a lot of job opportunities, many fields where we can explore. And also they gave so many examples of startups and so many people who were in MSc and who are 21 years old and all, and they're doing so many innovations. They're coming up with new ideas. So that made me think that I'm wasting a little bit time now only. So I think it's a really, it's like putting cold water on your face. It felt like that for me. So I hope everyone felt that way. And I really thank all our teachers and the faculty and the people who have organized this. So me personally, I'm very happy with the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madhumita and Ms. Doti. So to commemorate the International Year of Millets 2023 and as a part of 2-day National Symposium on Revisiting Millets for Food and Nutrition Security, Siridhanya Sukadhanya, sponsored by DST Purse, Competitions for the undergraduate and postgraduate students of the School of Life Science and Life Sciences departments were conducted on 17th May 2023. For the undergraduate students, recipe making competition was conducted, where the students were asked to prepare a recipe using millet and to make a video on it. The recipes were also displayed yesterday in the venue outside the auditorium. And also a recipe booklet was also made, including all the millet recipes. So the best 2 millet recipes were also selected. And for the postgraduate students, poster competition was conducted and the best 2 posters were also selected. So now I request Dr. Sushma Bedi, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to announce the prize winners of the competitions.
A very good evening all. A very important segment. Excited? Yes? Yes? In seeking the blessing, holiness, I take the privilege to announce the prize winners. MSc students who has participated in the poster competition. The second prize goes to Shrima Shekhar DC, Raman and Sri Lakshmi. Now I request the Dr. Madhu sir to distribute the prize. First prize goes to Ruchita M, Shiny and Shobita. And first prize, Ruchita, Shiny and Shobita. My request, Madhu sir to do. Next competition recipe development. Second prize goes to Arpita Smriti R, Group 8. Arpita, I request Raisa sir to distribute. Yes, sir. First prize goes to Yashika. Congratulations, all the participants. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have come to the end of the valedictory event. Now I request Dr. Shweta Echi, Organizing Secretary and Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to recapitulate on the two-day National Symposium and also to propose the vote of thanks. Thank you, Mr. Raghavi. Good evening, everybody. And this is the last thing, okay? So few more, little more of patience and we are done with the two-day symposium. So seeking the blessings of His Holiness, Sri Jagadguru Shivratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, on behalf of the organizing committee, I'm here to present a small report of the two-day scientific deliberations on millets and to thank the people involved in conduction of the symposium. First, we thank the patrons, Dr. B. Suresh, Pro-Chancellor, and Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice-Chancellor, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, for their ever-encouraging vision to promote science and science-related activities in their absentia. Thank you, sirs. We thank Dr. B. Manjanatha, Registrar, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, who also presided over the inaugural function on the opening day of the symposium and gave the presidential address, bringing out the importance of millets in health in his absentia. Thank you, sir. We thank Padma Shri awardee, Dr. Khadarwalli, independent scientist, food and health expert, who was the chief guest of the symposium and spoke passionately about the role of millets in preventing diseases, curative aspects of food, and also gave us an alternative perspective on understanding existing food system. Thank you, sir. In his absentia, we thank Dr. Prashant M. Vishwanath, Dean Research, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, who is also the principal investigator for promotion of university research and scientific excellence, that is DST, PERS. We, the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, are grateful to sir for considering our symposium for the DST PERS funding and for his valuable guidance in conducting the symposium. He was supposed to join us for valedictory function as well, but couldn't due to his last-minute engagements. Thank you, sir. We thank Dr. Vishal Kumar Gupta, Dean Academics, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, who was with us for inaugural function and for his support and encouragement in conducting the symposium. We thank our Dean, Dr. Ravisha K.A., Faculty of Life Sciences, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, who gracefully accepted to be with us for the opening of scientific sessions, inaugural function, and now for valedictory function. We are ever so grateful for sir's invaluable inputs throughout the preparations of the symposium, be it in preparation of brochure, invite, budget letter. So he was a great support and guidance for all of us all along. Gratitude, sir. Thank you. We express our deep sense of gratitude to Dr. Madhu CP, Medical Superintendent, JSS Hospital, for accepting our invitation to preside over the valedictory function and for delivering valedictory speech. Your humbleness and accommodativeness leave a mark with us and was crucial in smooth conduction of the symposium. Thank you, sir. A personal note as well. So we can't begin to thank enough the speakers who gracefully accepted our invitation and willingly shared their vast and valuable knowledge gained over years of hard work in their respective field of expertise. So day one marked the beginning of scientific session. First session was by Dr. Prakash M. Halami, Chief Scientist, Department of Microbiology, Fermentation Technology, CSIR, CFTRI, Mysuru. Sir spoke on the effect of various nutrients, especially the role of fiber in growth of particular microbiome and its significance. Thank you, sir. Second session was by Dr. Asna Uruj, Professor and Chairperson, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, University of Mysore. Madam emphasized on the phytochemicals present in millets and their role in specific disease condition and the underlying mechanism, millet processing, and its effect on bioavailability of minerals. Thank you, Madam. Third session was by our chief guest, Padma Shri awardee, Dr. Kadirvalli, independent scientist, food and health expert, Mysuru. Sir was the thread that led to the whole conceptualization and execution of this symposium. If the word passion had a face, one example would be Dr. Kadirvalli, sir, who passionately, vibrantly used storytelling technique to define food and nutrition, giving us a fresh perspective. And rightly so, emphasizing the role of millets and food in general in preservation and conservation of health. We are greatly indebted as a department and institute for making time for us. Gratitude, sir. Thank you. The last session of the day one was by Dr. Fani Kumar, Scientist F, Head, Food Quality Assurance Division, DRDO, DFRL, Mysuru. Sir extensively spoke on role of millets as functional food, their processing technologies in place, and most importantly, emphasized the millet-based products developed by DRDO, DFRL. Thank you, sir. A special note here, we thank Mr. Siddharth, our final year BSc student, who not only showcased his millet-based products, but was the crucial figure in helping us contact Padma Shri awardee Dr. Kadirvalli. So Siddharth, if you are in the audience, thank you. The first day ended with Mr. Mahesh and Mr. Naveen speaking on their entrepreneurial journey of Day Civi. We are grateful to them for accepting our invitation to showcase their products. We thank Ms. Sanjana, PhD scholar, is she around? Department of Nutrition and Dietetic, who was instrumental in bringing them in for the event. So thank you, Sanjana. Second day of the symposium, that is today, was kick-started by the ever-energetic Dr. Prashant S., Deputy Dean Academics, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru. Sir brought out the scope of entrepreneurial potential in millet processing. A small anecdote, actually, to emphasize the meaning that everything we think and work for happens, but not necessarily in the same way. And whatever happens is for best. So we, the organizing committee, had taken the idea first to Sir. And in fact, the symposium had started as a workshop idea, and then it became a value-added course, and eventually taking the shape of this symposium. So we thank him. So thank you, sir. So next, we immensely thank Dr. S. Kausalya, Registrar, Avinashalingam University, Coimbatore, who traveled all the way from Coimbatore to be with us and sharing with us her in-depth knowledge on health benefits of millets and the long journey the millets have covered over the years to come back to our plates. So thank you, madam. We immensely thank Dr. Dharani Krishnan, Director, DV Living Science Enterprise, Chennai. Madam traveled all the way from Chennai to be with us, for which we are indebted. She emphasized the role of millets in diet therapy and how processing like roasting, germination, and fermentation are important before using millets. Mrs. Saida Farah S., Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, was instrumental in contacting and making arrangements for Madam to be with us. So thank you, Mrs. Farah. We are thankful to Dr. Sarala, Homeopathic Medical Practitioner, Mysuru, who is also daughter of Dr. Kadirvalli, sir, who elaborately spoke about the role of millets in women health and stressed the preventive and curative aspects of millets in women health and in general diseases. We are thankful of Dr. Usha Dharamraj, Senior Technical Officer, Department of Brain Science and Technology, CSIR CFTRI, Mysuru. Madam actually made time for us on our off day. So in CFTRI, Saturday is off, and spoke exclusively on bioavailability of nutrients from millets. We thank her. We thank Dr. Vanitha Reddy P., Coordinator, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSS Academy of Higher Education, and Research, Mysuru, who is also the organizing chairperson of the symposium, in being there throughout, guiding us and helping us with budgeting, letter drafting, giving us valuable suggestions and inputs, and most importantly, leading us from the front in execution of the event. Thank you, Madam. Now, thanking the organizing committee members. So first, we thank Dr. Sushma, and I request Dr. Sushma to come on stage and take a token of appreciation from us. And I request Dr. Madhusa and Dr. Ravisha to hand over a plant sampling. So once again, we thank Dr. Sushma, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, who with her accommodative nature and selfless dedication helped and motivated BSc students to come up with the recipe booklet. So big congratulations to you. Thank you, madam. We thank Dr. Veena BM, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, who was crucial in making the budget letter, the smooth conduct of first day, first session, and for delivering vote of thanks of the inaugural session and being there throughout the planning and execution of the symposium. Thank you, Dr. Veena. We thank Dr. Netra Hiremat, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, who is a self-motivated worker and helping us in smooth conduct of the second day, first session, and being there throughout the planning and execution of the symposium, even if it meant late nights, and being there throughout the conduction of symposium. Thank you. Next, we thank Ms. Raghavi M., Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. So she is the face behind designing of the brochure, invitation, the standees that you see, and the certificates that you are going to get, and also helping with registration kits and being there throughout the planning and execution of the symposium. Thank you, madam. We thank Ms. Saiba Farah S., Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. She was instrumental in helping us with the budget letter, giving her experienced, valuable inputs in brochure making and the smooth conduct of the first day, first session, and being there throughout the planning and execution of symposium. So we'll keep listening this last sentence every time. So thank you, madam. Next, we thank Dr. Sudha Sairam, Assistant Professor.
Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, who always has important ideas to share for execution of any work, and of course for the smooth conduct of the last session of the symposium. Thank you, Madam. We thank Ms. Pallavi, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. Immensely helped us with the smooth conduct of registration. So thank you, Madam. We thank the lone male in the department, Mr. Vinay A. Assistant Professor of English, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, for being there, helping and giving his valuable inputs whenever need arises. Thank you, sir. And the most crucial person who was central to bringing the DST PERS funding, Dr. Anne Catherine Archer, Assistant Professor, Department of Microbiology. Department of Microbiology for conduction of symposium. She shouldered the responsibilities of the symposium as her own and did every possible thing in her capacity to make sure everything went on smoothly. We are greatly indebted, and personally, I got to learn from you, ma'am. I hope we get to share more mango milkshakes, of course, and thank you, madam. Run up to the symposium, two competitions were held, one for BSc and one for master degree student. So I thank all the students who took part in the competition and also the faculties who facilitated the program. Thank you. We thank the IT department of our institute, especially CIO Ravindra sir, Dhananjay sir, Ranjita madam, and Shrikant, with technical support. We also thank finance department who readily helped in moving the budget file. So a big thank you to them. We thank Dr. Reshma Chanu. Can you stand up, please? And Dr. Navya. And Dr. Navya for helping with registration. We thank our PhD student volunteers. Ms. Chandra, maybe all of you can come on the stage and take a photograph. PhD scholars. Ms. Chandana, Miss Madhura, Miss Bhargavi, Mr. Prithvi, Mrs. Harini, Mrs. Rashmi, Miss Darshini, Miss Malvika, and Miss Sanjana, and Miss Shreya, who is not there. Thank you for all their help. So thank you, everybody. Our office staff, Mr. Rajesh, please. Mr. Vivek and Mr. Naveen. Is Naveen around? Yeah. Who helped us with correspondence and making lunch arrangements to everything. Thank you. We thank our AO sir, School of Life Sciences, Veerbhadra Swami sir, who helped in printing and food arrangements. We thank AO sir, JSS Hospital, Mr. Lokesh, for letting us use the auditorium facility. Thank you, sir. Mr. Rajesh, auditorium, is he around? So thank you for everything, helping us in the arrangements. The transportation department of our academy for picking and dropping our guests. So a big thank you to them. One question, did you like the food? Did you like the tea, coffee and badam milk served? So we thank Mr. Mahesh and Mr. Pradeep for the excellent catering services. That's you on time. Thank you. We thank Mr. Sharad from Vodaya Prints for printing these beautiful flexes that you are seeing. So thank you. We thank the housekeeping staff of Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Mrs. Shashikala and Mrs. Ratna, for their help. Now, the most important people we have to thank is the student volunteers. A big shout out to them and a thank you. A big thank you for everything, and I request them to come on the dais and take a photograph. So Ruchita, Akshay, Kedarnath, Shaini, Sanjana, Sarah, Lekhna, Bindya, Yashaswini, Srinath, Harsha, Shobita, Jeevit, Siddharth, Yashwant, Kiran, Kushal, Sanjay. Did I leave out anyone? Hello. No? Thank you all. And if there were any lapses, I urge all of you to help us at getting better, and we apologize for the same. In my opening welcome address, I had quoted Steve Jobs about learning being a lifelong process, and that there is always one more thing to learn. So let's learn and grow together. Ending this long, short thank you note and looking forward to bigger and better learning and sharing opportunities. Thank you. Until next time, have a good evening and a good Sunday. So I think the weekend is almost over. So one thing, as I always say in the class also, be good. So thank you. Until next time.
Okay. So I also thank the organizing secretary, Dr. Shweta S.P., Assistant Secretary, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, for playing a major role from the start, including successful completion of the national symposium. So now I request all the prize winners to come and take a photograph with the dignitaries. Please come with your certificates, and you can be on the dais to take a photograph. Please, we are short of time. Please, come to the stage quickly. Now I request the faculty members of Department of Nutrition and Dietetics to come on stage to click a photograph. I also request Mr. Rajesh and Mr. Vivek and Mr. Navi to join the faculty members.